Wah, hello. I am on time for once. Kind of. I mean, on time would mean that I start the stream before 5 p.m. and then I am talking at 5 p.m. But you know, I started the stream roughly at 5 p.m., which is kind of insane. So yeah, hello. I think today is Saturday. I'm not as confused anymore. Yeah, today is Saturday. Hello, welcome. Hope you're all doing good. Hello, Austin. And hello, Blood, and also hello me. Wow, I'm also here. I had a productive day, and by productive I mean I didn't stay in bed until 2 p.m. but only until like 11 a.m. maybe. Yeah, I spent hours outside of my bed. Isn't that kind of crazy? I I wasted, okay, no, that's the wrong term. I spent a lot of money on skebs, and that was that. And then I played Hollow Knight for like three hours, a little over 3 hours. Yeah. And I made a lot of progress. I'm actually a little upset that I didn't stream it because I didn't think it was going to take me that long. I don't even know what my goal was today. I was like, okay, let me boot up the game. Let me like try to do Pantheon, and then I'm gonna try to get the bosses that I'm missing. And that turned into a 3-hour play session, and I'm still not done. And I'm like, wow, I could have streamed this, and that would have been quote-unquote content for you guys to watch, I suppose. Yeah, I'm sorry. I could have streamed it, and somewhere around 3 p.m. I was like, I could still start the stream. Like, it would still be worth it. I could play like a little bit of Hollow Knight, you know? And for some reason, I still decided not to do it. Also, hello, Monkey. Welcome. How are you? Also, hello, Rising. Hello, hello. I thought you were gonna play Hollow Knight tonight. Well, not quite. We're playing Higurashi today. I wanted to like do some of the stuff off stream so that we can get into the fun stuff, but honestly what I did today was also really fun. I should have streamed it. I'm sorry. I could not rewind time, unfortunately, but yeah. You just have to trust me that it was really fun and really cool. Also, hello Art, welcome. How are you? Hope you're doing good. Now let me think about what I did today in Hollow Knight. I guess I can tell you about it. I think I just found all of the grubs, or almost all of them. I might be missing like one more, I'm not entirely sure. But I got pretty much all of them, and God, one of them was particularly evil to get, which was one in the hives, the beehive. There's two apparently there, and I got one of them, and the other one is just, holy hello. That one was really hidden and like in a really garbagey way. I hated that. Gonna get Chinese food soon. I hope you enjoy it. Hope you enjoy it. You can go full hermit, but can't rewind time. Yeah, unfortunately not. Also, hello. I don't know. I don't know. Kiwi. Hello, welcome. How are you? Been watching back your VODs of Higurashi on YouTube, but you stopped uploading them at some point. It looks like. Do you have the VODs after that anywhere? I have them. Don't worry about it. I will upload them. I promise. Don't worry about it. I will get them uploaded. I will try to do that today even. I have them. Don't worry. They're not lost. I'm just really slow. I'm just really slow and lazy. I will upload them. I promise. Yeah. I'm just a little bit behind, but I'm happy that you've been enjoying them. But yeah, don't worry. I will get them up. I didn't think anyone really watches them, so I was like, maybe no one will miss it, but I guess people do watch them. I'm sorry. I will get on it. Was just worried they were gone. No, I make sure to upload them. They're just privated right now. I have them. Been enjoying your playthrough? Aw, thank you. I'm glad you do. Sadly, for my 13 and 1 of them isn't rewinding time. I wish I could rewind time. I would stream everything I did. But yeah, I think I got almost all of the grubs. But then what else did I do? I did the collector. Okay, I did the collector before I started hunting down the grubs, because the collector, I didn't even know this guy existed. is the one that puts... Oh my god, am I gonna spoil people? I guess, yeah, okay, you're gonna get spoiled now for Hollow Knight, I'm sorry. Or don't, you can mute me. But yeah, the collector is the guy who puts all the grubs in the little glasses, and I was like, oh, there is someone doing this evil stuff. Yeah, once you kill him, he gives you like a grub map, or you can get a grub map, that shows you the location of all the grubs, which is good, and that makes it a lot easier. I didn't miss that many. I was only missing like 6 or so. Yeah. Almost asked if you wanted to Discord stream it too. I should have. You should have. You should have. I would have done it. Also, hello, Azrael. Hello, welcome. How are you? Muted the tab just in time. Oh no, my bad. Sorry. But yeah, I did that. I did the collector thing. Which is funny because the place he was in, you needed a key for that place. And the key for that place was somewhere I've been to before. The area I've pretty much cleared, but I think once you get like Cornifer's map, sometimes he will like mark stuff in a way that makes it seem like you were already there. And if you didn't already go there, you just think, oh, I've already been there, and so you don't go in there again. And I apparently missed the key for the place that the collector was in, and I had to go all the way back and get it, and then I was able to go in there. What else did I do in Hollow Knight? Well, I did Pantheon 1 and 2. I unlocked the Grim Troop. I have to still beat him. I will do that on stream. We will do that. I think I have to fight him. I'm not sure. That's my wild guess. Yeah, I found a certain character that gets along well with another certain character. So yeah. Oh, can you spoil me what the old man thing meant? So yeah, the character, I can tell you later because it's a little difficult to explain where I found the character. There's a certain character that you may have seen, but you haven't gotten maybe, because it's a little difficult to get to that character since you have to go through the royal waterways and then somehow have to go into the shroom area. And once you get her, she goes up to Dirtmouth and she talks to Zode. And Zode has a lot of funny dialogue there, and then you can go into, I'm guessing that's her house, and yeah, then you can have a fight there. That's all I'll say. But yeah, you just have to find a certain person. I will DM you later and tell you where that is, because the fight is fun. It is infuriating, but it's fun. It's really funny, especially. It's really good. What else did I do? I sent screenshots, didn't I? Is there anything I haven't mentioned yet? All right. I marked down, I didn't post this, but I marked down a place in, where was that? The birthplace? You know what I mean. There was a little door that was blue with all the butterfly stuff there, and I marked it because I was sure that there was something I had to do there. And, I asked Leah about it this morning, and I asked her, do you like have any clue what I have to do there? And she was like, yeah, just get one of those butterfly HP things and you'll understand what you have to do. And once I realized what I had to do, I was like, I don't want to do that. That is a lot of work, and it seems like that'll be the end of me. But I'm hoping that with the thing that you get from gathering all the grubs, that it'll be a little bit easier to do that. Because I saw, when I was watching Leah's VOD, I saw that she had the ability to like, I don't know how to explain it. She had a different like hit animation, and if I'm not mistaken, you get that from all the grubs being collected, which makes the game infinitely easier in my opinion. So I'm gonna give that a go once I get all the grubs. I think I'm missing 1 or 0. I'm not sure. But yeah, that was really fun. And then I also did the dream version of the big night guy, one of the first bosses I think that you fight in the game. Oh, that was horrible. I think if I hadn't watched Leah beat him on stream, and she was like struggling quite a bit with it, but through watching her, I feel like I picked up on some tactics that you can use to beat him, like dashing underneath him. But it kind of feel like it's lucky to get a good attack pattern for him. They feel like that's the only reason why I was able to do the fight, because sometimes he will do the same attack twice, and that screws me over so bad. And I think I got lucky and got one where I was able to dash underneath him for the majority of it, which allowed me to hit him a lot, and that was good. But yeah, I think that was like mostly what I did. It took a really long time. Like, that doesn't sound like I did a lot, but that took me that took me over 3 hours, and it was quite a lot. Mostly like traversing the map. I think I died twice, which was great. That was perfect. But yeah, I died twice due to me being cocky and not healing. But yeah. I remember how I mentioned ordering the Japan version of 100 line. I just got it in the mail and it doesn't have English. Oh my god. No! No! They removed multi-language and English from the listing since I ordered it. Oh, Austin, I'm so sorry. Oh no, I was the one who encouraged you to. Oh no, I'm so sorry. That is very unfortunate. I am so sorry. Oh no. Well, I hope you can return it. I hope you can return it, because that's really unfortunate. I'm so sorry for you. But you know, you can or you can just keep it for the cover art and just order the English one. Who needs money anyway, am I right? But yeah, that's like it for Hollow Knight, I think. The next time I stream, we're gonna finish the game with all the endings, I hope. If not, well, just be prepared that we'll be playing the game for at least one more stream. But I'm almost at 100% completion, which is nice, which is really cool. Didn't think I would get this far, but there's a lot of game in this game. Like, I think Leah posted that. There's a lot of game in this game, and she is so right about that. Very much said English when I ordered. They just they scammed you. That is insane. But yeah, I guess maybe they got it wrong. That's so weird. Why would they put that in the description? Might wait for a sale on the English physical since I have other games to play first and would have preferred to play it on Switch too. Yeah, that makes sense. The reason why I haven't bought the game yet is, first of all, expensive. Second of all, I don't have the time or the capacity to play that game yet. I feel like it's either you jump on the hype train or you play it whenever you have the time, and I think I already missed out on the hype train, and it's not like I really care about it. It's just... yeah, you know, it is what it is. You can avoid spoilers a little bit better if you play it right as it releases, but me playing it like once a week wouldn't have made that much of a difference, so we'll just play it whenever I have the time, I suppose. I'll just put the English copy in the Japanese box. That is actually so smart. If you want the Japanese version, I know a guy. Yeah, if anyone wants the Japanese version of 100 Line Defense Academy or whatever it's called, yeah, you know who to hit up, right? Yeah, I'm a little bit upset actually that I played Hollow Knight off stream. I feel like had I known that that was like 3 hours of playtime, I would have streamed it, and I feel a little bit upset about that because it was really fun. I know that it probably didn't sound like that to my neighbors because I was yelling quite a bit about, you know, them killing me in the most shitty ways. I feel like I've reached the point where I don't want to fight any more bosses. I'm in the salty region right now, and it's not good. It's not doing me any good. Hello, Amadis. Welcome. How are you? Hope you're doing good. Hope that second area of 13 Sentinels has been treating you well. I know exactly what you're feeling. It is a painful area. I suffered through it on stream. It is a pain. It is pretty ouchy. Oh yeah, speaking of pain and Hollow Knight, Path of Pain. I want to do it, but I don't know if I want to do it on stream. I'm gonna see. I'm not sure. Maybe that is like something I want to do off stream. I don't know how hard it is. Oh god, nose itchy. Oh. Yeah, people said it's quite hard, but yeah, we'll see. Also, isn't Grim Troop like one of the hardest bosses in the game? I just realized. Didn't someone say that to me? That's gonna be fun too. Because I wanted to do Grim Troop on stream. But yeah. Technically I didn't do too many things that needed to be seen on stream, so I'm not super crazy upset about playing the game off stream, but I feel like that still could have been fun. But I think I did stuff that could be acceptable off stream and you didn't miss too much. Wouldn't mind a vote for off stream or on Discord for that one. Yeah, I feel like it's gonna be... Yeah, it's gonna be probably on Discord or off stream because it sounds like it's not gonna be fun. But yeah, we're gonna get the other two endings. We're gonna get the Grim Troop thing. We're gonna try to open that blue door with the butterflies and everything. And that should be like, hopefully one stream. I hope, maybe two. We're gonna see, or maybe 1.5. The reason I'm scared of like starting a stream and then ending the game within like an hour, and then like, what do I do for the rest of the stream? It's gonna be awkward. That's why I'm like a little scared of not having enough content for one more stream, because I hate switching games in the middle of a stream, because that means I have to like actually download the stream, cut out the first game footage, and then have two different files I then have to upload to YouTube instead of just exporting the video straight to YouTube from Twitch, which makes it infinitely easier. But yeah, we're gonna see. I hope one more stream time should be enough. Yeah. Otherwise, I mean, we can always do the God Home on stream if I run out of stuff to do and I don't want to switch to a different game. Then you can see me crying in real time. You can see me just crying in real time. Painful, I assume. You just end stream and then start it again, duh. But I don't know, that seems weird, because then also the ads will start up again at the beginning of the stream, which is unfortunate. But yeah, we'll figure it out. I like how I just moved my hand as if my phone was tracking it. I should get a 3D model. You would see how much I really wave around my arms and everything. Technically, I do have a 3D model, but the hand tracking was like... You can try to get all charms too. Yeah, that is also an option. I got like 2 or 3 off stream, so I'm not missing too many more. I know that Leah almost has all of them, which was insane. I watched her VOD a little bit, and she almost has all of them, and I was like, huh? She's so fast at clearing the game. She only had like, what, 5 streams in total? She's insane. She's really impressive. It would be a little weird. I'm just teasing. Yeah, it would be a little strange. She's really good at games. She's a gamer. I'm really impressed by her. But yeah, I look forward to the next Hollow Knight stream. I had a lot of fun playing it off stream. That was really good. I think the reason why I've been struggling to like pick it up again after we finished it was because I went straight to God Home, and I'm gonna be honest, God Home is not fun. I get way too angry over dying like 30 times with the same guy over the same stuff, and it's not fun. I don't know, it kind of killed the fun for me. The fun of Hollow Knight is exploring all the areas. And when I did that off stream, I had a way better time than playing God Home off stream, because God Home I could only do for like an hour max before I lost my mind. And the rest of the game is just, I could keep playing forever. I watched her first Hollow Knight stream and she was just cruising through it. Yeah, I've been watching her streams on and off. I usually have to catch up on the VODs because I pass the fuck out before I got anywhere near the end of the stream, or yesterday I didn't even catch the stream, unfortunately. But yeah, she is really fast. The thing is, she can like remember all the places she has to go, and like she can look at the map and be like, oh yeah, that's that and that place, and I cannot do that, which is why she's really cruising through it. I'm really impressed by her. Exploring the areas and looking for secrets is my favorite part for sure. Mine too. It is a lot of fun. The bosses are fun when you come across them, but having to do one after the other, I'm gonna be honest, it's a no from me. I might not ever finish Godhome ever in its entirety, but that is okay. Sometimes you don't need to do everything there is to do in a game. But yeah, enough about Hollow Knight. We're here to play a different bug game, but also, I want to show you something, because I forgot that I got a package today, and I had forgotten that I ordered this, because it's been a long time, and maybe you've even seen it on social media, Blue Sky in particular. Let me move myself out of the way. Yeah, I ordered this plushie a really long time ago. I think I didn't realize that it was being funded at the time that I bought it, or, you know, ordered it. And I was like, dude, where's my plushie? And I was really confused. And then I checked again, and then at some point I got an email saying, oh yeah, the product got funded or whatever. It'll ship out sometime soon. And I was like, oh, I misunderstood. But yeah, I got the plushie. It is right next to me right now. It is extremely adorable. And for some reason, I thought it was going to be bigger, but you literally see the hands on the picture, and it is literally that size. But I, for some reason, thought it would be bigger. But it looks exactly like the picture. It's very, very cute. I don't know if they still sell it. Probably not. I'm not entirely sure how that works. It was a different website than anything I've ever seen. But it's very, very cute. I love it. And yeah, I just wanted to show you. It looks really cute. I still have to think about where to put it because I don't have a lot of space for that many plushies, but it looks good. And I'm really happy with it. It was really cheap too. It was like 20, 30 bucks. Hello, baby owl girl. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Brumo. Hello, how are you? Hope you're doing good. I like that name for myself. Yeah, that is so cute. It is very, very adorable. And it's very fluffy and very soft too. Very, very cute. Yeah. Let me close that again. Other than that, I don't think I did anything else. I mean, that was still pretty crazy. I guess, yeah, I did request a bunch of scabs. I think in total it was like... I posted that I requested 11, but after that I requested like 2 or 3 more, so it must have been like 14 in the end. A lot of these scabs are with other people, so the you're gonna be seeing art of me with other people soon, hopefully this year at some point. I don't know. I didn't look at the expiration time for all of these, but I requested everything that looked cute and that I've been meaning to request for a long time. Yeah, I had a little oopsie and I messed up on a request and I canceled it and I wanted to resend it, and then it got rejected by management, and then I resent it again just a couple of minutes ago before I started the stream. And I hope that it'll work out now. I don't know what I did. It said that it you know, was against TOS, and I don't know what I did that was against TOS. Scab is a little confusing. They don't tell you exactly what TOS you violated, and it's like, okay, well, that is not helpful. If someone is manually rejecting my request because of something I wrote in there, can I, like, know what it was? I don't know what I did. I would like to know, but they won't tell me, so that's unfortunate. Doing good, just studying. I hope you can study whatever you're studying well. I hate studying. I'm glad I'm not in school anymore. And I don't have to study for my work as much because I'm not good at it. But I hope you are good at it, and I hope it goes well. It can be a little weird sometimes. Yeah, I don't know what I did. I don't know what I did. But okay, I resent it again in the big hopes that it'll work out. We'll see. We'll see. But I got a lot of them approved already, which I'm happy happy about. And I can't wait. I'm a big fan of art, and even if it'll cost me my left kidney, it's gonna be worth it, I think. Yeah. I just have to accept it that my bank account is gonna be a little empty. I justified it by telling myself, oh, I got a little bonus in April. It's, yeah, that's good and stuff. But I know this is gonna be a little painful. This is gonna be a little ouchy. I'm okay at it, depends on the vibes. Today is good study vibes. The one thing I was always good at studying was like languages, vocabulary, and the sentence structures were always pretty nice. Though it depends on the language. The only language I really sucked at, like very bad, was French, but I don't know why. That was just an experience. But okay, I think that was everything I wanted to say. Technically, I also played some Ost today, but not very long. Yeah, not very long. End of story. I played it for a bit. I got a little salty over still not beating the high scores I want to beat. I didn't leave it open this time, so we don't have to play it for 4 hours just to prove a point. And yeah, my headache is a little better. Oh god, I had like the worst headache last night. I don't know what it was. Maybe like sore muscles in like the neck area, or like tense muscles, whatever you want to call it. But the headache was so bad. I had trouble falling asleep, which was a little bit insane. I was feeling very delirious by the end of the night. I felt like I was, I don't know, half asleep or like half dead, half alive. That was a very strange feeling, and I would not wish that upon my worst enemies. That was quite something. And then I took like an hour or longer to fall asleep. That was, I don't know what happened, but I feel okay today. Like, I feel like I maybe strained some muscle in my neck area, because sometimes I will like crack my neck in a very weird way that'll strain my muscles, and I think I might have done that, and now it's like the pain is like in the head region, which is bad. But I hope if I just leave it to rest a little bit that it'll get better. My headache is definitely a lot better today. I don't have an earth-shattering or world-shattering headache anymore, so yeah, which is really good. I'm the opposite. I suck at languages, but I'm really good at math and science. I wish that was me. It's to no one's surprise that I suck at math. I think, yeah, it became really obvious when we played Paper Lily, which is maybe the reason why we should never play it again. But there was a puzzle that required you to do some math, and I literally, for the love of God, could not do it. I could not do it, and yeah, I'm afraid that when we play Professor Layton, you're gonna notice how bad I really am, which is a shame, but yeah, we make do. You'll just have to accept that I suck and not laugh at me, I beg. Awful when that happens. Please take care of yourself. I will. It's all good. I've been resting. I've been stretching and like, yeah, just gently moving my head to like stretch out the muscle, if that is how that works. But yeah, other than that, I think that was pretty much it. That was quite a day. I feel productive, even though all I did was mostly play video games, which was fun. And I'm glad that I got to do that, because I've not been able to do that in a long time. So yeah, I mean, off stream, or I have been, but I just didn't. You know what I mean? I haven't done it. That's it. Gonna lay back and enjoy the show for sure. Do that. Yeah, that's gonna be fun. Also, hello Space, welcome. How are you? I'm gonna get a different CRT tomorrow. CRT? What do you mean by CRT? It's B&O CRT, which are apparently kind of fancy. See, hold on, let me, what is CRT? Wait, do you mean... I don't know why. I forgot what CRT meant. Yeah, I'm so sorry. Yeah, of course. Oh my god, I forgot what that meant for a second. I was like, wait, what is a CRT again? And then I looked it up and I was like, oh, never mind. I'm stupid. Yeah. The old TVs. Yeah. I am a little sad because not too long ago, I remember, when I say not too long ago, that was probably like 10 years ago, let's be honest. But I remember we had a CRT at home. We had that for the longest time. It was an old relic in my family home. And for some reason, we decided to gift that CRT to my stepsister, who I'm pretty sure in like 2015 did not need a CRT, but we gave it to her. And I'm so certain that she just threw it out sometime soon after. I don't know why we gave it to her, and I'm upset that we did because that was a very beautiful CRT. It was enormous. It was gigantic. But it was beautiful. It was amazing. It was an amazing TV. It was really, really good. Still haven't opened that CRT that I got. It's so big and heavy. I want one, to be honest. I think I posted this in the Discord one time, but there's this Twitter account that sometimes will post Higurashi screenshots on an old tube. I don't know if it's a TV necessarily or just an old monitor, but it looks so good. I love how I love how retro it looks, and it looks really, really cool. And I feel like that would be such a peak experience, playing old visual novels or just, I don't know, just RPG Maker games or something like that on an old TV like that. It sounds so cool. It sounds really nice. And I wish I still had one, but I'm not gonna get one just for that. That would be silly. I will just enjoy people like River playing with a CRT on stream. I think that'll make me happier in the long run. I recall the same in my old home. We had I'm just gonna say Löwe because that's how you would spell it in German if you didn't spell the Ö. Löwe CRT was a big one, and it used to cost like over 1,000 gulden, old Dutch currency pre-euro. How much would 1,000 gulden be in euro? That's 515 euros, which is quite a lot. That is quite a lot. Yeah, I don't know how much the CRT that we gave to my stepsister was, but it was really big. Like, I don't know the brand anymore, unfortunately, because I didn't care about it back then. I was just like, why are we giving a CRT away in 2015 to someone who will probably just get a normal TV sometime soon? I was a little confused about that, so I didn't really care about the CRT itself, but it was, like, when I say it was big, it was, like, bigger than my dog. It was really huge. It might have been really, really, really old. I remember that it was mostly sitting on the floor in the hallway for, like, the majority of my life because it was just too big to put it anywhere. Apparently in 1998, €1 was worth 2 marks. Yeah, I'm not too familiar with Mark. Deutsche Mark, which is the pre-euro currency for Germany. When was the euro introduced again? I'm never able to remember. Let me see. 2002. Wow, I was even alive during that time. I was alive during that time. But yeah, obviously I was too young to remember. But yeah, I never got to pay with Mark. Mine is 24 inches, but it's crazy how it doesn't sound big in PC monitor size, but it's huge in CRT size. I could imagine. Yeah, I think I have 24-inch monitors right in front of me, and if I had to, like, compared to the CRT that we had, it might have been a little bit smaller, but like slightly. Not too much. Difficult to say right now, but in my memory, it was like maybe a little bit smaller, but only slightly. But the thing itself, like the whole TV was enormous. EU folk apparently have it good since most TVs came out with EU SCART port, which is like the best signal such a TV could carry. I am not familiar with SCART ports. Huh. I don't think I ever, or did I? I don't think I've ever seen a SCART port before. My first TV was not a CRT. I had a very modern TV as my first TV, and the CRT was like an old relic, so by the time I was able to understand what was going on with that, we already had it somewhere on the floor just sitting around collecting dust. So I never got to like look at the ports and the connections and everything. Interesting. Never seen this before. Don't you think that as a very small child, the money we used was basically a brand new idea? Yeah, as a kid, I never thought about it. Because you like grow up with euros, if you like grew up around the 2000s, you're like, you didn't question it. And at some point you're like, everyone tells you, oh yeah, back in the day we had the Deutsche Mark. And they tell you, oh yeah, this used to be that and that much in Mark back then. And I'm like, dude, that doesn't tell me anything. I don't know what that means. But yeah, I keep forgetting just how recent the introduction of euro in Germany in particular was. I don't know, was it? I don't even know if it was introduced to all the countries in the EU at the same time or not. I don't even know. Because isn't there... Okay, actually, you know what? Let's not talk about... Let's not talk about that sort of stuff, because you'll realize how little history knowledge I have and how little I know about politics and geography. Yeah, let's not talk about that, actually. I will just make a fool out of myself. I'm not good at that sort of stuff. I'm sorry. I have very limited knowledge when it comes to that. Yeah, let's leave it at that. Red, yellow, and white cables. I'm afraid to say that I don't think so. And if I do, I forgot about it. I remember when I was young, I had a loft bed in my room with a 12-inch TV and media console with a bunch of input switches. A loft bed is something I wanted my entire life but never had. But yeah, if I think back on the TV I had, 12 inches could also be like the size I had. It was like half the size of my monitor, roughly. Yeah, it was a very small TV. But it was a good one. It was a good one. I think it was a Samsung TV. And the only reason I had it was obviously to watch TV, which you used to do back in the day. I haven't watched TV in like at least a decade, which is crazy. And I used to play, that was like the main use for the TV in my room. Otherwise I could have gone to like the living room or something. But I used to play Animal Crossing in my room, and I had the TV up on my... what would you call it? My dresser. And I had to, since my bed was so awkwardly placed in the room, I had to stand in front of my dresser to play Animal Crossing. And I couldn't even sit on my bed. It was very awful. It was a bad experience. But that's how I played Animal Crossing on the Wii for multiple hours a day. It was quite an experience. And you know, back in the day, I stood up while playing video games. That was crazy. I miss that. I know that you can technically do that with like the Switch, but you know, the Wii is different because you had to like point it at your sensors and everything. The remote, I mean, not remote, the controller. And that was fun. That was fun. I also remember the Xbox Kinect technology. I didn't use it too much because the Xbox belonged to my brother, but it was definitely interesting back in the day. But I never got to use it very often. England was super fucking stubborn and didn't comply with using the EU currency. I mean, they still haven't. They're also, I mean, I guess at this point they will never probably do that because they're not part of the EU anymore, but you know, it is a little bit annoying. But I think currently the pound is worth less than the euro, so I'm not upset about it. But back in the day when I used to import stuff from the UK, the pound was insanely expensive. Like I think I bought Danganronpa V3. I think I imported that from the UK and it cost me almost twice as much. And that was incredible. That was insane. The amount of money that I had to pay just because I was importing it from the UK. Like even that was when the UK was still in the EU and that was painful. It was painful. But now it's not worth as much, which is the, you know, good and bad for, you know, you know, for multiple reasons. Yeah, I'm sure that people regret how they voted or how the lack of voting resulted in this situation. But you know, it is in the past now. We can only hope that, you know, everything works itself out. But yeah, and that feels like not that long ago that they left the European Union, but I think it's been quite a few years since then. I don't even know when that happened, but it feels like it wasn't that long ago. But it was probably already a couple of years ago. Yeah, multiple, very, very many years. I don't remember. I have very bad memory if you haven't noticed yet. But okay, let us maybe get into the game that we're supposed to be playing today. Yeah, Higurashi, remember that old little game? Yeah, I'm trying to think whether or not we should start the ad break right now. Yeah, I will start the ad break right now, and I'll just start up the game in the meantime. So we don't have to go on an actual break, because I don't feel like going on an actual break right now, and I'm just silent during the intro or opening cutscene anyway. So I can just boot it up while the ads play through, and then we have an hour of ad-free stream. Isn't that good? Also, hello Lucas, welcome. How are you? Bug Fables. I don't know what Bug Fables is. Okay. Let me boot up the game. I hope it'll capture. Oh yeah, it does. Okay, let me start the ads like right now. I'm gonna drink something in the meantime. I love this opening. I agree with the modest. This is a really good one. I love this one. This is probably my favorite one. I just love the drums that they have. It's really peak. I love it. But yeah, Bug Fables. Didn't someone mention that to me, or did I see someone play this? I feel like I've seen this before, and I feel like I've talked about it on stream before. I might be losing it though. But Bug Fables looks really cute. I might have to try it out because Paper Mario bug themed sounds good. Sounds cute. Also, hello user. And yeah, Azrael. I only talked about, okay, I did talk about Hollow Knight quite a lot, honestly. So yeah, we're done talking about the game. Don't worry about it. So wow, Lucas, congrats on first. Wow. I like the last one a lot. Me too. I like all of them. I think the only one I didn't like as much, but still liked, was the one where Akasaka was also in. I think that was chapter 4, yeah. Also, hello David, welcome, how are you? Hope we're doing good. Nipa to you too. It's come up on stream before. Okay, so I'm not crazy. Yeah. We talked about Trello. I didn't think people looked at the Trello, because I don't update it very often, but I think it's still fairly up to date because of me playing games at a pace that is a snail paced. Yeah. So I'm gonna put Bug Fables on the list. Or Bug Fable? Bug Fables. Bug Fables. Add card. Wow, another game. What do we have on the Trello, even? Fast as heck, boy! Hold on, I can even share the Trello with you. Wowee. Wowee, you can look at this in real time! Let me see. What do we even have here? Oh yeah, Paper Lily Chapter 1. We'll definitely get back to that. Don't worry about it. It'll only take us 3 years. What else do we have on the list? Monster Hunter World. The chance of me ever getting back to this on stream is like so slim. I will probably just play this off stream with friends and stuff every now and then. There's a very low chance I'll ever get back to this on stream. Genshin Impact. Yeah, we'll never play that on stream again, probably. Fields of Mystery. Probably never gonna play that on stream again. Which spring we're gonna play on stream again? The question is when. I'm not sure. I actually forgot. I forgot this was ongoing. Yeah, I have to schedule this in sometime before I forget all about it, or restart it, or play it off stream. The chance that this is coming back is fairly high though. Infinity Nikki, probably not. Not a game I would usually play on stream. Paper Lily. Monhan when? We might play Wilds at some point when I ever get it. Someday. Oh god, there's too many. Look at the list. Look at the list. It's too many. It is too many. It's a lot of games. Kanban stream? Oh yeah, that would be amazing, wouldn't it? Yeah, which spring R is like the most likely? Can I like, hold on, how do I, oh my god, I don't know how this works. Never coming, or actually, banished to the Shadow Realm. This is, okay, maybe Fields of Mystery, it's not, the chance is not 0, but, okay, I'm gonna leave these 3 in here. Infinity Nikki and Genshin Impact are, like, things I will maybe play when I have, like, literally nothing else to play, but, like, it's so unlikely. We need to come up with a priority system so we can make a backlog. Yeah. Yeah, to be honest, yeah, it's a returning topic. We've talked about this so many times, but maybe this is also like the wrong time to do this. But okay, if I were to like very quickly make a list called 2025, let's bring that like here. Let me look at the list in like speed run fashion. What I definitely do want to play this year, let me see. Which is probably not a lot. There's only like a handful of games I want to play this year for sure. I want to play End Roll. Heavy Rain. Oh my god, yeah, that's gonna be fun. And Stars in Time, I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. Miso could be fun for like Halloween. That's like a likely candidate. Mother 3. Hoo. Math washing. Oh god, this is already too many games for 1 year, isn't it? I noticed that. Okay, maybe not one shot. I'm still traumatized by it. But also Off. Isn't there like a remake coming out? I have to play Off this year. This is now a Trello cleanup stream. It is. Also, hello, Lemon. Welcome. How are you? Or Jess. Hello, Lemon, aka Jess. How are you? You're gonna play Baldur's Gate with me? It was right there. Baldur's Gate with Austin. I mean, we can. I'm not against it. That would be kind of fun. We can make that a collab even. Wink, wink. A Heavy Rain stream will be so fun. It would be, wouldn't it? It would be. But I need some time to pass since I just watched Uni play it. But yeah, we might do that. Mother 3 is cool. Yeah, I can't believe I've never played it before. I really want to play One Shot, but it's like, I'm scared. I'm really scared. A lot of these are visual novels I probably need to like take out of the list because I will play them on my own. The Last of Us. We recently talked about this. This list is never getting finished this year. We're never getting to the end of that. We're gonna start Umineko this year, I'm pretty sure. Since we're gonna play it right after Higurashi ends. Okay, yeah, this is already too many games for 1 year. Also, I noticed Paper Mario is not on this list. I wanted to play Paper Mario this year. And Professor Layton First Trilogy. These are, okay. I can sort them by, like, priority. I definitely want to play the 1 and 2 is what I'm gonna say here. These two are a must. There's no way we're not playing these. Professor Layton even before Paper Mario, probably. And then Umineko, definitely. Hello Charlotte, definitely. End Roll, definitely. Oh, I forgot. Silent Hill 1 is also one that we'll be playing very soon. And Silent Hill 3... These are very soon. And then Signalis, very soon. I don't know if Signalis is on this list already. And then I recently also got a game gifted. Let me see. Ender Lilies. Yeah. So this list is already ouchie. I haven't played Earthbound or Mother 3. That's what the colors indicate. Yeah, maybe I should have explained that. The green is first playthrough. I think, yeah, yellow is restart and orange is have played before. Yakuza games? Yeah, I have never played a single Yakuza game. I can put it on suggestions. Ace Attorney 1, 2, 3. I own them actually. Yeah, I have to yeah. I own them. I just have to play them. Yeah, I definitely want to play the Ace Attorney games. No worries. Recommend Mario RPG over Paper Mario? Yeah, if you recommended Mario RPG too, I don't know if it's on the list. Yeah, Super Mario RPG. I can put it on planned since it's probably definitely gonna happen. These were all sorted by in alphabetical order, but that is now broken. 1 and 2? No, 1 and 3 actually. Love to see you play these games. I'm very excited. Near Automata but not Replicant? I don't own Replicant, so I don't have it on the list yet. It makes sense to also play that. I know. The after Automata. Yeah. Since you have such a large list, I like a yay or nay type of stream. We can do something. I don't know if we can fill. Okay, I said this before about the Higurashi recap stream. I don't know if we can fill a whole stream just saying yay or nay to things, but yeah, we can do something like that. Uh, so up to Professor Layton, like that's for sure a given. Sorry. What about Mario? I also wanna, I definitely, I wanna. I'm gonna say yes to that. And then the rest, I think Hello Charlotte and Endroll are very short, so we're probably gonna get to these. I think Mouthwashing is also fairly short. Earthbound and Mother 3, I have no idea. So like, everything except for Umineko is like fairly short on this list. I think we can do these within a couple of months, probably. Umineko is gonna take us at least half a year. The rest, I don't know. Misao is also very short. I think off, since they're all RPG Maker games, they tend to be really short. And then we have these, Earthbound and Mother 3, I don't know how long they are. I think Nier is pretty long, and then The Last of Us, I know, is really long. So, we're probably gonna be able to play everything up until Umineko this year, and everything after that is, a maybe. Maybe. Both games have some challenge. I'd recommend playing Earthbound before Mother 3. Okay. Is there, like, other Mother games? Or is it just Mother 3? I don't know too much. Are these games related? I don't really know. I don't know too much about them. I'm gonna be real honest here. Earthbound and Mother 3 are probably around 25 to 30 hours, depending on how many extra stuff you do. That's not too bad. Is it like each or combined? Quality of life patch for Earthbound, since the game has some rough patches gameplay-wise. I was gonna play... Isn't Earthbound available on the Switch? Yeah? Maybe? I thought that was the case. I just wanted to play it over the Switch, to be honest. Each. Okay, so that's you know, relatively long, but we can maybe fit these in. Mother 1, 2, 3 are the names in Japan, NES, SNES, and GBA. Okay. Okay, it's a little confusing, but I think I get it. I think I get it. For like the individual consoles. And Earthbound is basically Mother 2. So what about Mother 1? What happened to that? Does that exist? Do we have something for that? I don't know. Does that exist even? Or is it just or was it never Oh, my fucking finger just cracked really loud. Earthbound Beginnings. I literally have... I don't think I've ever heard of that. I'm just gonna... You know what? I'm gonna write it down. I might have to look into that. But I think this is a pretty good list for this year. That gives us like a little bit of a structure. Do we have anything else? Celeste? Depending on... We can put Celeste on the list and see if we can ever get to that. We still have a lot of months left in the year. 8 months. So we might be able to finish all of this if we, like, hustle. But yeah, I think that is it. I don't think we can fit anything else as of right now. I think this is a pretty good list to start off with. I think this is pretty okay. Beginnings is also on Nintendo Switch Online. Okay. That's good. That's really good. I didn't know that. Mother 3 was never originally officially released, so you'll need the unofficial English patch. Okay. I have to look into that then. I don't know anything about the games other than everyone really loves them. Insane that May is a week away. Yeah, I can't believe that we're already almost halfway through the year. I feel like it was literally just Christmas last week. I can't believe it's already April, or basically already May, and it's scary. It is very, very scary. I don't like it because time is passing way too fast. Fan base behind the Mother games is gigantic. Yeah. I can imagine. It is such a staple in gaming, and everyone is always really shocked when I tell them, oh, I haven't played it yet, actually. Yeah, we're zooming through the year. But yeah, the good thing about that is that we're gonna get winter very soon, but we have to survive summer, unfortunately. I do not look forward to summer whatsoever. The next week we have days over 20 degrees Celsius, so I can only imagine what the summer is gonna be like, and I want to die already. But yeah, we're getting older together, unfortunately. My birthday is in like how many weeks? 2? Unfortunately, yeah. The joke about the unofficial English patch is that even though Nintendo is notorious for sending cease and desist on literally anything, they have not done so for this fan translation for decades now. Okay, well, I get the unofficial title now. Because, yeah, I also only know Nintendo as the company who shoots down literally anything. And the fact that they leave that up is telling enough. 3 extra months. I don't like how fast the year is going. You know, if it gets me to Christmas sooner, I will take it, actually. I will take it. Happy 2-week early birthday, because I will probably forgo. Yeah, it's fine. Thank you. I will probably not mention it either, so, yeah. I appreciate it. I will probably not mention it, so you will never know on the day unless someone else tells you, in which case, oops. Okay, but enough sorting through games for this year. I think we have a pretty good list as of right now. Let's actually get into the one game that is that we're currently playing, yeah? I think Space gave a little recap on what happened. Let me scroll up. When was that? Somewhere around here? Then I crashed out, spoke with Takano and Oishi, and is probably gonna find the Oishi's probably gonna find the bodies. Very likely. Yeah, we had the whole maggots squirming inside of her veins. We also said that we would update the note document. I'm gonna be honest, we probably will need another at least half a stream for that. Or maybe I will just fill out the notes beforehand, and then we can have a little recap, and then try to fill in any gaps that I may have left. We'll see. Maybe it is worth to do another stream and to like go over all of the notes that we have and like try to make sense of it. I will think about it. I will think about it. Feel free to like give me suggestions if you have a good idea for what we should do. I feel like I still haven't done anything this year. Same. Same. This year is weird. This is probably the worst feeling year so far. I feel like I've done nothing. Nothing. Except for stream, kind of. A little bit. March was wonky, but you know. Time to tear out maggots, wriggling and squirming. Yeah, we can just, honestly, at that point, I feel like I would just leave them in there. Oh, okay, we're getting straight to the meat of things. Okay, I don't know, I never know how to adjust the volume for Higurashi. Pro streamer locked in this year. This week? I locked in. I fucking locked in so hard. I don't think I've ever streamed every single day of a week. I'm so proud of myself. We streamed every single day this week. And, yeah, things were looking a little scary for tomorrow's collab since Tsaro's fiber cable died. But I think it should be back up for tomorrow. So we are still on for the collab, which is good, and I still haven't decided if I will stream before the collab or not, but technically my streak is not broken if I am in the collab tomorrow, yeah. It still counts. Edna deserves better. She is struggling. She does. She deserves the world. I feel bad for her. Also, thank you. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. Okay, let me quickly stop my yapping. Let me get some water in me, and then we can start the reading. All right. I think we're currently reading Takano's scrapbook, is my wild guess here. About homing ability and homesickness. If you interpret homing ability in a broad sense, you can say that most animals have a homing ability. I don't entirely know what that means. Okay. It's the same with humans. We like to sleep, rest, and eat at a place where we feel comfortable, namely our homes. Your home is to you what nests are to animals. Therefore, we can say that humans have a homing ability as well. First of all, why do animals need nests? The answer is the same as for humans. Sleeping, resting, and eating are the essential actions for survival. At the same time, those actions leave one defenseless as well. That's why you need a safe area where you can be defenseless. Everybody knows that not having the safe area results in a high level of stress. Okay, but like especially for humans because we live in a society. When you move an animal to a new environment, it naturally becomes stressed. When you force a person to live in a foreign land where they aren't comfortable, they become greatly stressed as well. Everybody also knows that this kind of stress is called homesickness. The Japanese don't know much about homesickness. We defined it as mental weakness, and we neglected to treat it for a long period of time. Mental weakness, that is interesting. You, society. However, homesickness has a very long history. In Europe's Middle Ages, people believed that it wasn't a mental but rather a physical disease. People also believed that out of everyone, the Swiss got the disease the most. That is interesting. Okay. Is this supposed to be describing what Rena went through? That's like a very, very strong homesickness. Like, that's pretty insane. I do not want to have that kind of homesickness. The Swiss, you see, were known to be an ethnic group that worked away from home in that era. They lived far away from their homes. There were no telephones at that time, so they couldn't even hear their families' voices for ages and ages. It's easy to imagine that the young Swiss workers got homesick while working in a strange land. The Swiss who got homesick wanted to go home. But they couldn't because of their jobs. The conflict made them weak physically and mentally. Some of them went crazy and tried to escape from their reality by committing suicide or running away. The Swiss at the time were very superstitious, and many folk remedies and occult-like treatments to prevent homesickness went around. Since going home was the only treatment, they must have called it a fatal disease. But it really isn't one, of course. Specifically, homesickness is a sign of that human homing instinct. Your brain desires to go back to your safe area, namely your home. I don't think I ever had homesickness, though I also haven't been away from my home for like really long periods of time. I think 2 weeks was like the max for me, except for that one time where my mom took me to Venezuela when I was like 8 years old. I think we stayed there for a couple of months, but even then I felt okay. At first, your brain makes you remember the happy memories of your home, and it urges you to go home in a natural way. But when reason stops you from achieving your desire, your brain starts sending unnatural signals to your body. As a result, your body gets weak, and that makes it more difficult for you to live in a strange land. In the end, you have to bend reason in order to achieve your desire to go home. So, homesickness is born from our homing instincts. And the stronger one's homing instinct is, the stronger their homesickness. The strength of that homing instinct varies from individual to individual and depends on the environment in which those individuals live. When your home is safe and the environment you live in is dangerous, your homing instincts grow stronger. On the other hand, when the environment you live in is safer than your homing instincts become very weak. Safety isn't the only element that affects its strength. Cultural aspects affect it too. The many customs demanding families to return home for major events vary with each region, so your birthplace's culture also alters the strength of your homing instinct. Amongst those regions, the transcendents of Onigafuchi village were believed to have an excessively strong homing instinct. Transcendents meaning demons in this case? I think that's what they were called, the demons in particular. Or at least the people who have demon blood. The people of Onigafuchi forbade their fellows from ever leaving. Many believe this was the effect of the elitism and sense of purity I already mentioned before. People today still strongly believe that Oyashiro-sama put his curse on you if you break his rule and abandon the village. This superstition can be interpreted as homesickness. If homesickness is directly proportional to one's homing instinct, then the exaggerated expression curse would signify the strength of that homesickness and also their homing instinct. I can assume that they hated the outside world and created an insular society precisely because of their powerful homing ability. Unfortunately, there's no way to measure the strength of the homing ability that the primitive people of Onigafuchi had. It was so strongly forbidden to leave the village that nobody left long enough to get homesick. So you have to leave for like a specific amount of time? Is that why when Teppei moved to, what was it, Okinomiya? To live with, God, what was her name? I already forgot. Ritsuko? Is that why, or maybe, I don't even know if Okinomiya counts as leaving Hinamizawa since it's so close to Hinamizawa. But maybe he also didn't leave for long enough, though it must have been at least a year. But he still didn't get quote-unquote cursed. However, after the Meiji era, things changed. The sacredness of Onigafuchi dwindled with the efforts of modernization. Many young people started longing for city life, and some people were forced to leave the village to get a job. As a result, villagers started venturing outside the village borders. That was when the transcendents of Onigafuchi realized how strong their homing ability was for the first time. The residents of Hinamizawa got extremely homesick. After a while, people started to call this homesickness the curse of Oyashiro-sama. It became rumored that a person who left the village to get a job in a strange land was cursed, that he went crazy and died, and people who had left the village started coming back to either it or the nearby town. So I guess Okinomiya does count. Their homesickness and their homing ability were very strong because of their culture. It's reasonable to think that these were cultivated by the unique religion in Hinamizawa, namely the cult of Oyashiro-sama. From the moment they were born, they were taught the rules of Oyashiro-sama. They must have felt guilty about leaving the village unconsciously. As a result, they considered their homesickness to be the curse of Oyashiro-sama. I'm not sure if their homesickness got stronger because of the rules of Oyashiro-sama, or if they made the rules of Oyashiro-sama because their homesickness got stronger. I don't know which came first, chicken or the egg situation. So technically, Takano, we know that she doesn't seem to believe in a lot of the supernatural stuff that you would start to believe at first glance. Like, oh yeah, they are really being cursed. That's why they literally get maggots inside of their veins and everything. That makes sense, I guess? To like get so homesick that you would like maybe take your own life, but that doesn't explain why people like Komitake and Rika in chapter 5 end up scratching open their own throat and killing themselves, or even Shion, who killed herself when you pick the wrong choice. They start getting an itchy throat, and for some reason they scratch it open and kill themselves because of that. But that can't be because of homesickness, because all of that happened in Hinamizawa. I know that there's more rules to Oyashiro-sama, but like, then it has to be supernatural, right? It has to have some supernatural element, otherwise it just doesn't make sense. Because homesickness is a non-supernatural event. Like, that's just something that happens to people. And even if the beliefs or like cultural background is so strong that they end up doing something like that, the rest just doesn't entirely make sense to me yet. Also, hello Yugi, how are you? Hope you're doing good. If I have the lore right, the scratches happen because Rena has been watching the videotapes Keiichi has been giving her. Wow. 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 Wow, Amaris. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. God damn it. Keiichi, I didn't know he was Kyuta Shiba. For a second, I was like, have I missed something? Did I miss something about videotapes? And then it clicked in my brain. I got tired of reading such small print and lay down on the floor on my back. The true identity of the curse of Oyashiro-sama is homesickness? Mio-san believed my story, and she let me read these scrapbooks. That's why I expected to find something interesting. But what it's saying is that the answer to it all is homesickness, which many doctors told me so many times at counseling. I'm a little upset. The word homesickness can't explain the extraordinary experience I had. I saw Oyashiro-sama come down to me from a bright light in the bathroom. I saw the dusky red, nasty maggots come out of my blood vessels. The scrapbook doesn't explain any of that. I don't understand how Mio-san was going to explain the cloud of maggots. Maybe she didn't have any explanation of that to begin with. Was it just a delusion? I flipped through one of the other scrapbooks Mio-san let me borrow, looking for an explanation of the maggots I saw. Oh, then I found it. It had the exact title I was looking for. Ooh, okay. So maybe we're not entirely crazy. About maggots and the curse of Oyashiro-sama. In the Meiji era, a group of villagers were on their way back to Hinamizawa, and they started discussing a rumor about a weird disease. They said that maggots started crawling out of the wound of a person who left Hinamizawa, and that the maggots ate the person's body from the inside. The Shinto priest of the Furude shrine at that time explained that the weird disease was a sign of the curse of Oyashiro-sama. According to tradition, The Shinto priest showed the villagers an ancient scroll, and he told them that the story of the maggots had been passed down through the ages. This is what the scroll said. The world where the demons came from must be interpreted as the land of death. And the demons in that land of death had to live their lives while being eaten by maggots. That is disgusting. The villagers who were of the demon's blood had nothing to worry about as long as they lived in Hinamizawa under the protection of Oyashiro-sama. But once they left Hinamizawa, abandoning that protection, the maggots that had been sleeping in the blood of the demons would start to awaken, and they'd eat their bodies from the inside out. This maggot disease scared the villagers for a while, and they asked the shrine to provide them with the protective talismans whenever they had to leave the village on business. This is interesting, as it's similar to the way homesickness was dealt with by the Swiss in the Middle Ages. By using talismans? I did not know that. After the war started, the delusion of the maggot disease faded away, but there remained a custom to send talismans to families that lived away from Hinamizawa. The talismans had the word maggot on them. But the most interesting part about all this is that the residents of Hinamizawa didn't know about the maggot disease until the rumors began. I thought that their unconscious worship made those people think of homesickness as a curse. So this case of the previously unknown maggot disease directly contradicted the research I had done so far. It's natural to think that the group of people who were on their way back to the village were lost in a mass delusion because they strongly believed in the curse, and that the Shinto priest took advantage of their state of panic to instill a deeper faith in them. You know, that's not too unlikely. Knowing the people of Hinamizawa, I wouldn't even be surprised if that was like part of it. But I'm not fully convinced that it was merely a coincidence that this mass delusion matched with the story in the old picture scroll. I wonder if it's possible to see maggots in a wound without having the prerequisite knowledge when a person is cursed by Oyashiro-sama. I mean, Rena did. Unless she knew about the maggots, which I'm guessing a kid her age back in the day did not. I wish Oyashiro-sama would put his curse on someone I could study. That is okay, that is rude, but also very on brand for Takano. I'd love to see those maggots coming out of someone. That is fucked up. That is fucked up, Takano. I felt as if Mio-san was here and making that request of me. I remember, when she gave me the scrapbooks, she said that I might be the only one who could understand them. I felt good for just a moment, because I found out that the maggots weren't a delusion. But at the same time, it destroyed my excuse that it was a delusion. I wouldn't say that it still isn't a delusion. It could have been... I mean, Takano even said that it could have been mass delusion. But still, very confusing. I don't know what to make of this. Either it is mass delusion or it isn't. Let me scroll up for a bit about the... I want to... ancient scroll. And he told them that the stories of the maggots have been passed down through the ages. Are people in Hinamizawa just doomed to weird delusions? Is that just what happens to them? And that's why they had a scroll back then? Like way back, even with that? Or is it really maggots? Either mass delusion has been going on for centuries, or there really is something going on. Also, hello, Avila, welcome. Thank you for the lurk. Let me give you a shout out. Hope you're doing good. Also, I know it's late for you, so I hope you have I hope you have a good night. Please check out Avila. She's the one who made my first ever model, the little chibi one, that you may or may not know. I think most people here probably still know that model. It's not that long ago. I used it literally at the beginning of this year. Takano's scrapbook is definitely feeding into Rena's paranoia. Yeah, this is not helping because the fact that she's practically denying mass delusion or delusions of any kind is not good, because I don't think that helps Rena in any way. I think that is only going to make it worse for her. I think accepting that those might have been delusions of hers is the healthiest approach, even if that sounds weird. That's the one I found you with? Exactly. So yeah, please check out Avila. Yeah, excuse destroyed. The maggots weren't a delusion. They were there. All of a sudden, my wrists, elbows, inner thighs, and neck started itching. No. Don't, please, do not do that. I felt the urge to cut open a blood vessel, but I quietly held it down. I remember that Mio-san looked very serious when I talked about the maggots. She must have thought it was creepy. But so did I. While I was crying because nobody believed me, a part of me didn't want to believe that my body was filled with those creepy things. I think part of me wanted to believe that it was a delusion. But now I know it wasn't. It wasn't a delusion. There are some people who had the same experience. But that doesn't mean that it wasn't a delusion. That just means that more people might have had delusions. Or, okay, there's like two possibilities. Mass delusion, or people really do get maggots inside of their blood vessels for whatever reason. But then also, if we think back to Rika scratching open her neck, Shion watched all of that and she did not see maggots coming out of Rika's neck. So unless she didn't mention it because it wasn't interesting to her, which I refuse to believe, that means that she did not see maggots coming out of Rika's body, which means that it probably is a delusion on the part of the person scratching open their neck. Rika was injected with something before she did that, though. God. We still don't even know what that is. Okay, but at least we're getting somewhere, I feel like. Slowly but surely. It just gets more and more confusing, but I feel like we're slowly getting there. Maggots in the demon's blood will awaken when you lose the protection of Oyashiro-sama. In other words, they may not awaken under the protection of Oyashiro-sama. But all the villagers still have the maggots in them without knowing it. I wonder if that would be so funny if the injection was somehow a blessing that suppresses the maggots, but that doesn't explain why she ended up scratching up her throat still. People of the demon's blood are people who have the creepy maggots in their bodies. I tried not to jump to conclusions and flipped the pages again. I unconsciously looked for something related to maggots. About parasites and control of the host. The maggot disease made me think about something. Is it possible to say that the extremely strong homesickness of Hinamizawa was an infectious disease caused by some kind of parasite? I'm not trying to connect the maggots they saw with parasites. I'm trying to think about the possibility that their culture, their religion, might be associated with an infectious disease. Many infectious diseases are caused unintentionally by parasites. This would also explain the Hinamizawa syndrome, where people experience, delusions. What was it? Just general sickness. I think it was even coughing and stuff like that, if I'm not completely mistaken. It was Rika's alter ego that ended her life in that specific way. I mean, but like, if you kill the body, I mean, Rika was dead. Doesn't matter which version of her died. Both versions were kind of gone after that, because they both lived inside of her. A parasite's host is literally its home. It wants to live within the host's body for as long as it can. The best way to do that is to coexist with the host without knowing the host knowing it. Without the host knowing it. I read that wrong. But some parasites try to control their hosts and use them for prosperity. For example, some parasites have an ability to control their host in order to force them to be eaten by a superior host. A typical example is the you can read it yourself. It uses snails or ants as intermediate hosts, and it forces them to move to the upper side of vegetation so that it's easier for a superior host to consume it. One parasite that controls more complicated animals is called Toxoplasma gondii. It uses mice as intermediate hosts, with the superior hosts being cats. This parasite makes a mouse lose its fear of cats in order to increase its chance of getting eaten, so that the parasite can live within the cat instead. There are parasites that choose hosts at random. The rabies virus is commonly known for that. It lives and breeds in the brain of a host, and it moves into the host's saliva through the salivary glands. I think I learned about the toxoplasma in school. Yeah, I definitely heard about it before as well. There's many parasites like that. It makes the host extremely aggressive in order to make it bite things randomly, so that it in turn can move into other hosts through the saliva. That's what rabies does. Many parasites have a similar ability to control hosts to their benefit. The examples I used above are about parasites that move into other hosts to prosper. But I think there must be some kind of parasite that controls its host in order to have a comfortable environment in which to live. I want to try to connect this theory to the abnormal homing ability and homesickness of the Onigafuchi residents. Rabies is one of the scariest things on Earth. I don't know too much about rabies, but the things that I've heard about it are terrifying enough. So yeah, it is quite something. It's very interesting though, the way that it works, which my understanding of it is very basic. But I saw a documentary about I don't even, God, what was it about? Some animal, and they briefly touched upon the topic of rabies, which was scary. Incurable and can be hard to detect the symptoms in other animals. Yep, it is very, very scary. Let's say there's some kind of parasite that exists in Hinamizawa and it lives within all of the villagers' bodies. For the parasite, Hinamizawa is the most comfortable environment to live in. So it gives the host a strong homing ability in order to make them stay in Hinamizawa. Furthermore, it causes the hosts to get homesick whenever they ignore this homing ability and try to leave. Parasites need hosts in which to live. It's convenient for them if their hosts build a community and in the environment where it feels comfortable. This theory makes it easier for me to explain the mysteries I described earlier. The Transcendents of Onigafuchi knew about the existence of this parasite. They knew that as hosts of to the parasites, they couldn't live outside of the village. That's why they created a culture and rules that prohibited contact with the outside world. There's a parasite that attaches to snails and controls their movement, I think. I don't think I have heard of that one, but that is also kind of scary. Since we talked about games I want to play this year, another thing that comes to mind is, of course, the in the game it works very differently than how it works in real life, but there are some similarities between the Last of Us cordyceps and the actual cordyceps. I think it's a mushroom. I looked into this when I was like really obsessed with The Last of Us when it came out, when I was a little younger than now. Yeah, it's also considered a parasite. And I think it can take over, God, what I know that it can take over some animals. Okay, well, I won't look it up right now because I think I'm the only person who cares about that mushroom. But I know that it can take over certain creatures. I'm not sure if it was, oh my god. Oh god. That is funny. If you look up cordyceps on Google, you get a little mushroom symbol at the bottom of your screen. And when you click on it, it grows those spores that it also has in The Last of Us. That's funny. Maybe that's because of the series currently running, the season 2. Anyway, I'm drifting off. I'm sorry. Yeah. It also explains why people acted so abnormal during the dam conflict. So, the demons that came out of the swamp in the legend of Oyashiro-sama can be interpreted as the mass spread of the parasite. The story about the demons attacking the villagers must be a metaphor for the behavior of the infected villagers, who were controlled by the parasite. I googled it after you said it and I still gasped in surprise. It's pretty cool. I like that they implemented that. It looks very nice. And it stays on your screen too, which is funny. This theory is too crazy. I should have just laughed about it. But I felt bad for Mio-san, so I decided not to. Hinamizawa is controlled by a parasite? Not unlikely if you consider the gas outbreak and the effects it has on people. You could use that theory to explain how the maggots came out of me. I felt a little bit dizzy. I was so confused, and a part of me thought it was ridiculous. And another part of me thought it was more convincing than any curse. Technically, that is more convincing than any curse. Because curses are supernatural, while parasites are, you know, not. This one might be. But Mio-san was probably erased because she wrote those scrapbooks. If so, the contents of these scrapbooks must be something that they can't ignore. They try to get all of her scrapbooks and consign them to oblivion. What if they notice some of her scrapbooks are missing? I wonder if she has more even. I felt a chill running through my spine. I have to keep it a secret that I have these scrapbooks. And I'll have to try to understand more about their contents. I remember that crunch crunch munch munch in earlier chapters. Right, that was before Shion died, to like scratching open her own throat, which would kind of relate to the being eaten from the inside. If you think about it, technically, could be that she was eaten up alive from the inside, and you know, maybe like she felt it in her neck and she tried to get it out. You know, maybe she also experienced the maggots. I think that is very much related. I'll have to try to understand more about their contents. I remember Mio-san told me that the 3 families are behind a series of mysterious deaths and that they're trying to resurrect the cult of Oyashiro-sama. According to the theory I just read, the parasite must be trying to maintain the current environment of Hinamizawa. The healthiest environment for it is a completely closed village, just like the primitive Onigafuchi. It must be very comfortable for the parasite if no hosts go outside the village. They don't even like that the villagers often leave the village to go shopping. That means the parasite would try to goad the hosts into resurrecting the cult of Oyashiro-sama. I remember there was an article in the scrapbook saying that the demon's blood runs thickest in the 3 families. That would mean that they have a larger amount of the parasite in them than the other villagers, and that they're under its control. Not unlikely. We know that, especially the Sonozaki family is like considered to like pass down a demon throughout the generations. And the Furuta family, you know, being so connected to the overall story of Hinamizawa just means that they must be somehow also heavily connected to like the demon lore. So demon lore to me is also connected to the parasites or the maggots in this case. As we know from Miyakashi, the Sonozakis aren't really the culprits. That is true, but it doesn't mean that they aren't somehow influenced. We know that technically they didn't really do anything. I mean that's also not right to say. I feel like they are definitely involved in some parts of what happens around Hinamizawa, but they're definitely not the ones at fault. They're not the main culprits. But it could be that they are very highly affected by, I guess, the curse. The three families seem to be planning to bring the village back to the Onigafuchi era. Reviving the Watanagashi festival after the dam conflict can be interpreted as their desire to revive the faith that had started to fade away in the Meiji era. Also, it's kind of funny how the parasite that Takano described is kind of like, if you use a different name for it, isn't it just like, how do I phrase this? Isn't it basically just indoctrination? Which, I mean, a parasite that wants people to stay at a certain place so that they can prosper in that place. I don't know, the parasite you described sounded less like an actual parasite and more just like cult-like behavior, more like what happens when you indoctrinate people from a young age. It just seems like a parasite, but not in the actual parasite as a, you know, as an actual parasite, but as a side effect of indoctrination and cult-like behavior and religion, which we tackle a lot in this story. So maybe not quite a literal parasite. Yeah, more like a metaphor for what it is. Although Takano does mean it in like the actual parasite way, but difficult. But could be both. Could be both. The three families, especially the Sonozaki family, have a great influence over the region and the public organizations. What's going on here? I thought this to be a poorly written theory, but the pieces fit together one after another. I've never played a jigsaw puzzle as crazy as this. I've had my brain swirling due to this absurd theory. Part of me thought this was ridiculous, and another part of me thought that I might be about to expose an unbelievable truth. When I tried to look into the center of it, it felt as if I was going to fall into a whirlpool and drown. I'll have to devote myself to reading more seriously. There must be some truth to this. It caused misfortune and made my life miserable after I moved to Ibaraki. I might be able to find the truth, including the cause of my parents' divorce and my desperate behavior. I don't think so. I think you're reading too much into this. I mean, Takano isn't really the most, normal person to begin with. Just because she heard you out doesn't make her right, technically. Right then, I heard a knock on the door all of a sudden, scaring me. I hid the scrapbooks under a cushion.
Reina, 電話が来てるぞ。
Reina, you have a phone call.
電話
Phone call?
こんな時間に
This late?
誰だろう
Who is it?
本屋さんからだぞ。
It's from a bookstore.
本の取り寄せとか頼んだのか？
Did you order some books?
沖宮書房の大石さんって人からだ。
The fuck? They said they were Oishi-san from the Okinomiya bookstore. The fuck? Excuse me? What is that trying to imply? Does he know that we have the scrapbooks? Oishi has his eyes everywhere. I wouldn't even be surprised if he somehow saw Takano with Rena in the library, and that's why he pulled her out of the classroom to question her. I wouldn't even be surprised if he saw her. I opened the windows, but all they let in was heat and the cries of the cicadas.
まずいな。
It's too hot.
味いいね
It really is. It was break time between classes, but we couldn't really get any rest. Mian and I leaned on our desks, exhausted by the heat. The younger kids sure are tough, considering how the heat wasn't bothering them at all. They were running around the classroom despite the temperature.
やっぱりさ、都会の学校だと教室にもクーラーとか入ってるわけ？
Do schools in the cities have air conditioning in their
そん
classrooms?
なことねえぞ。
No, they don't.
あるのはせいぜい職員室ぐらいだな。
Wow. Only the teacher's office gets to have air conditioning. Gee, thanks.
うわぁ、それは羨ましいね。
Wow, that's better than nothing.
生徒みんなで職員室を襲って占拠とかしないの？
If I were a student at a school like that, I'd attack the teachers and take over their office. She would actually do it, though.
その辺の発想が実に妙音臭い。
You'd be the first student to ever do that.
ああ、
Eh. I like his voice. I didn't even have the energy to laugh. Mion and I stopped talking and used our notebooks to fan ourselves. I looked at the empty seat nearby. It was Rena's. Rena didn't come to school today. She called and told Chia-sensei she couldn't come because she's sick.
レナのやつ、最近元気ないよな。
That way is so good. Eh. I love his voice. It's so goofy in a way, but it really fits him. Rena seems to be feeling down these
だ
days.
ね。
Yeah,
暑さにやられたのかもね。
he probably got tired from the heat.
なあ、本気で暑さでやられたと思ってるのか？
Do you really think that's the reason?
そう思ってるけど。
Yeah, why?
例の一件がさ、
I
やっ
think
ぱ
it's the
りじわじわ
incident.
と来てるんじゃないのか？
かもね。
I thought we didn't want to talk about it. Maybe.
それに暑さも加わって夏バテでも起こしたんじゃないかな。
It's probably both that and the summer heat. Can't even imagine how distressing it was for her to commit a murder, dismember the bodies, and get caught by her friends. We took each other's hands at that place and we united. All of us believed that we had closed the case there and had regained our peace. But was that as easy for Rena as it was for us? She must have not quite recovered yet. I mean, yeah, she had to kill two people and dismember them. That is a little bit more than just hiding the bodies that were already in plastic bags, if you know what I mean.
おじさんはみんなで楽しく遊んでればそのうち元気になると思ってたんだけどね。
This old man thought she'd get over it if she played along with us.
そこまで心の傷が浅くなかったってことかな。
But I guess her pain ran deeper than I thought.
こういう時さ、
What should we
どうした
do?
らレナを元気づけられるかな？
Cheer her up.
多分ほっとくのが一番じゃないかな。
It's best to just leave her alone, I think.
おいおい、そんなのでいいのかよ。
Hey, are you sure about that? Yeah, I'm not so sure that that's going to help her. I feel like she needs someone.
俺たち仲間だろ？
Isn't that literally why they had that whole discussion? Because they didn't help Satoshi and they left him to his own devices, you know? Maybe they should do things differently this time around? Maybe? Mayhaps? Perchance? We're her friends, you know?
ほら、ホームシックってあるじゃない？
Oh, that's ironic that you mentioned that. Well, it's like homesickness, you
あれ
know?
もね、ちょっと寂しいからって言って実家に電話なんかかけちゃうと一気に発症しちゃうらしいよ。
You get lonely and you want to call home just to hear your mom's voice, but that actually makes your homesickness worse.
寂しい時はぐっと耐えて、例えばスポーツにでも打ち込んで気分転換を図るのが一番なんだってさ。
When you're feeling lonely, the best thing to do is to devote yourself to sports or something like that for a change.
気分転換させてやりたくても、あいつ最近部活に加わらないし。
I want her to do club activities with us, but she doesn't want to.
レナはどうか知らないけどさ、
I don't know about
人に
her,
は甘えたい欲ってのがあるんだよ。
but people usually have a desire to depend on
そば
somebody.
に支えてくれる人や同情してくれる人がいると甘えたくなる欲。
You want to depend on somebody who supports you and sympathizes with you.
慰めてくれる人が現れるとさ、際限なく甘えちゃうことってない？
Like Satoshi Mian? Uh, you mean the whole, like, depending on someone? Haven't you ever experienced that feeling? When you can't stop depending on somebody when they try to cheer you up?
どうだろうな。
Or do you mean my comment about Satoshi? They talked about how Satoshi went through the killing of his aunt all on his own and they didn't really help him out. Oh, the doing sports. Yeah. I mean, yeah, that honestly that could be hinting towards it. I mean, I guess that's what they were trying to do. They tried to get him to do sports to get his mind off of things. I didn't even realize that, but yeah, it is kind of another parallel between Rena and Satoshi, technically, or I guess between Mion and Satoshi, whatever. Well, I don't know.
際限なく甘えるってことは、相手の同情をより深く得ようとするってこと。
Completely depending on someone means trying to earn even deeper sympathy from
そう
them.
すると、ケイちゃんは慰めてるつもりなのに、相手はどんどん落ち込んでいっちゃうことがあるんだよね。
At that point, even though you're trying to comfort them, they just slip further and further into depression.
慰められて甘えられる。これに味を占めると、不幸に酔うのが癖になる。
By finding initial success through relying on someone and receiving comfort, they grow addicted to indulging in misfortune.
レナもその辺分かってるから、わざと一人になろうとしてるんじゃない？
I think Rana knows that too. That's why she wants to be alone right now. You couldn't be further from the truth.
慰めや甘えが目的だったら、私たちのそばにいて涙を流せば済むわけだし。
If she wanted to but depend on us or get comfort from us, all she'd have to do is stay with us and cry all the time.
じゃあ落ち込んでるレナをどう励ませばいいんだよ。
So, how can we cheer her up?
女の心情としては、辛さを励ましてくれるより、忘れさせてくれる方が嬉しいね。
Satoshi really feels like patient zero, even though that's not entirely the case. I get what you mean. He does kind of feel like patient zero, but the thing is, that is only the case because we don't really know too much about the other killings that happened in Hinamizawa. We know that they happened and roughly what happened, but we also don't really have any details. So technically, the very first dismemberment of the one damn construction manager guy, we don't know who killed him and what reason they had and how that killing or how you see what I'm trying to say? I feel like that is most likely patient zero, but the reason why Satoshi feels like patient zero is because we know what Satoshi went through. We don't really know what the killer of the construction site manager went through. Mian really does not trust that Rena would want to get better and just assumes she'll turn into a parasite. I get what she means, but damn. I'm a little upset about what she's saying because it just feels like they're dismissing what she went through. They had that whole heartfelt moment at the dumping site that I feel like just vanished into thin air. She quite literally accused them of doing nothing and standing by when Satoshi went through the same thing. And they said that they would stand behind her. And I know that they're trying to like forget about it so that she hopefully feels better, but she obviously is not feeling better anytime soon. So I feel like they're just not, they just don't see what she's going through for some reason. I think she'd appreciate it more if you tried to help her forget her pain than if you try to cheer her up.
慰めるな励ますな。
Don't comfort her and don't cheer her up.
なんだよ。お手上げじゃないかよ。
There's nothing I can do, is there?
慰めるな励ますなは、心理カウンセラーの鉄則だって知ってる？
That's because of her family, to be honest. I see what you mean. Myeon means well, but she leans too much into the tough love type stuff. Yeah, I agree. It is because she doesn't know any better. It's not like her family showed her how to properly take care of people and how to care for your friends or your family for that matter. But I don't know, after they had that talk, I kind of expected more of them. Keiji has the right idea for once. That's a golden rule for psychologists, you know?
結局心の傷ってのは自分で治すようにできてる。
Mental trauma can only be healed by the person who has it. Okay, but psychologists also recommend that, you have a trusting and, supportive environment that you surround yourself with, people that you can trust and that will help you get through a tough time. Yeah.
周りの人が治したとしてもそれは本当の完治じゃない。
I see where she's coming from, but also it's not that simple. If someone else helps a person out of their mental trauma, even if they succeeded, that person wouldn't be completely
だ
healed.
からレナが自分で元気になるのを私たちは見守るしかないんだよ。
So all we can do now is wait until Rena heals on her own. Yeah. Not sure if I agree with what Mion is saying. Yeah, me neither. I feel like it's not that simple and that's not entirely how it works, but then again, she's also a teenager who doesn't know any better. This is, I guess, what she thinks is the right course of action, which, questionable.
理屈じゃ理解できるが、なんだか薄情な気がして好きになれねえな。
I understand the idea, but I just don't like how cold it sounds. Agreed. I get what she means, but also, I don't know. I clasped my hands behind the back of my head, looking at the ceiling. Mion laughed.
それだけレナのことを心配してくれるケイちゃんが身近にいるならレナは大丈夫だよ。
Then I will be fine as long as she has someone like you to worry about
立ち
her.
直れるよ。
I'm sure she can pull herself together.
近くにいるだけでか？
So all I need to do is to be close to her?
うさんくさいな。
I don't know about that.
圭一にだってできることがありますですよ。
There she is. Interesting. She has a very different tone ever since that, a very emotional scene that we had. She doesn't sound like usual Rika. I would think that Keiichi at this point would disagree with Mion. I mean, he kind of did. He doesn't seem to fully agree with her either. But yeah, he's doing really good this chapter. He isn't as stupid as he usually is. I'm proud of him. There's something you can do, Keiichi. Rika-chan spoke up. I wonder how long she'd been listening to our
俺に
conversation.
もできることがあるのか？
What is it?
レナが話したいと思った時や打ち明けたいと思った時に静かに聞いてあげることなのです。
You can listen to her when she wants to talk to
聞
somebody.
くだけでいいのか？
Is that all?
励まさなくていいのかよ。
I just listen and I don't need to make her feel better?
ケイちゃん打ち明けるだけで心が軽くなるもんだよ。
He's learning from other loops. He kind of is, so that technically is correct. I wouldn't be surprised if that was like the actual reason, because I do feel like he has been getting smarter every chapter. Kind of. Hei-chan, people feel better just by talking to somebody.
静かに耳を傾けるのが何よりも嬉しい時ってある。
Sometimes all they need is someone who does nothing but listen quietly.
ミーの言う通りなのですよ。
Just like me said.
レナが話したいと思った時いつでも話しかけられる場所にいてあげるのもきっと仲間として大切なことなのだと思いますです。
I think it's important for us as her friends to be there for her whenever she wants to talk to somebody. Mion and Rika-chan were absolutely right. I was going to pat Rena on her shoulder and tell her to cheer up when I saw her next, but now I know that would have been one-sided on my part. Rena doesn't want to feel down herself. She wants to cheer up if at all possible. If I cheered her up irresponsibly, she'd be very disappointed because she'd think that I didn't understand her pain.
そうだな。
I get where you're coming from, but also I feel like they shouldn't just leave her all on her, all by herself. You're
俺
right.
ちょっと人の心ってやつを理解しようとしてなかったな。
I guess I wasn't even trying to understand how she
レナ
felt.
を励ましたいのは俺の欲求であってレナの求めることじゃない。
I wanted to cheer her up, but I know that's just what I want to do, not what she wants me to do.
ありがとな二人とも。
Thanks, you too.
俺ひょっとすると今日まで何か勘違いをしてたかもしれないぜ。
I think I finally understand. On that day, I thought I cheered her up, but I started to doubt if I'd reached her heart. I might have just been dragging her someplace where I wanted her to go. I wasn't on her side in the real sense of the term. I don't know. I feel like, yeah, they are correct-ish, but also sometimes people need some help, some guidance. Sometimes it does help. I don't think what he did was entirely wrong, and I don't think what he wants to do is entirely wrong. I feel like she needs more support than they're making it seem. Paige's progression is basically like 2 steps forward, 4 steps back. Yeah, maybe at some point we'll arrive at 2 steps forward, 0 steps back. I'm holding out hope. All of a sudden, Rika-chan patted my
圭
head.
一は一番のレナの味方ですよ。
Don't worry.
それは疑わなくて大丈夫なのです。
We all know that you're on her side.
え
What? What?
俺また考え事を口に出しちまってたのか？
Did I say something out loud again?
レナの心には届いてるよ。
It did reach her
ケイ
heart.
ちゃんはあの日とても強い力をレナに与えたんだからさ。
Kei-chan, you really did give her great strength on that day.
いやー、でもさ、よくよく思い出すとすっごい恥ずかしいこと言ってたよね。
Well, now that I think about it, what you said on that day was more than a little theatrical. I love her goofy laugh. We heard footsteps from the hallway and everybody started to head back to their desks.
お待たせしました。
I find her eyes still so creepy in this art style. I know that she's not supposed to be creepy, but she looks really creepy to me. Because she doesn't have proper, what are they called? Pupils? Yeah, fuck, I don't even know. Or is it pupils? Yeah, it's the pupil. Irises would be the whole thing. Irises would be the colored part, but the pupil is the dark part of the eye. Yeah, well, I'm never sure if iris is the colored part or if it's the dark part. But yeah, the pupil is the black dot usually, and she's missing the pupil. Or I mean, I guess she has them, but they're not super visible, which makes her look a little creepy. Her eye looks exactly like the bead on her dress. Yeah, it does. You're right. Actually, it does look like the bead on her dress. Take your seats,
それ
everyone.
では委員長、ゴーレ
President, if you would.
起立。
Arise. We didn't have a club meeting that day because Rena wasn't around. That worked out for me because I had an errand to run. It wasn't a big errand. My mom wanted me to use her point card to get some detergent. I didn't see the point of going all the way to the store just to get some detergent, but my mom told me to go because she's busy helping my dad with his work. It's so funny. The mom is only ever busy when she's helping out her husband with his work, which is ironic for some reason. I started walking towards the shopping center. I noticed someone was watching me, hiding behind a distant tree. I wonder who would do such a mischievous thing. I stared at them to find out who it was, at which point they emerged.
お
Oh?
レナじゃねえか。
Rena. Are you feeling better now? I was about to say that, but I swallowed the words. Oh god, she's creepy again. Somehow, Rena looked very serious.
どうしたんだ？
What's going on? Rena put her index finger to her lips, told me to be quiet, looked around carefully, and beckoned for me to come over. She has that big case of paranoia right now. Maybe she thinks that Oishi is following her? I had no idea what was going on, but I followed her instructions, shut my mouth, and ran to her. Rena gestured for me to squat down to hide in the shadows of the bush. I didn't know why I had to do that, but I could ask her the question later. I just followed her orders for now. It did not look like she was making sure no one was following her. If it was Mion, she'd do something like this just to fool me, as a joke, but I know Rena doesn't do things like this for fun. I had no idea what kind of situation I had gotten myself into, but I could feel how tense it was, and I made myself as small as I could.
も
Good.
ういいよ。
It's okay
ごめ
now.
んね。
I'm sorry. Maybe carrying the weapon with You think she's just gonna kill him? I think we don't know if she talked to Oishi or not. I'm guessing that she may have talked to him and maybe he said something spooky. The tone of her voice made me relax a little. Ew,
どうしたってんだよ一体。
what's going on?
多分私、
I think
誰かに最近後をつけられているの。
someone has been following me.
なんだって。
What? Who would follow her? When I thought about it, I realized how stupid the question was.
警察かよ。
Is it the police? Rina Mamiya and Teppei Hojo, two people disappeared. Even though they were awful human beings, the police had to investigate if they found out that they'd gone missing. It probably wouldn't be difficult to find out that Rina had often been to Rena's house. But it should be okay. As long as they don't find those bags, it should be okay. Well, we know that they will most definitely find those bags.
警察なのか、警察じゃないのかはわからないけれど、
I don't know if it's the police or not.
綿流しの夜以降、誰かにずっと
Oh,
見られている気がするの。
but I feel like someone has been watching me since the night of Watanagashi.
どういうことだよ。
What do you mean? I was gonna say, didn't the same thing happen to Xian? But now I remember that she made that shit up. We found out in chapter 5 that she just made it up to make Keiichi even more paranoid, which I hope that isn't the case here now. Would it be the extra set of footsteps? Now that you mentioned that, she did say in chapter 5 that when she talked to Satoshi, that she also heard those footsteps back when when her parents got divorced, but she hasn't mentioned that at all this chapter, so if she mentions it now, it would be kind of interesting. Once I asked that question, Rena stared directly at me with a blank expression. Her eyes looked as though they were evaluating me. She stared at me as if she was assessing whether I was worth talking to about something very important. Rena squeezed her own wrist tightly and started talking in a whisper.
話してもいいけど、誰にも内緒にできる？
I can tell you what's going on, but can you keep it a secret?
あ、もちろんだぜ。
Yeah, of course I
レ
can.
ナがそうしろってんなら誰にも喋らない。
If you want me to keep it secret, I won't tell anybody. Okay,
圭一くんなら信用できるよ。
I trust you. She smiled and looked around one more time.
連中はひょっとすると、ミオさんのスクラップ帳を探しているのかもしれないの。
They might be looking for Mio-san's scrapbooks.
ミオさん？
Mio-san.
ああ、看護師の高野さんのことか。
Oh, the nurse? Takano-san? So, yeah, it is about the phone call, I assume. Maybe she didn't take it and she just made up the story that they're after the books. I don't know if she really was killed because of the books, honestly. It seems likely, but we don't know if that is actually true. We don't even know if she really is dead or if she... As of right now, all that we know is that she's gone missing. So technically in this chapter, she is not dead again.
あとスクラップ帳って何のことだ？
What about her scrapbooks?
秘密の捜査になっているって言ってたから、多分圭一くんは知らないよね。
The police are keeping the investigation under wraps, so I'm sure you don't know.
高野美代さん、殺されたんだって。
Oh, never mind, she is dead. Apparently. Supposedly. Mio Takano-san was murdered.
え？
What? What?
いつ？
When? She told me to be quiet again. I lowered my voice and let her continue. He's gonna let out a very loud scream, isn't he? So we should know that the book belongs to Takano, not the library, and apparently Oishi called for the book? Yeah, it was weird. I don't know if we can still read it. I'm guessing no. Yeah, no. He just mentioned... I mean, he pretended to be someone from the library, even though Rena would know that Oishi is not from the library. We know that she did get some books that day on the library, so he might have just been asking around what she did because maybe he finds her suspicious, and maybe he found out that she was talking to Takano that day in the library, and maybe he's just making her more paranoid on purpose. We don't really know. But yeah, there's gonna be an ad break in like 20 seconds. So, yeah. Go fish, go stretch, go get a snack, do whatever you have to. I'll stretch a bit, get some water, maybe eat a snack, and I'll be right back after the ad break. Hello, I am back. Wow, I scrolled a little bit through Twitter and I was hit with some kind of I don't want to get into it, but with some kind of drama and I was like, damn. Usually I never see any kind of drama on Twitter, but now today it hit me. And usually my timeline just consists of beautiful art and everything, but today they decided to hit me with the drama too, which is like, oh, so fun. Thank you. I didn't need to know that. But yeah, thank you so much, Amadis. Welcome back to you too. I would think Oishi would investigate Takano if she regularly goes there. He could have seen it at an earlier point. Yeah, I feel like he also went to the library when Shion and Keiichi were gonna have a talk. So he's a little suspicious, you know? He's always in the right place at the right time. My timeline is like that as well. Yep, I usually enjoy using Twitter because they give me really good memes and like really good art. Usually the algorithm for Twitter in terms of art is usually pretty good. I get the stuff that I usually really enjoy. But every now and then they throw in a little bit of drama into the mix just so that you don't forget what platform you're on. Which I guess, I don't know, I feel like drama follows every platform, but you know, you get the idea. I never got to use the old account my brother made for me years and years ago. I do use Knitter. I've never heard of that, which is like an accountless site to keep track of some artists, but nothing besides that. I mean, other than Twitter, I use Blue Sky, but I feel like, I don't know, maybe I just haven't trained the algorithm good enough, but I feel like the Discover tab for Blue Sky is not that good. I know that there is a better one technically, but I feel like a lot of NSFW art makes it into that one too, so it's not, I don't know, it's not perfect. So for art specifically, I still do prefer Twitter because there's just way more people there, especially like since Skeb is kind of heavily connected to Twitter. I don't even know if you can use Skeb without Twitter. A lot of Skeb artists are still on Twitter and they're stuck on Twitter too. So sometimes there's not really another choice, you know? And Blue Sky, I feel like it's not really there yet, which is unfortunate, but maybe at some point. I do enjoy using Blue Sky to keep up with like friends and like other streamers because I feel like I see their posts easier on Blue Sky. But yeah, Twitter for the art is where it's at for me. Or for the memes. There's some good memes, but mostly it's art for me. Anyway, let's keep reading. She told me to be quiet again. I lowered my voice and let her continue.
私たちはミオさんと、あと、富武さんに会ったよね。
On the night of Watanagashi, we met Mio-san and Tomitake-san, didn't we? Also, the disappearance of Takano is similar to Chapter 1, which is interesting because Chapter 1 was kind of also a little bit more focused on Rena. So that, you know, could just be a coincidence or could be somehow, I don't know how that could be important. Might just be a little nod to Chapter 1 because the events of this chapter do not align with Chapter 1 at all. As far as we know.
あの直後に、二人が襲われたんだって。
They were attacked right after that.
富武さんは、お社様のたたりにあって、喉をかきむしって死んだ。
Tomitake-san was cursed by Oyashiro-sama. He clawed out his throat and died.
ミオさんは、岐阜の山中で焼き殺されていたと言ってたの。
Mio-san was burned to death in the mountains of the Gifu prefecture. I'm starting to wonder if Takano also died in Chapter 1, but Keiichi just never got wind of it.
それ本当かよ。
Is that true?
そんなの誰も知らないぞ。
I mean, nobody told me about that. I know.
それは、警察が伏せて捜査をしてるからなの。
That's because the police haven't disclosed their
南
investigation.
沢村連続開始事件は、今年で5年目になっちゃうでしょ。
These cases make the fifth in the series of mysterious deaths.
だから、 変に騒がれたくないんで事件を公にしていないんだって。
So the police have decided not to go public yet.
なるほど。
I see.
秘密捜査なのは分かったが、レナはそんな話どこで聞いたんだよ。
I understand why the police are keeping quiet about it, but then where did you hear
内
this?
緒だよ。
Can you keep it a secret?
私実は大石っていう沖宮署の刑事さんと連絡を取り合っているの。
I mean, calling it I've been in contact with him is kind of a lot, isn't it? Didn't they just talk like once in the car and they maybe had a phone call as far as we know? I've been in contact with Oishi-san. He's a detective from the Okinomiya police
その人
station.
に教えてもらった。
He told me about the
どうして
case.
大石って人がレナに。
Why did he tell you?
さあ、ちょっとそこはわからない。
I don't know.
彼が言うには私なら信用できそうだからって言うんだけどね。
He said he told me because he could trust me. Yeah, I wouldn't believe I wouldn't believe anything that guy says to you when you're, you know, kind of involved in this whole thing for one reason or another. Didn't Shion keep the book that Takano gave, or did she give it back at some point? I think she gave it back. If I'm not mistaken, I think she gave it back because she was given the books a year before Takano died. So unless Takano didn't want her books back for an entire year, I would assume that she got them back at some point. I was dumbfounded to hear all this, but I knew she wasn't lying. If it was Mion, she'd be sticking her tongue out by now, but I now wouldn't make a joke out of something like this.
ミオさんが殺された理由は多分彼女の研究のせいだと思うの。
I think the reason why Mio-san was murdered is because of her research.
ミオさんがこの村の歴史とか民族学とかそういうのを熱心に調べてたってのは知っている？
Do you know she was doing ethnological research by studying the history of this village?
なんとなくは聞いたことある。
I've heard something along those lines. Takano-san was interested in the occult and in mysterious things. I remember Mion once told me that she was studying the village's legends of man-eating demons out of
彼
curiosity.
女は多分その研究の中でこの村に関するある重要な秘密を知ってしまったの。
I think she discovered a very important secret about this village through her
あるい
studies.
は彼女はそんなにも確信には踏み入ってなかったのかもしれないけど、そうは思われなかったんだろうね。
She wasn't even close to the truth, but they thought she
ちょ
was.
っと待て。
Wait a
こ
second.
の村の秘密ってなんだよ。
What's the secret of this village you're talking about?
私はミオさんのスクラップ帳をほんの数冊借りて読んだだけ。
We haven't even finished them. I just read a few of her
でも
scrapbooks.
彼女が特に大事にしていた秘蔵の数冊だからかなり重要なことが記してあったと思う。
But those were the ones that she was handling with extreme caution. So I think there are pretty important things written in
だ
them.
から多分ミオさんが至ろうとしていたことに8割方ぐらいは近づいていると思うの。
I think I know about 80% of what Mio-san was trying to
で
uncover.
もあまりに突拍子もなくて私にはまだ信じられない。
But if it's true, it's almost too crazy to
ミ
believe.
オさんの想像が正しいかどうか検証してる段階なの。
Right now, I'm trying to figure out whether Mio-san's theory is right or not.
なんなんだ一体。
Well, I really hope they include the others from the friend group, particularly Rika. Yeah, that would be interesting. It could be she gets killed every time because some sort of revelation she dug up. It's clear she's being watched closely by whoever because she's looking into things. The funny thing is that in chapter 2, the excuse for her being killed was that she broke into the ritual storehouse. And we now know Rika, and we know that she's not just some silly little girl who doesn't know anything. She knows about the loops. She knows that Takano-san is going to die. And she knew that Takano was the one who wanted to go into the ritual storehouse for years. We know that she has been interested in going in there for a long time, and she was never able to. And she also knows that Takano-san was really interested in going there that particular year and that she was going to go in there no matter what. That's literally what she said. And yet, Rika still decided to change out the lock of the ritual storehouse with the mayor that particular year. It's almost like she wants that to happen, or I don't know. It's not like she's trying to avoid getting Takano killed. She also almost plays into it, and she's not paranoid, at least not from the outside. Yeah. Yeah. I think the Sonozaki family mentioned something about like watching her because they kind of know that she's looking into stuff. So we know that she has been watched, but we also know that it probably wasn't the Sonozaki family who killed her. But yeah, we just don't know about her death a lot in general. Rika is just a silly little meep. She's a silly little Nipa meep. Yeah. She's just innocent. I mean, look at her. Look at her. I was leaning to the left, but yeah, look at her here. I'm almost spilling my tea over her. No one likes her. Meep meep. She's a wet little kitten out in the rain. I still love that line of hers. That was awesome. So, what is it?
秘密を知ると殺されるっていうこの村の秘密ってのは
What is the secret of this village? What could be so important that you might get killed just by knowing about it? I gasped the moment those words left my mouth. If Rana told me, I might get killed too.
圭一君にはまだ全部話したくない。
I don't want to tell you yet,
確証が持てたら話すね。
but I promise I will once I verify things.
だってそれくらいに途方もないとんでもない話だから。
Because it's really crazy. Too crazy to be true.
確証ってなんだよ
What do you mean you have to verify things?
例えば予備知識のない内訳については私自らが
You're just
その
gonna
存在
tell
を
him?
検証できているけど他にもたくさん未検証のことがあるの。
Well, that's gonna be confusing if you don't know what the fuck she's talking about and what maggot disease is. For example, I myself serve as verification that the maggot disease can occur without any background knowledge, but there are a lot of things I still need to verify. God, I really hope this isn't gonna end with her cutting herself open in all sorts of places just to prove to other people that there are maggots crawling inside of her, because I don't know if I can take another description of that, please. What Anna is referring to is info we also haven't heard about, but she's referring to something else here, right? No, we have heard about this. Takano mentioned that she wasn't sure if the maggot disease can only occur in people that know of the maggot disease. Which would mean that they could be just having delusions. But if people who don't know about the maggot disease start seeing maggots inside of their blood vessels, that means that it's most likely not delusions and something else. And because Rena didn't know about the maggots when she saw them back then, it could be that it wasn't a delusion. Because why would she have these specific delusions that have been appearing in like ancient scrolls and whatever?
それらを埋めていかないと私ですらにわかには信じられない。
They sound too crazy to be true, and I can hardly believe them if I don't verify that they are. Please don't cut yourself open, please. Maggots. I was totally lost now, and I wanted to ask her some questions, but I decided not to cut in. It was so hot outside. But Rana held her arms as if she was cold. That is not good.
レナ俺
Rana,
はいつだってお前の味方なんだからな
I'm always on your
俺だけは
side.
信用してくれて構わない
You can trust me.
ありがとう。
Thank you.
その一言がすごい嬉しい。
I really appreciate it. From her expression alone, I could tell that she really meant it. I could also tell that she was involved in something very big and that she felt lonely because she couldn't tell anybody else about it. I had to be on her side while she was going through a difficult time.
私とね、今日ここで出会ったことは内緒にした方がいいと思うの。
You shouldn't tell anybody that you met me here today.
私と接触があったことが知られたら、ケイチ君にも危害が及ぶかもしれないから。
They might try to hurt you if they found out.
わかった。
Okay.
俺に何か協力できることはないのかよ。
Isn't there anything I can do to help?
今はない。
Not right
で
now.
も協力をお願いできることが分かっただけで、今の私には心強いよ。
But it's very reassuring that I can ask for your help when I need it. That's good, you know, at least they have each other. She's not doing it completely alone. I just wish they would include the whole friend group so that we can get, you know, all the information that we need. Knowing Oishi, he might be stalking them currently. I wouldn't be surprised if he somehow pops up from behind them like, Domo, domo. I wouldn't be surprised. It would be very on brand. I'll depend on you someday.
任
Yeah,
せとけ。
anytime.
車が来る。
That sound scared me. That was like the bad swinging sound that they used before. That kind of scared me. At least Rika, yeah, I mean, they don't know that she's all that special, but they should be including everyone and hope that Rika will say something. But yeah. Shh, a car is coming. Then I pushed my head into the bush. I went along with it and crouched down even lower in the bushes. We stayed quiet for a while. I could hear a car coming closer, and after a while, a white van passed by. I was surprised at her hearing. She heard the car coming from when it was still far off in the distance. Isn't that also something that Satoshi kind of experienced, like inhuman abilities of some sorts, right? So hello, Leah. How are you? Welcome. Hope you're doing good. Let me give you a shout out if I can. Well, if I can type anything. Yeah, please check out Leah. She's very cool. Very, very cool. I don't know what Satoko and Mion would do, but Rika's thoughts could give a lot of interesting insight. I agree, but we can only hope. I'm fishing in the bush. But, okay, well, you know, hope you find some good fishes. I didn't know that a four-eye butterfly fish could be hiding in the bush, but you know, it's close enough to a real butterfly. Feels like she has signs of the Higurashi, yeah, the Hinamizawa syndrome. We don't know if that's the same thing that Satoshi experienced. I remember that when he, oh god, didn't Keiichi also experience something similar when he killed Teppei? I just brush it off as like adrenaline rush. But I'm pretty sure that Satoshi was like barefoot and everything. And I'm like trying to remember if Shion said something similar. I remember her feeling very dizzy and stuff. Very disoriented, which is also why she fell down when she tried to jump back to her own balcony and when she, you know, basically died because she fell off. Anyway, it's definitely noteworthy.
今の車、ナンバー見えた？
Did you see its license plate number? What?
いや、ごめん。
No, I'm
見え
sorry.
なかった。
I didn't.
私もちょっと見えなかったけど、多分さっきと同じナンバーの車だと思うの。
Also, didn't the Keiichi also almost get run over by a white van in the first chapter? Right? That's what happened, right? Is that the same van? Is that the same people? I couldn't either, but I think it's the same car I saw earlier.
レナを尾行しているとかいう連中か。
Are they the ones following you?
多分
I think so.
普段車なんか通らない道で、今日は何度も追い上げられるの。
I was about to say it was a white van. Yeah, I think so too. It passed by me so many times today on the street where nobody usually drives.
その度に私は隠れてやり過ごしているからいいんだけど、
That is
ど
weird.
うもおかしい。
It's like they're looking for someone. Especially like so many times a day. It's like they're waiting for her to pass by or someone to pass by. I hit every time, but it's strange.
そいつらなのか。
Are they the ones?
高野さんたちを殺して、レナが持ってるスクラップ帳を狙っているという連中は。
In chapter 1, it was like the whole village that was kind of turning against Keiichi. So I wonder. That's so weird. I don't even know why Oishi would know. And also, why would an unmarked van be following Rena because of that? That is so weird. Maybe the people who appear to get Keiichi might actually be a thing, like in chapter 2. That's so weird. Oh yeah, chapter 1. Yeah. Yeah, he didn't have the book, but it's not like events match up like 100% anyway. Okay, but let's keep going. This is definitely strange. Are they the ones who killed Takano-san and Tomitaka-san? Are they looking for the scrapbooks you have? Most likely, yes. I don't blame her for not being able to believe what's going on, because this is really crazy. Takano-san uncovered something really significant through her studies. The people who want that information hidden found out about it, and they killed her on the night of Atanagashi, copying the curse of Oyashiro-sama. They're looking for the scrapbooks, the fruits of her research, and Rena has them. That's why they're trying to kill Rena? Like, why do they know?
レナの家が危ないってことはないのか？
What about your house?
大丈夫。
It's safe
ス
there.
クラップ帳はゴミ山の私の隠れ家に隠してある。
I hid the scrapbooks in my secret hideout at the garbage dump.
お父さんが不安だけど、何も知らないからこそ何も危害が及ばないかもしれない。
I'm worried about my father, but he'll be fine because he really doesn't know anything. I don't know if they will believe that though, but you know. Yeah, they should be communicating. And I feel like the thing is, telling Mion about this might not be the best idea, but you know, the rest of the group could be good. They could also just leave out Mion and, you know, hope for the best, but I feel like that will not be strengthening their friendship anytime soon.
圭一くんが言わなくても顔に書いてあるよ。
It's written on your face,
突
Keiichi-kun.
拍子もない話でとても信じられない。
It says, I can't believe it because it sounds too crazy to be true. Am I right? I mean, kind of. I wanted to deny it, but I felt bad to lie. I remained silent in the affirmative.
それが当然の反応。
Well, that's a normal
私
reaction.
だってミオさんのスクラップ帳を読み始めた最初はなんだこりゃって思って全然信じられなかったもの。
I couldn't believe any of it when I read the first
す
scrapbook.
べてに目を通してようやく何かの筋が見えてきたんだもん。
Concerned for her father now, they could just kill him for zero reason. That would be so fucked up. That would be so fucked up, though. But yeah, I can see it too, unfortunately. I finally started seeing the connections after reading all of them. I'm
も
sorry.
ちろんレナの味方になりたいのは本心だ。
I do want to help you.
でも話が全然見えないんで、どう助けてやればいいかわかんないんだ。
But I just don't know how if I don't see the whole picture of what's going on.
話せば圭一くんの身にも危険が降りかかるよ。
I don't know, man. Just give me the scrapbooks. I'll read them on my own time. Also, I just realized this. What is this? Behind her arm, what is that purple? Is that like a bag? Does she ever put her hands down? I don't know. I just noticed this and it kind of threw me off. What is that purple? If I tell you, it might put you in
レナ
danger.
にはすでに降りかかってるんだろ。
You're already in danger, right?
ならおあいこだぜ。気にするな。
I don't mind. Don't worry about me.
わかった。
Okay,
話す。
I'll tell you then.
多分ミオさんたちを殺したのはひなみ沢御三家。
It's probably the three families who killed Mio and Tomitaka-san.
もっとはっきり言ってしまえばみーちゃんの家である園崎
No,
本家。
we know that isn't quite true. To be more specific, it's the Sonozaki family, Mi-chan's
ど
family.
うして？
Why?
圭一くんも過去の連続開始事件は知ってるよ
It
ね。
always leads back to the Sonozaki family. They can never catch a break. You know about the series of mysterious deaths, right?
あ
Of
ダム
course.
戦争の時の村の旧敵ばかりが毎年犠牲になっていくっていう。
Also
あれ
funky
だろ。
music. Sheep counts. The traders of the dam conflict die every year, right?
この連続開始事件はダム戦争の生産のようなものなの。
The series of mysterious deaths is like a resolution of the dam conflict.
村の裏切り者を片付けることによって本当の意味でダム戦争を終わらせようとする。
They're trying to end the dam conflict in the true sense of the term by erasing people who betrayed the village.
確かにそう見えないことはないよな。
It does look like that in a way.
誰もがはっきりと口にはしないが、うすうすと園崎家の仕業だと疑ってるみたいな話は聞いたことあるぜ。
Nobody really says it out loud, but everybody is suspicious that the Sonozaki family is behind it. That's what I've heard.
でも裏切り者を制裁するなら別に綿流しの場にこだわらなくてもいいんじゃない？
The scrapbook is basically turning the group against each other like this. I wouldn't say that the group is being... I get what you mean, but it's mostly just people being turned against Mion or like her family. The thing is, it's... I don't know if that is Takano's intention. Because she's mainly targeting the three families, or we don't really know why. It could be that she really does believe that the Sonozaki family is behind all of this. It might just not be, it might not be on purpose, because we know that Oishi also thinks the same thing. Oishi also believes that the Sonozaki family is behind all of this, as we have, gathered from previous chapters. And if you don't believe in like supernatural stuff or like just the curse in general, it makes sense to believe that, because honestly, it's the most plausible thing. Honestly, if Shion hadn't uncovered that it really wasn't her family in the end, it's still the most likely story behind what is going on here. It's a little difficult. I'm surprised that this is going back to that theory, even though it was basically disproven in the last chapter. I'm surprised they're making this theory come back again. Very interesting. If they really wanted to erase the traitors, they wouldn't have to do it on the night of
毎
Watanagashi.
年たたりで一人鬼隠しで一人なんてスローペースで殺す必要はない。
Why don't they kill them all at once instead of killing them one by one, using the curse and demoning them away every year?
そうでしょ？
Wouldn't that make more sense? I've never heard the words demoning away before, but Rena clearly thought they have some kind of creepy significant meaning, so I decided not to cut in.
つまりこれらの連続開始事件は綿流しの祭りに神聖性を取り戻そうとする意志があるの。
That means that they're using the series of mysterious deaths in order to resurrect the sacredness of the Watanagashi festival.
もっと踏み込んで言うと明治以降に失われた鬼ヶ淵村の神聖性を取り戻すための段階的イベント。
Step by step, they're reviving the sacred nature of Onigafuchi that was lost in the Meiji era.
彼らは最終的には太古の昔にそうだったような原理的なお社様信仰を復活させることを目的としている。
Their goal is to revive the level of belief in Oyashiro-sama that used to exist in primitive times. That I do not disagree with. That is definitely what they're trying to do, even though they're not the ones doing the killings necessarily. They're definitely involved in some way, but they're not the main culprits. They're not the main people responsible for this. But this is definitely their goal from what we can gather from like previous chapters. They do want to instill fear in people and to make the belief in Oyashiro-sama stronger.
お社様信仰
We also know that we actually knew this from like way back in chapter 4. Because Rika was the one who, I think after she spooked Akasaka, she was like, oh yeah, after this Watanagashi festival, people are not gonna slack off during the Watanagashi festival, or like they're gonna take it seriously. So they are definitely trying to like revive the whole thing. Why people are dying left and right, I don't know. Believe in
フル
Oyashiro-sama.
デ神社のことか
Are you talking about the Furude shrine?
そう、
Yes.
フルデ神社って 崇められていると思う。
Do you think people revere the foot of the shrine
お
now?
年寄りの人は敬っているけど、それだけだよね。
Elder people respect the shrine, but that's
子
it.
供たちは境内を遊び場くらいにしか思ってないし、ほとんどの村人たちも地域の集会所くらいにしか思っていない。
Kids think of it as a place to play, and most of the villagers think of it as a place to gather for local
その
events.
神聖性は失われている。
Its sacredness has been lost.
それがダム戦争をきっかけに蘇ったの。
But with the dam conflict, it started to
彼
revive.
らはそれをお社様信仰を復活させるいい機会だと捉えた。
And they took it as a good opportunity to bring back the cult of
って
Oyashiro-sama.
ことはつまりお社様信仰の狂信者たちが裏で暗躍しているってことか。
So you're saying that some fanatical Oyashiro-sama worshippers are behind all this?
そういうこと。
That's what I'm
そ
saying.
もそもお社様信仰は御三家によって管理されていた。
The cult of Oyashiro-sama was managed by the three families to begin with.
だから御三家には現代にも脈々とお社様信仰を復活させなければならないという至上目的が受け継がれているの。
I wonder. We. How do I say this? We know that the Sonozaki family is not the one doing the killings. We know that they kind of hint at who they want to die during like the family meetings. It's not even just a family meeting. It's like a town council kind of meeting. And I'm like wondering, what if whatever is being discussed there is somehow brought into the circles of the actual cult? And it's not necessarily any family doing this, but it's like a whole collective thing that just kind of happens as they discuss who deserves to like maybe be taken out or who is seen as a traitor. I wonder if it's just weird coincidences? I don't know, weird cult behavior that somehow ends in people dying. I wouldn't be surprised. It would also explain why random people started chasing Keiji down in the woods and like brought him home and tied him up and wanted to inject him with a drug. It's all very strange. Or maybe it is really some kind of parasite. It's kind of confusing. The three families passed down their ultimate goal of reviving the cult of Oyashiro-sama down to the present
それを
generation.
思えば御三家がダム戦争中に村を一丸にまとめたり、廃れかけていたお社様を引き合いに出し、古出神社にわざわざ同盟事務所を設けた理由も透けて見えてくる。
When you think about it, you'll understand why the three families took the initiative in uniting the villagers during the dam conflict, and why they set up the Onigafuchi Guardian's office in the Furude Shrine, citing Oyashiro-sama, who was almost forgotten at that time.
じゃあひなみ沢村連続開始事件ってのはひなみ沢御三
So,
家
the three families.
お社様を信仰する狂信的な集団の仕業。
I mean, the fanatical Oyashiro-sama worshippers orchestrated the series of the mysterious deaths of Hinamizawa. I feel like they got the goal correct, but not quite the perpetrators.
なら待てよ。どうして高野さんが殺されなきゃならないんだ。
But wait, why would they kill Takano-san?
それは御三家が鬼ヶ淵村と呼ばれた太古からずっと隠してきたこの村のある重大な秘密に関係があるの。
Wouldn't it be crazy if that is what her goal is, for them to think that she was killed because she's uncovering some kind of wild secret? And if that was like her whole agenda, she wants people to think this so that they help her out with her actual agenda? That'd be kind of sick and twisted, but it would fit her. Chapter 1 is still super weird. Everything is out of its element, or it feels like things are going wrong the most. Characters feel the most extreme at points and also illogical. Disregarding the slice of life stuff. Yeah, disregarding the slice of life stuff. Chapter 1 was wild because we have two girls acting completely out of character. They seem almost possessed, which though could be Keiichi hallucinating or having delusions. We have people chasing him down, which could also be delusions, or it could be actually happening? We don't know because Keiichi is such an unreliable narrator that we don't know. It is scary because he's often so out of the loop of stuff that we can't really trust what he says most of the time. Like, we learned that from chapter 2 where things ended up being completely different just because of Keiichi, you know, understandably, getting the wrong idea about things. Might very well be true. Remember that the credits claimed that Takano was supposed to be like an end villain of sorts? Yeah, I do remember that, and I wonder if that's like the ultimate spoiler? The ultimate spoiler that Ryukishi put into the game credits? That would be kind of wild. Or if it's just a haha, yeah, you will start to think this, but it's not actually true kind of thing. I don't know. Maybe it is like an ultimate spoiler. You're saying that Takano forged her death? I wouldn't be surprised, because what's also interesting is that when she turns up dead, when she is not just missing, she is also then burned. Which, you know, someone being burned kind of destroys the whole identification. You could like forge, maybe, you know, you cut off a hand or something and put it in there, or plant some kind of DNA to make them think that it's Takano. It's just, it's a weird way to go. Because it's the way that most of the evidence gets destroyed of who the actual person that is dead actually is. You know what I mean? It gets rid of most of the evidence. Which is interesting.
それを暴かれると、お社様という神の神聖性が失われる。
Because she discovered the most important secret of the village, the three families have been hiding it since the era of Onigafuchi. If that secret is revealed, the sacredness of Oyashiro-sama will be
だから
lost.
彼らはミオさんの研究が確信に近づいたことを知り、消したの。
They found out that Mio-san was getting close to the secret, and that's why they killed her.
その重大な秘密ってのは何なんだ？
And we do know that the Sonozaki family was not the one who killed them, right? I think, yeah. Not only did they not kill Satoshi, they also did not kill Takano and Tomitake. We know that for sure. Unless Shion is also an unreliable narrator and she was fooled by the mayor, which would be kind of wild. But let's just assume that what we learned in the last episode is true, and that the Sonozaki family is not actually the one behind all of this, or not primarily. Also, thank you for the follow, Nyasuk. Thank you, I really appreciate it. Hope we're doing good. What's this important secret?
それを知ると俺も狙われるってんだろうけど、上等だぜ。
I don't care if I put myself in danger. I need to know.
だから、それはまだ言いたくない。
I don't want to tell you yet. But she said she would.
私自身が10割の確証を得るまで言いたくない。
I don't want to tell you until I'm 100% sure about it.
多分、今ここで話しても、圭一君は耐えきれなくなって、笑い出してしまうに違いないもの。
I'm pretty sure that right now you'd just laugh.
おいおい、俺がそんなやつに見えるかよ。
Hey, do you think I'm that kind of guy? Yeah.
もう少し時間が欲しいの。
I just need a little bit more
あま
time.
りの事実に、私ですら受け入れきれていないの。
I can't accept the truth myself because it sounds so
だ
impossible.
からもう少し時間を欲しいの。
So I need some
お
time.
願い。
Please.
わかった。
I understand.
今日ここで話したことは誰にも喋っちゃダメだよ。
Oh, don't tell anybody about what we talked about today. Not a good idea. We should involve other people.
みーちゃんとリカちゃん。もちろん、さとこちゃんにもダメ。
Not even Mi-chan, Rika-chan, or Satoko-chan.
わかったよ。
Okay.
じゃあ、圭一君はもう行って。
God, I really hope Keiichi for once does something stupid that is actually smart. I for once hope he actually does something smart and tells them about it. I'm still upset that I don't know what that is behind her arm. Is that the ribbon in the back? Why is it not here? I don't know what that is. It might be the ribbon, but it looks, well, Why is it behind this arm, but there's nothing on the left side? I want to lose the arms, girly. The perspective of Shion is very late into the story, so that it should imply that what happened and what she witnessed is closer to the full truth. I would assume so too, but to be honest, she was in such a state that she didn't even really try to get information out of them regarding what is actually going on. I feel like she was only really about information regarding Satoshi, and I feel like she got confirmation that Satoshi was not killed by the Sonozaki family. We only heard from, like, who was it? Mayor Kimiyoshi, that they are supposedly not involved with the killings of anything. But he only said that. I don't know if we can really just take that at face value. It is very... I want to believe that what he said was right, and he said the truth, and he wouldn't just lie to her in that kind of situation, but we have been lied to by this game before, so I'm being, like, very cautious with the information that I just take for granted. Angry Dino is real scary. I'm like trying to remember if I saw a pose without her dino hands, but I feel like that's just her default pose. But yeah, I think it's the ribbon. I don't know, Shion was heavily torturing the mayor. He was in no position to fuck around. I agree, which is why it's so difficult, but, like, also, it's not like he told her very much. He just was like, yeah, well, you know, we don't really do any of that. We just speculate who might die, and suddenly they somehow end up dying. It's like, it was very vague, if you know what I mean. But yeah, let's just take it at face value. Let's just accept that what he said was correct, and that Rena is not completely correct here. That the Sonozaki family is not the one mainly responsible for this, but the goal that she said was definitely true. We know that to be true. They definitely want to revive some sort of cult or a higher belief in Oyashiro-sama. We know that. He was tight-lipped even though his life was in literal danger at all times. He didn't say a whole lot. And that could be because, honestly, if you think about it, Shion really didn't leave him much time to talk before she kind of made him choke out. She kind of made him choke out very fast. Mion didn't really know a whole lot, and she also didn't really let her talk and, like, finish her sentences properly. And, yeah. I feel like Shion could have gotten way more information out of them if she just didn't, you know, have a little bit of a trigger finger. Yeah, the biggest misstep was flicking up Oreo's lights. Yeah, accidentally killed her off. That if she hadn't done that, I feel like things could have gone a lot better. And we could have gotten way more information out of this. But also, she had a massive trigger finger, just instantly killing people as soon as she thought she was done with them. Even though she could have gotten way more info out of them, in my opinion. But, you know, who am I to tell her how to torture her, you know, prisoners? Well, you should go now.
私はもう少し辺りを伺ってから行く。
I'll take a look around before I go
用心
home.
に過ぎるということはないからね。
I can't be too careful anymore. Rena ducked low in the bushes and moved away. I was left alone there. The cries of the cicada surrounded around me, making it seem as if I was alone there the whole time. I started walking, still dumbfounded. In the end, Rena didn't tell me the secret because she was afraid of putting me in danger. I mean, to be honest, whether he knows or not, I feel like he's in danger just meeting up with you, but that's just me. But you told me clearly that there are people who want to resurrect the cult of Oyashiro-sama, and that they're among the 3 families that control the entire village. They orchestrated the series of mysterious deaths for that purpose, and they killed Takano-san because she got too close to the secret they wanted to hide. Rena met Takano-san and happened to obtain the scrapbooks in which Takano-san wrote about her research. I saw Takano-san pushing like the scrapbooks onto people and then mysteriously dying is kind of suspicious, you know? It's similar to the way that she insisted that Keiichi knows that she may or may not have killed Tomitake-san that one time. she kind of pushes this on other people and then mysteriously dies afterwards, as if that she wants people to think that she definitely died for some reason, whether it be Keiichi wishing her to die or her getting killed because of knowing too much, doing too much research. I feel like the more I think about it, it seems very likely that she did really orchestrate her own death. And, you know, she or forged her death, maybe the correct term. And she isn't really dead, but that might just be brainworms on my side. He said that she told the secret, but Rena is looking into something that we still don't know about, I think. Something unrelated to the maggots. Or she's trying to, like, still grasp it completely. She said she only knows, like, 80% of it currently, but maybe. She might be looking into something else that we don't really know about yet. Rena still can't believe the secret written in the scrapbooks because it's just too crazy. Hey, come on, Rena. You're kidding me, right? It's like one of those comic book stories. A mysterious occult group is plotting a conspiracy? I mean, it's not funny, even if it's a joke. But Rena is right about one thing. Even if this is true, it's really hard to believe. I understand why Rena wanted to wait to tell me the secret. Maybe she was just fooled by Takano-san. Maybe. Mayhaps. But Takano-san was murdered for real. Maybe. Mayhaps. We don't know that. Have we seen her? Keiichi wishing Takano to die was his action. Takano speaking to Keiichi about her supposedly killing of her boyfriend. But... True. I get what you mean. She couldn't have known that he was kind of going around wishing for people to die and they mysteriously did end up dead, but you know. I'm also like trying to think about, she doesn't die by fire necessarily. She dies by strangulation and is then found dead in the mountains, burned to death. At least one time. That happened one time for sure. I don't know if that happened every single time. I think we looked it up another stream and I have already forgotten about it. But I'm also like trying to figure out who would strangle her, first of all, and then burn her. Also, why strangle her and then burn her? Why not just strangle her, or why not just burn her? The way of death is still very weird to me. So is it also true that someone is following Rena, looking for the scrapbooks? I remember Rena said that a white van was following her. You can see white vans anywhere. I bet there are a lot in this village alone. She might just be oversensitive to everything right now. Rena hasn't recovered from the shock since that day. That's probably why she got the idea into her head that the police or someone else is coming after her. I didn't cut in while she was talking. I think I did the right thing. If I had said that it was ridiculous or something to her face, then I wouldn't have trusted me ever again. At that point, however, I gasped. That scared me. I do not like these sound effects. I don't like these. That kind of scared me for a second. I knew this fucking van was gonna pop up and gonna scare us. I knew it. At the same time, Oishi disappearing tailing a normal car, yeah, that was also kind of weird. And it happened to Kumagai in Akasaka's chapter when the disaster still struck. It didn't hit Oishi, but it hit Kumagai instead, which was interesting. I have a crazy theory. Don't you know what happens in the game? What if Tomitake killed Takano, then he was getting chased by the same people Keiichi did in the first chapter? Then he claws his throat? I was also thinking that he might have choked out Takano because they're the only ones that like hang out together. And like, we don't know of any other people that could possibly choke out Takano. It's not like there's many adults that could choke out another adult, you know what I mean? It's unlikely that one of the kids choked out a full-grown adult woman. So the only person left is like another adult, which is, you know, Tomitake. who also coincidentally hangs out with her a lot. But also, didn't he die in chapter, what was it? Oh, I already forgot. 3 implied that Takano killed him and then she still died the same way. I don't know. Everything is so good. The big question mark in my brain. You know what I mean? I feel like I don't get I don't have anything. Brain empty. I don't know. Also, hello, Kuro. Welcome. How are you? Hope you're doing good. Takano seems to really love dying. Everyone seems to really love dying. And I get it. It's appealing. It's appealing. I totally get it. But also, can you not? Interestingly enough, we never get insight into what Tomitaka had on his camera. That never gets brought up. What do you mean on his camera? Is it doesn't he just take pictures of like everything and like nature and stuff? Also, yeah, hi, Kuro. 2 a.m. Yeah, usually isn't this around the time that you like clock out of the stream and go to sleep? But I guess hi. Also, there's gonna be an ad break in like 4 minutes. Since we're kind of in an interesting situation with the white van, let's take a little ad break. Yeah, since Twitch is forcing that down my throat anyway. Feel free to fish, and then we can come back to white van shenanigans. Yeah, does that sound fun? Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna drink and stretch and stuff like that. Okay, bye. Hello. Hi. Let me show you something real quick. I I want to show you a very cute drawing by Shirota-san. I just posted it in the Discord, but actually, yeah. Let me first of all share the link. Thank you. I'll come back to you too. Also, Kuro, 10 p.m. to 1 p.m. Ouch. That is painful. Also, 1 p.m. Do you mean 1 a.m.? But also, let me share the actual drawing with you. Look at that. Is that not adorable? Oh god, I'm like blocking it half, but you know, you can see, yeah, look at that. Is that not adorable? Is that not super cute? That's for tomorrow's collab. That is very cute of Shirota-san. She's very, very sweet. Please check her out. Ooh. Now to shout her out again. Yeah, let me look up her name real fast. So I have it. I definitely never struggled to remember her Twitch username. There you go. Please check her out. She's very, very nice. Very, very sweet. Quite literally 1 p.m. Okay. Okay, that is 10 p.m. to 8 a.m. and went back to sleep after 10 minutes. I feel that. Don't worry about it. I will be proud as long as you consume sorrow. I will try my absolute best, but I have not played a lot of Mario Party. I have a feeling that I'm gonna be the one getting absolutely stomped on by everyone because I have really only played it a handful of times and not even Jamboree. So, I don't have a lot of hope. I haven't either, and I doomed her so much. I believe I'm gonna be so gamer tomorrow. I'm gonna try so hard just to impress you. I'm gonna put on the best gamer show you've ever seen. Ah, yeah, it's gonna be fun. I think it's gonna be really fun. So yeah. I guess maybe I should also shout out everyone who's gonna be there for the collab. Okay, hold on. Give me one sec. Kala Mariti. Please check out Kala. Please check out, oh god, what is Rice's Twitch username? Is it just Rice 2? Oh, oh. I should have maybe looked this up before. Yeah, it is Rice_2. Yeah. And of course, also check out Sorrow. Check them all out. I think it's gonna be definitely Sorrow streaming tomorrow. I don't know if anyone else is gonna be streaming it. Be surprised, I suppose. Yeah. Let's keep reading. Let's keep finding out about white vans because they are never suspicious. A white van was parked on the side of the street. I wasn't sure if it was the same car that passed by earlier since I didn't see the plate number, but the number of people in the car and the ambience of it was similar to the one earlier. There's one thing that looked suspicious about it. There was no reason to park here. It was on a small road in the middle of the woods. Okay, well, we're gonna get run over. There's nothing around here. No traffic lights, no vending machines, no public phones. I probably wouldn't notice it under ordinary circumstances, but I felt something was wrong. And once I noticed how odd it was definitely suspicious. There were 4 men in work uniforms in the white van. The driver was smoking a cigarette, but the other men were just sitting there doing nothing. If they wanted to take a break or have a smoke, they could have chosen a better place than here. It was possible that they stopped because they had to go to the bathroom really badly, but it didn't seem that way either. They didn't look as comfortable or relaxed like they would if they were taking a break. They looked like they were waiting for something to happen, and there was a deep tension in that car. Could they possibly be waiting for Rena? Or for you? Repeat of chapter 1 then. I mean, it seems like they really are after Rena, but it would be funny if they just start tackling Keiichi for some reason. No way. I didn't see anybody walking around here. This road is a back road. Nobody really uses this road, let alone by car. But it's impossible. felt bad for Rena to even think about it, but this must be something that she got into her head because she's feeling victimized or something. She must be imagining things because she's still nervous from when her friends caught her in the act of killing Rina and Teppei.
兄ちゃん
That scared me. I didn't expect them to start talking to me. Oh my god. Hey, young man. I heard someone say that when I passed the van. It couldn't mean me. He didn't even know who I was. So I assumed he was talking to one of the other people in the car. I pretended I didn't hear him and I kept walking by, and then he said it again. And he honked the horn as well.
兄ちゃんすまんね
Hey, young man, excuse me.
学校の帰りかいね
Are you on your way home from school? He had a strong accent, similar to that one of the older villagers. He must live here, but I didn't know him. I could tell he didn't know me either because he didn't call me by my name. I'm like trying to see if this is like a voice that we have heard before. Like, for example, when the Inukai, that was his name, grandson got kidnapped, you know, when we had those two Sonozaki dudes in the cabin with that kid.
はいそうですけど
Yes, I
兄
am.
ちゃん学校からこの道をずっと歩いてきたんで
Doesn't sound familiar to me, but we also didn't hear those voices very often, so I don't know if it's the same people. You've been walking on this road all the way from school, right?
ちょうど文房具屋の角を曲がって
You turned the corner where the stationery store is, right?
そうですけど
Yes.
何か
So? They were probably lost, I thought. This village has many small turns and you can easily get lost when you try to take a shortcut. So they must have been waiting for someone to ask for directions. But then he said something disturbing.
兄ちゃんさこの道の途中で女の子に会わんかったかいね
Yeah, they are gonna ask about a girl. Young man, didn't you see a girl on the way here?
あの
What?
白い帽子に白い服を着た女の子なんよ
A girl with a white hat and white clothes
紫のリボンもついとん
with a purple ribbon on it.
会わんかったかいね
Did you see her? They were definitely talking about Rena.
いえ
No,
会ってないです
I didn't. I wasn't ready to hear them ask that. Rather, I was scared. That's why my voice got all shaky. Up until that point, I couldn't believe Rena's story. They're so gonna catch on to him lying. He's like, no. Oh no. I thought it was ridiculous. I actually laughed, if only to myself. That's why I wasn't ready at all. My heart was beating fast and I was sweating all over. I immediately answered, no, I didn't, but it might have sounded like an obvious lie. It did. White hat and white dress, a ghost. But purple ribbon. Wow, the ghost is sure fashionable. The driver stared into my eyes. He looked like he was trying to figure out if I was lying or not, and my legs started to shake. I felt like a frog under the glare of a snake, and I couldn't move a muscle for a while. I think the same went for those men too. They were clearly a suspicious group, and they had just asked a villager about a girl out of the blue. Anybody would get suspicious. And I was right. The man broke the ice and started making excuses before I even asked him why he wanted to know about the girl.
ああそんな深い意味はないんね
That's not even an excuse! That's just avoiding the question. Well, I was asking for no particular
さ
reason.
っき女の子を追い抜いたのによ来たのが男の子だったからあんれと思っただけなんね
We just passed by a girl earlier, but you're a boy, so we were just wondering.
そうですか
Sure, totally. Normal stuff. Yeah, definitely no particular reason. Just, just for the funny. Yeah, just shenanigans. Oh, okay.
忘れてえな
Please forget it.
ごめんな兄ちゃん
Sorry for the trouble, young
こち
man.
らもう行くんて
We're off. The man started the engine and drove away. After they left, I saw nothing. That's right, nothing. There was no reason why they had to park here. So, were they really waiting for Rena? They were. Oh yeah, they were. No particular reason to ask. Very specifically, a white hat with very specifically purple ribbon. Mm-hmm. That is so weird. That is so creepy. Oh, lunch takeout list too. Yeah. He couldn't even be bothered to read the fucking car plate. Oh man. I also got an achievement. Hold on. Let me show you or tell you. Mystery Machine is the name of the achievement. Be drawn further into the conspiracy. And it has the picture of a white van. That's quite something. Yeah, we're still very early. Okay, I was gonna say very early into the stream, but we can like go into the next chapter even if you guys want. We don't have to stop at the tip if you guys still want to keep going. The law stands true. All men in Hinamizawa are helpless chumps. Yeah, you're not wrong. But yeah, let's read the lunch takeout list too. Yeah, more. Okay. We can do a little bit longer. Furthermore, it's important that we closely monitor her father. Since he also has suffered mental shock from the divorce and has been trying hard to take care of the patient, there's a strong possibility that he may develop an induced delusional disorder. Okay. He too? That is now scary. What is this hinting at? As the first step of mental care, one should listen to the patient's story carefully without denying it. That's the most basic of basics. However, when the patient and the listener are related, it's easy for the listener to become deeply influenced by the patient's delusions. Additionally, delusional parasitosis is widely known to make people highly impressionable, and the influence sometimes can spread throughout a whole community. Therefore, even if several people claim to acquire a parasitic infection, it doesn't necessarily prove the existence of a parasite. Okay. Some of the phone calls to the healthcare centers for the extermination of pests are nothing but a mass delusion. Since the subject matter of the delusion in this case is extremely rabid? I don't know. The patients might harm or even kill each other in abnormal ways, believing this to be the treatment for the disease. They might also give up hope and commit suicide together, in the worst case. Okay. That is fucked up. This influential delusional disorder, otherwise known as shared psychotic disorder, shows a particularly strong possibility of influencing close companions. Oh my god, is this why they act the way that they do in all the chapters? Because, you know, they're also very close friends. Delusional parasite infection? Some of them. It's not like all of them had like the feeling of maggots in their blood vessels, but you know, it could be just shared paranoia, especially between like the main characters where they feel like the other friends are like plotting something against them, and therefore, you know, they have to kill them, or everyone is plotting against them, therefore they have to kill this and that person, like what happened in chapter 1, what happened in chapter 2, and therefore also in chapter 5. Chapter 3 was kind of an outlier because, you know, Keiichi killed Teppei for a very different reason, but yeah. This is being given on a silver platter. I'm also cautious of this, but it's interesting. It's interesting. But it is also, we should take that info with a grain of salt. Maggots could be delusional, but the itching definitely isn't. Yeah, the maggots themselves might be a delusion, but they do feel some sort of itching. But also there's like phantom itching. Like sometimes, isn't that like the case when people like lose a limb, for example? They'll feel like pain or like sometimes like itchiness where the limb used to be. You know what I mean? It's not... It could also just be, you know, in their head, but you never know. Okay, anyway, let's keep going. Anyone who is going to contact the patients must be made to understand that the patients are under medical treatment and must be warned not to be influenced by the patient's delusions. Individuals who are likely to be easily influenced are the patient's family members and people who deeply care about the patients, such as boyfriends or girlfriends. That was a short one. Phantom pain works differently. Do you want to explain how? Because I wouldn't know how much different it is. It's less of a leap to say that they are experiencing real symptoms, especially if this is some kind of disease or parasite. The thing is that it's so many people, and the thing that also throws me off is that Rena didn't know about the maggots in the first place. So even if they are like influencing each other, it could be that that is partially true, that some people are influencing each other and therefore are experiencing some kind of like similar effects, you know, like if someone tells you that they are sick and you like recently hung out with that person, you'll maybe like start to feel sick too, even though you aren't. You'll like maybe feel like, oh, I could be sick. I could have, you know, gotten whatever they were dealing with. And even though you don't really, you start to think like, oh, you know, I'm coughing a little bit more than usual, but you don't actually get the same kind of sickness that they did. But you know, as Takano said, even if you don't know of the parasites or of the maggots in the blood vessels, do you still get the same kind of delusion? And that was kind of proven to be true with Rena. So it's both things are currently still possible. Everyone that we know who might potentially be infected has displayed some consistent symptoms. That is true. I'm just saying tactile hallucinations and them having the sensation of itch can be possible. Yeah, both things are definitely possible. I do think that it's interesting that they all experience very similar symptoms, but also it's interesting that they could just be influencing each other, or they could get it even if they don't know about it. I don't know. It's definitely something to think about. But let's keep going. We're getting closer to the truth, I feel like. We're so close. Just missing one piece of vital information, I feel. Oh my god, this entrance way is so fucking cursed. Also, it's really dark here. Let me turn on my light. I always forget to do it before the stream. Give me 1 second. If it is influence, how do you explain Tomitake? Maybe he knew of it? Takano said that some people know about it. Not everyone does, but some people know of it. And maybe once you know of it, you're more likely to get it? I don't know. It is difficult to explain. I don't have an explanation. I am clueless. We do see tactile hallucination quite consistently in alcohol withdrawal. Yeah. I've heard that too. Yeah, I've heard that too. You're saying it's possible, not saying it is. Yeah, it's definitely something to keep in mind. It is currently a big, moment still. I should apologize, Rena. Music is like also kind of loud for some reason. And his voice is like slightly louder than that for me. I don't know how it is on stream. I don't think I can even change the mix of the volume, but it doesn't matter. I don't think I believed you. I'm really sorry about that. It's okay, Keiichi-kun. I'm just glad we didn't get caught. Who are they? Are they pawns of those religious fanatics who are trying to revive the cult of Oyashiro-sama? This is also interesting. If you think back to chapter 1, I will never stop with the wild, crazy theories, but what if the cult-like behavior is what they influence each other on? Because Rena and Mion were like relatively normal up to a specific point, at which point they were both kind of chasing down Keiichi. What if just more and more people get like infected with the cult-like behavior and then they act on that? You know what I mean? Which is also what they said, where you would end up getting to a point where you believe all of the cult-like delusional shit, where you end up maybe hurting another person, killing them, all of that stuff. Something to do with the nerve, which is why the medication we give is usually more directed towards nerve pain. Oh, interesting. I did not know that it has something to do with the nerve, actually. Sheep mentality? Kind of, but more in a supernatural sense. Like you get infected with some kind of parasite of cult-like thinking, because it happens so abruptly. It's not like we know of Rena being indoctrinated from a young age. We know that she's kind of odd and she has this irrational fear surrounding Oyashiro-sama, which, okay, now that I say it out loud, it might be related to that, but could just be like some kind of not really like a metaphor for a parasite infection, you know what I mean? Like what we talked about earlier. Interesting regardless. I think they don't realize that they're pawns. But I'm sure the masterminds are using them as such. They must be the ones that have been pulling strings behind the scenes ever since the dam conflict.
ダム戦争の最中に園崎家が裏でいろいろと暗躍したって話は俺も少しは聞いたことがあるな。
Also, curiously, the mentioning of the diluted evil eyes hasn't come up much as of late. Yeah, it didn't happen in the previous chapter as far as I know. I think the last time it happened was in Akasaka's chapter, where we saw people have the demon eyes, where I think someone clipped me getting jump scared to that, which was a little funny because it wasn't really that scary. But I think that was one of the last times that we saw the demon eyes at all, and they were being mentioned. Haven't heard them being mentioned since then, I don't think. I heard that people working for the Sonozaki family did something similar during the dam conflict itself. Yes. Everyone knows that. Oishi-san told me that. There was some kidnapping incident during the dam conflict. Yup. Surprised he told them about this. The case hasn't been disclosed to the public, but anyway, someone kidnapped the grandson of the Minister of Construction and coerced the minister into promising to put a halt to the dam construction. That is so odd. He must really trust her to tell her this, because this is very hidden information. The grandson of the minister was kidnapped? Hey, I've never heard about that before. The minister submitted to their demands, and they made a deal behind the scenes. That's why the incident never went public. Oishi-san only knows about it because he was in charge of the case. Okay. And? This building is so cursed. This building always reminds me of Shion throwing herself off the building and dying. It's uncomfortable. I think we saw this in chapter 2, and every time I see it, I get reminded of it, and it's still uncomfy. According to Oishi-san, between kidnapping the minister's grandson and blackmailing him, their tactics were frighteningly advanced. The police know that the Sonozaki family gave orders to the kidnappers, but the case still remains unsolved. At that time, the head of the Sonozaki family, Oryo, had announced a plan to fight against the dam project by force. She even formed a special attack corp using the Yakuza group that's under the Sonozaki family's
ダム
command.
計画の撤回がどうしても望めないときは建設省に突入して武力制圧しようなんて、そんな物騒な計画を本気で練っていたらしいの。
She was very serious about this plan to put the Ministry of Construction down by brute force if she couldn't stop the construction. Everybody knows that the Sonozaki family had tried to stop the dam project even if it meant breaking the law, so I wasn't so surprised to hear that she had a dangerous plan like that. Actually, I wouldn't be surprised if it was Mion who came up with the idea. The plan sounded just like her. That would be so fucked if a literal, like, what was she, like, 10-year-old came up with the idea to kidnap another kid? That is messed up.
結局その計画は計画のままで終わったんだけど、それを実行するための特攻隊の訓練というのは行われていて、相当高度なものだったらしいよ。
Maybe 6. She looked very young. I wouldn't be surprised if she really was that young. In the end, the plan ended up as nothing more than that, but the Special Attack Corps actually did undergo training, and a very high-level training at that. Oishi had uncovered the information right after the dam conflict ended. At the time, Oryo even said that if the village was going to be submerged, all members of the Onigafuchi Guardians would choose to stay in their houses and drown. That is a little scary. So because Oryo was behind those things, I couldn't just laugh off the idea of an armed assault on the Ministry of Construction. According to the information Oishi seized, she planned a suicide mission as a last resort when the dam conflict started to heat up, in case the resistance wasn't successful. I don't think we've heard of this before. She had actually obtained weapons and put people through training for the sake of that plan. The Special Attack Corps were flown to America, having received a huge amount of money from Oryo for the operation. In the southern desert of the United States, some retired military soldiers gave them highly professional training. That is so fucked. Why? Why would you give this random Japanese special attack unit training as a retired American soldier? That, huh? That, unless you have, like, you get a big, okay, probably money. While the plan was never carried out, the Special Attack Corps became a death squad under the direct control of Oryo after they came back from America. They were involved in many unsolved terrorist incidents, and they succeeded in kidnapping the grandson of the minister as well.
嘘みたいな話だな。
It sounds like it's from a movie or
兄ちゃんもよ
something.
くヘリの操縦から無線機まで何でもできるみたいなことを言うでしょ。
That is so fucked. No way Mion also underwent that training. That would be sick. That would be such a weird fucking thing. Do you remember how Michan said that she could do anything from flying helicopters to using wireless radios? That is so wild. That is crazy. Making some quick bucks by taking some grandpas to the, to the desert and teaching them military drills. That is wild. I wonder how much money they made from that. That is so weird.
あれは本当。
It's actually all true. That is so weird. Dude, she's like 10 max.
みーちゃんも当時その訓練に参加してるらしいよ。
Seems like Michan joined in their training.
じゃああいつ本当に
So like what? She can also... Is that why she has the gun? It's an old relic from that time. So that was all true?
まあ、みーちゃんの話はともかく。
Mion is just like that. Girlie's just built different. Well, let's put that aside for
この
now.
南沢には大臣の孫すらも誘拐できるだけの暗殺部隊が存在するってことだけは疑っちゃダメ。
Anyway, you have to at least believe that the death squad actually exists in Hinamizawa, and they're capable of kidnapping the grandson of a government minister. I didn't take a close look at the 4 men in the white van today, but thinking about it, they did look professional in a way. I choose to believe she didn't do any training and she just locks the fuck in when she needs to. No, I think she probably did undergo some training, but you know, I wouldn't put it past her to just be able to lock in a very special way. Beneath that yellow shirt, she's built like a brick wall. She's built like fucking Juro Izumi in the adult form. They were pretending just to be taking a break, but I could tell they were very tense the whole time.
あいつらはレナの命を狙っているのか？
So, are they really trying to kill you?
多分狙ってはいないと思う。
I don't think so. I mean, they tried to run over Keiji.
殺すだけだったら私もう殺されてるよ。
If they really wanted to kill me, I'd be dead already.
じゃあ狙いは
So, what do they
まさか
want?
あれか？
Are they
高
after
野さんのスクラップ帳。
Takano-san's scrapbooks?
圭一君が見た通り連中は相当警戒心が強いみたいで隙を見つけない限りは強引な手段に訴えてこないみたいなの。
Like you saw yourself, the group is very cautious. Unless we show them an opening, they won't resort to
だって
force.
強引な連中なら私の自宅の寝込みを襲えばいいんだから。
If they were the type to use force outright, they could have attacked me in my sleep.
それをしないってことは結構慎重だってことになるな。
And the kanji for Mion Sonozaki in order and you get a 426. That would actually be hilarious, but yeah. That'd be wild. They haven't done that yet, so that must mean they're taking it
多
cautiously.
分私がスクラップ帳を持っているという確信がないからだと思うの。
They're probably not sure that I have the scrapbooks.
彼らはミオさんを殺し持っていたスクラップ帳をすべて処分しようとした。
They killed Mio-san and tried to dispose of
と
them.
ころが一番重要な数冊が抜けていた。
But they found out that they found out that the most important ones were
それ
missing.
で自分が狙われているのを察して誰かに預けたんじゃないかと考えてるんだと思うの。
They thought she gave them to someone because she knew her life was in
そ
danger.
の有力候補が私なんだと思
Now they think I'm the one who has
う。
them.
でも確証がないから強引な手段に訴えられないんだろうね。
They're not sure, so they can't resort to violence. Honestly, what she's saying makes kind of sense. I still like to believe that Takano faked her death, but you know, this is making a lot of sense actually. But then
Yeah.
also,
お前かなりヤバい橋を渡ってるんじゃないのか？
it contradicts itself with the fact that the same men were after Keiichi in chapter 1 because Takano definitely did not give him the scrapbooks unless she gave them to someone and they noticed they were missing. And since Keiichi actually talked to Takano that night of the Watanagashi festival, maybe they just figured that he must have them and that's why they were after him? Like a stupid misunderstanding, but that's just a wild guess. If we trust the theory that Rena is going with, that would be the most likely reason why they targeted him, but it seems like a weird coincidence. Or maybe Keiichi really was so paranoid that he thought that they were trying to run him over, but they didn't actually want to do that, but Rena, it sounds like you're playing a dangerous
そう
game.
だね。
Yeah,
ちょっと怖いかな。
I'm a bit scared.
でもそう簡単には消されないよ。
But they won't be able to erase me so easily.
私は大石さんと連携している。
After all, I'm cooperating with
有事
Oishi-san.
の際に備えて常に連絡を取り合っているしね。
I've been frequently contacting him in case something
そうだ。
happens.
大石さんはどう言ってるんだよ？
What did he say about
大
them?
石さんも園崎家が何らかの暗躍をしていないか監視してくれてるよ。
He said he'd keep an eye on the Sonozaki family so that he could catch them right away if they were working behind the scenes. Dude only has one thing on his mind, and it's the Sonozaki family. Why doesn't he chase down the men in the white van? Why is he keeping a watch on the Sonozaki family? They have never done anything incriminating. The only time that he was able to catch the Sonozaki family was when Shion went all cuckoo crazy. But that was only Shion, not the whole Sonozaki family. He's so dead set on them. He cannot see anything else. Yeah, such priorities.
高野さんのスクラップ帳の話はしたのか？
Did you tell him about the
う
scrapbooks?
ん、
No,
話してない。
I didn't.
警察には話した方がいいだろ
He's not gonna find shit just waiting out near the family. Yeah, it's not like they have shown any signs of like giving up any information or like themselves up for all of these years. Why would they now suddenly make a mistake? I feel like he's not doing a really good job. He's just so dead set on them that he really wants to like lock in on them. Even my girl boss, Shion, didn't get caught until she wanted to. Yeah. He's not gonna find shit. Those people won't casually report back to the Sonozakis. Yeah, he's not gonna find anything. And it is upsetting because he could actually do something significant if he went after the men in the white van. Because they are out there. They are definitely looking for Rena. And he could chase them. Wouldn't it also be so funny if the white van was the car that Kumagai and Oishi chased after, where they disappeared with their squads? That would be kind of sad, because they were chasing after a car, but we never learned what car it was. What if it was the white van? That'd be so funny. It all comes back together. Surely the Sonozaki is not aware of the guy that had been stalking the Sonozaki family very openly. Yeah, he's like after them year after year after year, always on their ass. As if they didn't know. I think you should. He's an officer.
それに警察ならきっと力になってくれるぞ。
I'm sure the police will help you. You're naive, Keiichi.
私
Keiichi-kun.
は君にだって信じてもらえるか自信がなくて話せないでいるんだよ。
I can't even tell you the secret of this village because I'm not sure you would believe
大石さん
me.
に話したって絶対に信じてもらえるわけがない。
I don't think Oishi-san would believe me if I told him any of this. Also, hello, Saya. Welcome. How are you? Saya no Uta Vien. I still haven't played that one, but I will. I have bought it, actually. Love this series. Nice to see someone reading through it. Yeah, it's been really fun. Glad you also enjoy it. Yeah, I watched the anime like 10 years ago, and the visual novel is actually banger. This audio, we saw a suspicious man lurking outside. Don't worry. It's just Oishi. It's just the same dude. Same dude as always. Nothing new.
なあ、レナ。も
Rena,
う煙に巻くのはなしだ。
let's not make it more confusing than it already
話してくれ。
is. Just tell
一
me.
体何なんだ？
What is it?
何がスクラップ帳に書いてあるんだ？
What's written in the
高野
scrapbooks?
さんが消されるほどの何が書いてあるんだ？
What's the secret that killed Mio-san?
簡単に言うとこのスクラップ帳に書いてあることが事実なら彼らの神が貶められることになるの。
Okay. Simply put, if the things written in the scrapbooks are true, the god they worship will be dethroned.
神を貶める？
Their god? Dethroned.
そう。
Yes.
お社様の神聖性が失われてしまう。
The sanctity of Oyashiro-sama will be
だから
lost.
お社様信仰を復活させようとする彼らは絶対に伏せたいと思っているの。
That's why they want to conceal the truth. They want to resurrect people's belief in Oyashiro-sama. Dethroned by who? A different god? Mion locking up the house for the night. Good night, Grandma. Peeks out the window. Good night, Oishi. Have a good night, Granny. Grandpa. What do you say for Grandpa? Granny and... Gramps? Gramps? Good night, Gramps.
すまん、レナ。もう少しわかりやすく言ってくれ。
Rena, can you explain it a little more simply than that?
つまり、どういうことなんだ？
I'm confused.
つまりお社様は神様じゃないってことなの。
In other words, Oyashiro-sama isn't a
神
god.
様じゃない？
He isn't? I had no idea what she read that made her so certain, but whatever it was, it'd be sacrilegious for people who believe so strongly in Oyashiro-sama. Yeah, that would
お社様の教えっていくつ
shake
も
their
あるけど
world.
その原点はたったの一つしかない。
This must link back to Rika in some way. I agree. There must be something connecting all of this back to her. I'm doing well, thanks. Saya may not be an appropriate read for stream though. The Steam version could be fine, but I hope you enjoyed. Yeah, I have the Steam version. I'm not sure if I will stream it. I think it's, yeah, as you said, probably not suitable from what I've seen. But I'll definitely play it on my own if I can stream it. Yeah, I think I'm gonna enjoy it. It looks really good. There are many teachings of Oyashiro-sama, but the essence is as
そ
follows.
れは中から出るな。 外から入るなというもの。
Don't leave the village and don't let anybody into the village.
この大原則を守るためにその他の教義を発展させたと言ってもいいくらい。
One could even say the rest of his teachings were developed to maintain those two
隣
fundamentals.
人を愛せとか家内安全とか縁結びの神様なんてのは本当に後から取ってつけたものでしかないの。
It really wasn't until later on that they added aspects like love your neighbor, or viewing him as a god of marriage and domestic prosperity. In other words, Oyashiro-sama existed solely to stop villagers from going outside the village. Oyashiro-sama doesn't bless the villagers or protect them from disasters. The people believe that Oyashiro-sama does all that for them, but the truth is that the people abused his name for that purpose, generation after generation, and nothing more than that. So he's just someone who wants to trap the people of Hinamizawa in Hinamizawa, and he doesn't want anyone else to enter the village. He's just a gatekeeper. Is that what it is? I might be a fan of it. Who knows? Yeah, maybe. A little bit. But yeah, I'm doing good. Thanks for asking. Doing good. Doing good. Enjoying Higurashi. It's really fun. Why did Oyashiro-sama descend in the first place? Because demons came out of Onigafuchi swamp and attacked people.
実はこの時点で解釈が違ってたの。
In fact, that was the wrong
鬼が
interpretation.
湧き出して襲ったんじゃない。
Demons didn't come out of the swamp and attack
湧き出
people.
したものにやられると人々を襲う鬼になるの。
Huh. People became demons and attacked others when they were possessed by whatever came out of the swamp. Huh. I wonder. You remember the... Yeah, of course you remember the Hinamizawa disaster, right? Where people died supposedly in their sleep? Isn't that a little bit weird? Because the only other thing that we know to come out of the swamp is the gas from the volcano thingy, which supposedly killed people in their sleep. But what if... Oh my god, wouldn't it be so funny if Keiichi was the one who killed the entirety of Hinamizawa? No, okay, that's a little out there, okay, but that's like the only thing that we know for sure to have come out of the swamp. Oyashiro-sama said gaslight gatekeep girl boss. True. This is... Oh god, I need to screenshot this. I need to add this to the document, because this is probably the most interesting piece of information we've gotten in a long time. Probably have gotten a lot of interesting stuff and I just was too stupid to like lock it down as, oh, that's interesting, I should note that down, but this is really interesting.
湧き出したもの
Whatever came out of the swamp?
どういう意味だよ、レナ
What do you mean by that? That'd be bonkers. I could see it. That'd be crazy, but I could see it. Whatever came out of the swamp possessed people, crawled into their blood, controlled them, and turned them into demons. Okay, you. People had no resistance against whatever it was that came out of the swamp. They became demons, attacked the other villagers, and turned them into demons as well. Ew. Don't change the color of the screen. Somewhat lesser known tidbit, Urobuchi wrote Saya and also, oh, Madoka Magica, where his name really took off. Yeah, I know his name from Madoka Magica. I didn't know he also wrote Saya. Huh. The more you know. Okay, well, Madoka Magica, like, is kind of messed up already. So, yeah, from what I've seen from Saya, it's gonna be a wild ride. I look forward to it. That's right. It was a weird infectious disease that broke out from the swamp. Okay. I'm just gonna take this at face value. I'm not gonna question what she's saying. I'm just gonna accept this as a fact. It made the infected people go out of control. The villagers saw this disaster and explained it like so. Interesting choice of words, disaster. Evil demons came out from the bottom of the swamp, possessed people, and turned them into demons as well. That is the truth of the story of the demons that came out of Onigafuchi
確
swamp.
かに それだと伝説をうまく説明できるな。
It actually explains the
じ
legends.
ゃあお社様ってのはひょっとして異国から来た医者？
So, was Oyashiro-sama a doctor who came from a foreign country?
そうだね。
Yes.
正確には正しくないけど、そう、医者と呼べる存在。
That's not exactly correct, but he was something like that. What does that mean? What does that mean? I should get into Saya too. Love Madoka. I haven't watched the Madoka movies yet. I've only watched the anime, but I loved it too. I need to like watch the movies finally. It's been too long. I need to really get on that.
それが降臨して伝染病を治療したの。
He came to Onigafuchi and he treated the infectious disease,
それは治療ではなく対処療法でしかなかった。
but he couldn't cure it for good. All his treatment could do was reduce the symptoms of the infection. Villagers could have their symptoms suppressed, but there was no way to kill the parasites that had infested them. I wonder if this is why Irie reacted the way that he did when he saw Tomitake, because if the disease kind of appears in people as like maggots or like itching from within and causes them to like cut themselves open or like scratch open their throats and stuff like that, maybe like the clinic has been trying to cure that for however long they've been trying to do that, and seeing Tomitake like that made him think, oh shit, whatever we're doing is not working. A wild guess, but that's like the first thing that came to mind, because the clinic is kind of weird, and his reaction to seeing Tomitake like that is also kind of weird. Or maybe he heard of all of this going on. Maybe that's why the clinic was formed in Hinamizawa in the first place, and he didn't believe it up until he saw Tomitake. Maybe that's why he reacted in that way. You can definitely feel similar vibes. I consider Saya a little bit less refined, Urobuchi in his earlier days, but I will leave it at that. Okay, I'm really interested in like finally playing it. I bought it many months ago during a sale, and I haven't gotten to it. I still haven't even finished Steins Gate, and it's not that long, so hopefully I will get to it after that too. Only seen the first half of the first movie. Right, you're one of those people that watches movies in increments. I don't know how you do it. Perfect time to finish Madoka Magica because the new movie is coming out later this year. Yeah, I saw that it was supposed to come out last year during winter, but they postponed it. Yeah, I need to watch them. I recently rewatched the anime because the last time I watched it, I was a little kid basically. And yeah. Need to get on that. At this point, wouldn't the families not want the sickness to be cured? Why are you saying that? Would they not want that? Oh, you mean the three families? Yeah. The three families probably don't want that, I'm guessing. It's difficult because it seems like they can't even control it. I see where you're coming from. Maybe they don't want it cured because then the supposed doctor, or I guess the clinic, if you take it like as a whole, could act as like Oyashiro-sama and like bring blessings upon people. I see what you mean, and also it instills fear in people. They definitely can use it to their advantage. Unless, you know, some girl kind of goes cuckoo crazy and ends up murdering every single one of the three families. Yeah, haha, that has happened. I wonder what happens to like their plans. Like, it's just thrown away like that. I can't tell, but it's okay, Grandpa. Higurashi is a fun anime, and contrasts are great. It's wonderful to go through it in detail when you read the novels. Yeah, I'll definitely do a watch along of the Higurashi anime because I'm like really looking forward to it, because I watched it so long ago. I remember like zero. I remember none of it. But I definitely want to go back and like watch it once we're done. The three families are also affected by it, so they have more incentive to cure it, I think. Curing it also like strengthens the belief in Oyashiro-sama, because I don't know. I don't know, maybe she'll explain it too. Maybe we don't have to theorize about this. I find it difficult to theorize about their ultimate objective here. And she moves to a rural town in Idaho and tries to make it as a belly dancer. You know what? I can see it. Together with Satoshi. Villagers could have their symptoms suppressed, but there was no way to kill the parasites that had infested them. After a while, the village was divided into two groups. One group was made of the people who were already infected, and the other consisted of the people who weren't. Without a cure for the disease, the unaffected looked down on the people who could only suppress their violent symptoms. They even talked about drowning them in the swamp. But they knew killing the infected people wouldn't solve the problem. Parasites came out of their water sources, including Onigafuchi Swamp. That is concerning. They couldn't fill them all in, for if they did that, they would lose their access to drinking water. They could have chosen to leave the village, but that was hard for them, for that was the location of their ancestors' graves. Under the power of Oyashiro-sama, infected people could live without showing symptoms. So both those who were infected and those who weren't decided to live together equally and to coexist with the parasite. Oyashiro-sama was impressed by the villagers' decision. He decided to stay there and continue to treat them in the clinic.
お社様がこの地にとどまり、人と鬼の生活を見守ったの真相か。
That's the true identity of Oyashiro-sama, the benefactor who stayed in the village to protect the lives of both human and demon. That's right.
そしてお社様は感染者である村人たちに症状を出さないために掟を作った。
And Oyashiro-sama made rules in order to ensure the symptoms of the infected people would remain
そ
suppressed.
の最大にして唯一のものが村から出てはいけない。
The
外から
rules
人を入れてはいけない。
were to never leave the village and to never let anybody into the village. Yeah, that makes sense, because if you let them leave, they could infect other people, and if you let other people into the village, they could get infected. I wonder how long it takes for the disease to spread, because Tomitaka has been coming to Hinamizawa for years at this point. So why did he only now just die? Keep the infection contained, basically.
外から人を入れてはいけないってのはわかるぜ。
But it also seems like the containing of the disease isn't really working out the way that they want to. Because these kids, or like people, are killing each other still. Oh, thank you so much for the follow, Saya. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Apparently it takes a while, or is it bogus? Also, Teppei has been away for a good while. Yeah, he was in Okinomiya. Does that not count? It's still unclear. I understand why he didn't want to let anybody new into the
感染
village.
者を増やさないためだろ
It was to prevent the parasite from infecting anyone
う。でも
else.
出てはいけないってのはどういう意味なんだ。
But I don't understand why he didn't want people to leave.
寄生虫たちは気候や風土の関係でこのひなみ沢の地でしか生きられないらしいの。
It seems like the parasite could only live in Hinamizawa because of the climate
だか
here.
ら宿主である感染者がこの地を離れようとすると強い症状を出してそれを妨害するの。
It causes an outbreak of the symptoms in order to prevent the hosts from leaving the village when they try.
その妨害こそがいわゆるお社様のたたりの正体。
That reaction is the truth behind the curse of Oyashiro-sama. Oh, I feel so stupid. Basically, this was all explained by Takano's notes already, but it's only now clicking in my brain. I'm like, ooh. They basically already explained this, and I'm just now like, I see. Okay, it wasn't a metaphor. They were quite literally talking about a parasite. Wow. Ah. If we take this at face value, they could still do a 180 on us and tell us, yeah, psych, this is all just a joke. Could it be that the gas wasn't the killing factor, but the change in atmosphere that did them in? Climate change? That would be so funny. Climate change ended Hinamizawa. I wouldn't even, that would be so sick. That would be so sick. It's just a prank, bro. Haha, we got you. I don't know, after chapter 2 and then the revelation in chapter 5, I feel like I can't trust what the game is telling me. It's like, okay, are they like messing with me right now? Or is this actual information that I can believe? I am not sure. The strongest symptoms of the infectious disease were violence and delirium. The infected people acted just like demons, and the impact of seeing them in the throes of the disease was strong enough to make others describe them as such. They couldn't even let people leave who had just come to the village. If they had left after being infected, they might go crazy in a faraway land, turn into a vicious demon, and cause a disaster. Infected people were never allowed to leave. When an infected person left the village, they brought him back by any means necessary. That is scary. That was what it really meant to be demoned away. Hold on, hold the phone. Hold the phone, hold on. 1 second. Whoa. So, what happened to Satoshi then? I'm guessing oh my god. You think that him being sighted at the train station was actually true? And someone got wind of it? And then they fucking snatched him away? And brought him back to Hinamizawa? But what happened to him? That is sick. That is messed up. That is messed up. Did they just kill them? What happened? When is the game not messing with you? Real though. I feel like it's constantly just making me question my sanity.
ちょっと待てよレナ。
Wait a second, Rena.
だとしたら俺やレナも村人はみんなその病気に感染してることになるよな。
I mean, technically there were uninfected people. I wonder if when the symptoms are being suppressed, I'm guessing, no, I'm guessing everyone must be infected because that's just how parasites work. They find their way in somehow. I'm guessing the town is not actually still divided and people are able to be uninfected here. I'm guessing everyone really is infected. Did I even read this? Wait a second, Rena. That means everybody in this village, including you and I, are
で
infected.
も俺たちはひなみ沢を離れたって別に何の問題もないぞ。
But nothing happens when we leave Hinamizawa.
実際村人にも結婚したりして遠方に住んでる人も少なくないらしいじゃないか。
In fact, many villagers move far away after getting married or
ひ
something.
なみ沢をちょっと離れたからって錯乱して鬼と化したなんて聞いたことないぞ。
I've never heard of any villagers who went crazy and turned into demons after they left Hinamizawa.
そう
You're right.
それはまさにお社様の目論見通りにことが進んだからなんだよ。
That's because things went as Oyashiro-sama thought they
意味
would.
がわかるかな。
Do you understand? They were cured?
この村を長い間封印してきたのは寄生虫の害を弱めるためなの。
He isolated the village for a long time in order to weaken the power of the parasite. Hosts are very important for parasites. If something happens to the host, the parasites that live in the host have to share the same fate. In other words, if the host went crazy and attacked people, the host would be captured and killed, which means that the parasites would die with the host
そう
too.
か。自然淘汰か。
You're talking about natural selection. Yeah, kind of. No, I don't understand. I don't understand. Explain it to me like I'm dumb.
さすが圭一君。
Good thinking,
そ
Keiichi-kun.
う。
That's exactly
こ
right.
の地で長く生活を重ね、厳しい戒律で生活を続けた結果、
As a result of living in this village under such strict rules for a long
寄生虫
time,
に対し過敏な人間は錯乱して結局殺された。
people who were hypersensitive to the parasite went crazy and got
ま
killed.
た感染者を錯乱させてしまうような強すぎる寄生虫はこれもまた錯乱した宿主と共に殺された。
Oh my god, maybe they thought that Satoshi went crazy. That's why he killed his aunt. And that's why they killed him. And then they made it look like he left the village. Maybe they didn't snatch him away from the train station, but maybe they just killed him. I mean, he's dead either way, isn't he? Because he's nowhere to be found. And unless he left Hinamizawa and actually made it out of here, they must have killed him. The strong parasites that made the infected people go crazy were also killed off due to the host's violent
その
behaviors.
結果寄生虫と人間は互いに相性がいい種だけが残っていった、
As a result, only the parasites that acted nice to people lived
これ
on.
こそがお社様の伝説が伝える鬼と人の血は混じり合ったことの真相。
And that's the explanation behind the mix of human and demon blood that's written in the legend of
じゃ
Oyashiro-sama.
あつま
So
りその寄生虫はほとんど無害なわけなのか。
that means the parasite is almost harmless now. Yes.
ミオさんのスクラップ帳によると、そういった無害な寄生虫に感染しているケースというのはかなり多いんだって。
According to Mio-san's scrapbooks, there are actually many people who are infected by harmless parasites.
食文化にもよるけど、例えば生肉を食べる国では国民の8割くらいが感染している例もあるんだって。
It depends on the local food culture. For example, about 80% of the people who live in a country where meat is a staple food are infected by parasites.
でも共生できてて人体に全く無害だから誰も治療しない、気づかない。
But because the parasites coexist with humans without doing any harm to them, nobody notices them,
だ
treats
から
them,
撲滅もされない。
or tries to get rid of them.
なるほどな。
太古の綿流しはね、実は腹綿流しと書く物騒なものでね。
Yeah. In olden times, Watanagashi was called Harawata Nagashi. Harawata meaning
錯
guts.
乱した犠牲者の臓腑を食らうものだった。
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, I remember that. But why? It said that the people back then used to eat the guts of infected people who went crazy.
必要なことだった。
To like end the parasite? Is that like to get rid of the parasite? It sounds awful, but it was something they had to
感
do.
染して犠牲になった人を食う
Eating the infected
Mataba.
people.
ワクチンとか。
Yeah. Are you talking about a vaccine?
ケイチ君はやっぱり頭がいいね。
Yeah, I don't know how to say it in English, but to like build up a resistance against them? You're very smart, Keiichi-kun.
ミオさんもそう読み解いてる。
Mio-san also interpreted it just like you did.
伝説では犠牲者を生きたまま解体して食らったなんて物騒なことになっているけど、実際はそんな野蛮なものじゃなくて、もっともっと医学的に取り扱われていたらしいの。
What about all the torture devices? I don't know, they didn't seem super scientific to me. I don't know, that didn't sound very scientific to me, the stuff that they had in the ritual storehouse. In the legend, it says people cut open and ate the infected ones alive, but it actually wasn't anything gross like that. They did it in a scientific
強
way.
すぎる寄生虫のせいで死んだ犠牲者からワクチンを作り出し、同時に村人の抵抗力も高めていった。
Gross. They created a vaccine from the infected people who died from the extremely strong parasites, and that helped the uninfected villagers boost their immune system. That was
お
messed
社
up.
様ってのは何者なんだよ一体。
Canned meat, yeah, that we get back to the canned meat, and it's Who was
医
Oyashiro-sama?
学
A scientist?
医学先進国っていうとドイツか。
He must have been from a very advanced country. Was he German?
正体はひょっとしてナンパして流れ着いた外国人医師。
Why a German specifically? You know what? I won't question it. Is the true identity of Oyashiro-sama a foreign doctor who survived a
多
shipwreck?
分、ケイチ君の答えが一番一般的だと思う。
I think that'd be the most likely answer.
ドイツ人ではないんだけど、とりあえず医者的な存在であったのは正解。
He wasn't German, but he was a doctor of some sort. Also, hello, Ether. Welcome. How are you? Hope we're doing good.
古代の伝説の秘密が明かされていくってのはなんだか面白いな。
Kind of interesting to reveal the truth behind old legends. It is. I feel like for the first time, I'm like, aha, ooh, during this game. I don't feel quite as lost. If this is really all the truth. I don't think that Anna's story is too crazy to be true anymore. It still sounds crazy, of course, but I've never heard any theories that explain the legend of this village better than this one. Same.
多分俺も感染してるんだよな。
Idia must know a lot more than he's letting on. I feel like the clinic was probably built after all of this, you know, was going on, or like during all of this happening. I'm guessing the original dude who like came up with the idea of like containing the infection and like building or like creating a vaccine built the clinic, and it just got passed down to like different doctors over the generations. And I'm guessing somewhere it must be written down what the history of the clinic is. And, you know, Iria is still like kind of young. Let's just assume that maybe he wasn't even born in Hinamizawa. Maybe he came from the outside. Or maybe, you know, he studied somewhere and then he came back and then he took over the clinic and he somehow learned of the history of the clinic. He might not have believed it. He might have thought that's so stupid, that's such bullshit. And then when he saw Tomitake, he might have been like, oh, actually, it might be true. Actually, we have a problem because people are still dying from this parasite, mayhaps? We got an expensive clinic in this backwater town. Yeah, something must be going on with him. But also, the clinic is called Irie Clinic. I wonder if they changed the name when someone else takes over or if he really was the one who built it. Doing well, just got over a stomach bug. Hope you've been well. Oh no. I hope you recovered well and I hope you're doing good now. But yeah, I'm also doing good, thank you. Would there be more mysticism around the clinic than if it were an important place in Hinamizawa's myths? Maybe hiding in plain sight is good in this case? Because, I mean, any place needs a clinic, right? I mean, the clinic is weird, Takano is weird, Irie is weird. They're both definitely hiding something. So the clinic is definitely still a mystery, but I feel like them just acting like a normal clinic in plain sight is probably what they were going for. When the myths specifically talk about Oyashiro being a medic or having healing powers. Good question. I don't know. I guess so. Yeah, I feel like they would use that to their advantage, but also, I don't know. I mean, that makes sense, but I guess they didn't go for that? I'm infected by the parasite too, right?
なんだか体中が痒くなってくるぜ。
I feel itchy all over now.
人間だって一つの宇宙だよ。
A person is like a universe.
体の中には無数の細菌たちが住んでいる。
We have countless numbers of bacteria in our bodies.
その中には私たちの生活には欠かせない有用な細菌たちも少なくないんだよ。
Some of those bacteria are essential to us staying alive.
よくヨーグルトとかの CM で言ってるよな。
Like bacteria in yogurt, right? I mean, he's not
確かに
wrong.
そうだ。
I see.
これもミオさんの受け売りだけど、例えばシロアリっているでしょ。
This is also what Mio-san wrote in her scrapbooks. You know termites, right?
木材を食い荒らしてしまうアリ。
They eat wood,
実はシロアリって木材を消化できないんだって。
but they actually can digest it themselves.
体内に寄生している特殊な細菌が食べた木材の繊維を分解してくれて、その結果シロアリは木材を吸収できるんだって。
They have unique bacteria that decomposes the wood fibers. As a result, termites can absorb what they eat.
これも寄生虫と共生している一例だね。
That's just one example of a species coexisting with parasites. I didn't know that. When I heard the word parasites, I feel creeped out almost instinctively. But now I know some of them aren't so bad to us.
だから太古の昔に鬼ヶ淵村から突如発生した奇怪な伝染病は今ではほぼ根絶されたと言っていい。
I mean, parasites are kind of interesting because in the end, the hosts that they infect, like smart parasites, let's just put it that way, don't want the host to actually suffer any harm or like die of some sort. So, yeah, a lot of parasites only want to survive for as long as they can. It's all about survival in the end. So, yeah, evolution causes them to basically go through something like they did go through in Hinamizawa, where they become distinctively different from what they originally were in order to survive. So a lot of parasites are actually just, they're just, trying to survive by any means possible, even if that means being the nicest parasite possible, to put it simply. So the weird infectious disease that broke out from the Onigafuchi swamp has been exterminated by now.
根絶じゃないね。
Well, I shouldn't say exterminated.
無害になったと言うべきだね。
I should say it's harmless now. But that doesn't explain Tomitake, and that also doesn't explain why Rena, not too long ago, saw maggots crawling out of her blood vessels. Unless that really was a delusion on her part. Unbiased fact, Rena is objectively the best character. I like her a lot, she's very cool. But I will say, I have a soft spot for Mion. She's just, I don't know, I really like her. Shion is also pretty great. I love the twins a lot. But yeah, Rena is growing on me a lot. Especially this chapter, I really like her. She's really well written, but the Sonozaki twins kind of have their grip on me. Unfortunately, the definition of parasite is being stretched pretty thin here. Parasites ultimately cause harm to the host, but lots of symbiotic relationships can be found between animals and microbes. Yeah. It's not always as simple as how they put it and how I put it. But a lot of the relationships between parasites and their hosts are pretty interesting. I don't know too much about them. I've seen like a couple of documentaries on it because I had a temporary interest in it a long time ago, but yeah, my knowledge is like my memory is bad and my knowledge is very basic, so that combo is always great. They're very well developed, most of the main characters, that is. Yep, I agree. I really like how the visual novel fleshes them all out, but I have a feeling that some of the characters like Oishi, for example, and Takano and Tomitaka are gonna fall short a little bit in terms of development, but there's still a couple of chapters left, so yeah. But yeah, there's currently an ad break right now for some people, so I'm gonna take a break real quick. I'm gonna drink some water. I'll be back in like 2 minutes because that's for how long the ad break is going on for. Okay, I'll be right back. can't believe you just got a pink rubber ducky for 422 gold. That's kind of insane. Anyway, I'm back. Yeah. I don't know what we were talking about. My brain is a little cooked. I might be a little tired after 3 hours of Hollow Knight and then 4.5 hours of reading. So yeah, what can I say? I'm kind of a gamer, pro fisher. Also, thank you for the squats. You know what? Maybe the squats will make my brain less jumbled. Okay, give me 1 sec. I will. Your wish is my command or something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Wahoo! It'll get your blood pumping. It sure will. But yeah, as I said, this doesn't really explain Tomitake or any of the other scratching your neck open incidents. So yeah, just something to keep in mind. Okay, let me drink something after those squats. 1 sec. Okay.
最初はとんでもない話だと思ってたけどさ。
I thought it was a crazy story at
こうして
first.
種明かしがされると、なんだかサイエンスな感じがして、ちょっと面白い話だよな。
But now I feel like I just saw the trick behind some crazy kind of magic. It's interesting. I feel the same way. I have a, again, ooh, ah
私た
moment.
ちには面白いよ。
It is to
でも
us.
お社様を神として崇める人たちにとってはこれはとても不愉快な説。
But for the cult of Oyashiro-sama, this must be a very annoying theory. Of course, if Takano-san's theory is correct, Oyashiro-sama isn't a god. Oh, thank you so much for the sub, Saya. I really appreciate it. Hope you enjoy the emotes and the ad-free viewing. Yeah. Thank you. And the punishment by that god, namely the curse of Oyashiro-sama, that people have been so afraid of, will turn out to have just been the symptoms of an infectious disease. I see. That's what dethroning God would mean.
だとすると、もしこの伝染病の病原体を特定して世間に発表されるようなことがあれば、信仰は破綻しちまうな。
So, if the pathogen of this infectious disease was identified and announced to the public, the power of Oyashiro-sama would be completely lost. Also, we can't forget the Hinamizawa disaster where literally everyone dies. That must mean that whatever came out of the swamp, meaning the parasites, is still alive and thriving in the swamp. Otherwise, they wouldn't die from whatever erupts out of there after the festival, like a couple of days after, or like weeks, whatever, however long it takes for that to happen. Which is, you know, I wouldn't call that harmless, to be fair. Which I'm guessing it is connected to the original parasite. If the pathogen of this infectious disease was identified and announced to the public, the power of Oyashiro-sama would be completely lost.
そう。
That's right. Oh, we switched perspective. That's cool. That's so cool. I read a lot of visual novels and I wish more people would stream them, so I love it. Let me recommend my beloved model sister to you. Check out Saro. She also really likes visual novels and she plays a lot of them on stream. She actually also plays Higurashi currently. She's a little bit behind me, but she also played Umineko, and I'm sure she'll be playing many more visual novels, so I think you would also really enjoy her. Still curious how Keiichi survived that? Yeah! Why did he only survive that? It is weird. The whole thing still, like, we know a little bit more now, but it still doesn't add up entirely. It explains a lot of stuff, but not everything, which is good because we still have a lot to go. Every spooky stream is just a Taro ad in disguise. It is, isn't it? I'm not really helping my case here. It's a package deal, kind of. Yeah, my bad. My bad.
それこそが彼らの一番恐れることなの。
That's right. That's what they're afraid of.
そしてミオさんはその病原体を特定しようとしていたらしい。
Mio-san was going to identify the
そ
pathogen,
のミオさんが消されたということは
and for that, she was killed. Better than the Trivago ads I keep getting. Yeah, you're welcome. This stream is sponsored by Sorrow if only. That would be sick. I still wouldn't get paid though.
特定できたってことが。
So that must mean she identified it.
かもしれないね。
Maybe she did.
ミオさんはもういないし、彼女のスクラップ帳にも特定できたとは書かれていない。
But she's gone and she didn't say anything about that in her scrapbooks.
消されるに値する理由が他に思いつかないの。
That's the only reason I can think of
で
though.
もよ、20世紀ももうすぐ終わろうっていう現代だぜ。
But it's the end of the 20th century.
村人だっていろんな医療機関で検査を受けてきたはずだ。
I'm sure the villagers have been examined by a lot of different medical institutions by now, right?
なのに、そういう怪しげな寄生虫が摘出されたって話はないんだろう。
I've never heard about anyone discovering a weird parasite like that. Well, this is Hinamizawa. Follow one and get One Imoto combo for free. That sounds really nice. It's like a McDonald's fucking surprise menu, whatever they are called. You know the ones that I mean. The Happy Meal. It's a Happy Meal. Sorrow the Raid Shadow Legends of Spooky Streams. Hey, I get it. I get it. Wait, didn't I even have... Hold on. Give me 1 second. We can make this even worse. Do I still have that, or was that before I wiped my VTube studio? I had the sorrowed grub at some point as an item in VTube studio, but I might not have it anymore. I don't have it anymore. Ah, I'm sorry to disappoint. I know.
確かに病原体そのものは未だ発見されていない。
It's true that the pathogen hasn't been found yet.
確かに何かの規制を受けていることの信号だけは確認されているんだって。
But in fact, there's evidence that there is some kind of parasite involved.
なんだって
What?
本当かよ。
Really? When a parasite enters a human body, that body's immune system cells, eosinophils and macrophages try to kill the parasite. They secrete an antibody called immunoglobulin E. IgE. Oh no, don't make me read stuff like this out. The thing is, it's easy to read it out in German. That would be immunoglobulin, which, that sounds kind of similar to a different thing in German. These are easy to say in German because I don't have to worry about the pronunciation because it's pretty much how it, it doesn't matter. I will not, it's fine. Don't listen to me. It's okay. You don't need to understand what I'm talking about. The most common way of checking if a person is infected by a pathogen is to look at the levels of this secretion. According to Takano-san's research, people from Hinamizawa have a very high level of IgE in their blood. That's not all. They also have obvious symptoms of being infected by parasites. They don't have any allergies. IgE stimulates mast cells, and they secrete histamines and serotonin as a result. These cause an allergic reaction. That allergic reaction isn't pleasant for humans, but it's necessary for the body to kill the pathogen. But the parasites don't want to be killed, of course, so they secrete substances that counteract IgE. As a result, IgE stops stimulating the receptors of the mast cells, which stop secreting the chemical compounds. As a result, the antigen-antibody reaction, namely the allergic reaction, doesn't occur. That is a lot. Okay, yeah. That's a very short word compared to German words from what I've seen. I mean, the thing about German is that you can basically slap together any kind of nouns and it makes a perfectly sensible word, which is funny because that, you know, obviously makes for some stupid combinations and insanely long words, but you know, most normal German words are not as long as the funny meme ones. I have, for example, never even used the funny meme ones. But there is definitely some horrible German words out there that we have to use in our day-to-day, but most are pretty tame. Oh, yeah, that one is actually... that one's actually real. I demand to see your Kraftfahrzeug-Haftpflichtversicherung. To be fair, Kraftfahrzeug, we usually abbreviate by saying Kfz. So it would be Kfz-Haftpflichtversicherung. Apparently the longest German word is Rindfleisch-Etikettierungsüberwachungsaufgabenübertragungsgesetz. You know what? I have never personally seen that one being used outside of a meme context, but yeah. It is supposedly, if you believe the name, a law. I wouldn't be surprised if it is an actual name. What? Can you not read that? Rindfleisch-Etikettierungsüberwachungsaufgabenübertragungsgesetz. Easy. I don't know what you mean. Okay. In other words, a human body that was infected by a parasite secretes a high level of IgE, but doesn't display allergic reactions. For your information, a human body that's infected by a parasite doesn't suffer from hay fever. I understand now, Danke. Yeah. Welcome. You're welcome. How are you even able to pronounce it? I'm Dutch, that doesn't work for me. What do you mean? I speak German. Of course I would know how to say that. What all? When you read what I cannot read anymore apparently. I can only read that one word. When you read that, I thought my speaker audio broke. I'm sorry. We gave our baby boy a memorable German name. What did you name him? Rindfleisch-Etikettierungsüberwachungsaufgabenübertragungsgesetz. I'm actually surprised by how well I can say it, but if you look at the name, it's just a bunch of nouns. You have Rindfleisch, then you have Etikettierung, then you have Überwachung, then you have Aufgaben, then you have Übertragung, and then you have Gesetz. So it's just a bunch of nouns with an S in between to connect them. That's literally all it is. Something to do with beef law? Yeah, it's beef, labeling, monitoring, task, whatever the fuck, law. Yeah, something like that. Something about labeling beef and monitoring that. You can call him Gang for short. Yeah, good nickname. You get hay fever due to your body secreting a large amount of IgE because it's mistaken pollen for parasitic invasion. As a result, a large amount of stimulants, like histamine, will be secreted, but your body can't contain the parasite that it's attempting to kill. That's why your body continues to secrete IgE. As a result, the stimulants keep causing allergic reactions. That's how hay fever works. Okay, interesting. I don't think I grasped that and I will immediately forget, but... Okay, whatever. I will immediately forget that. Like beef label, you come down here this instant! I have beef with you! If you have a parasite in your body, it'll deactivate your IgE and suppress the secretions of stimulants. As a result, you don't have an allergic reaction. In other words, there's no hay fever in Hinamizawa, and you can cure your hay fever by moving here. What? You have a parasite in your body. Okay. As a result, you don't have an okay. Yeah, okay. If your body keeps secreting IgE even if you, when you don't have a parasite in your body, then you'll have an allergic reaction, which is, you know, how they explain hay fever. So when you have a parasite, or when you are secreting large amounts of IgE and you come to Hinamizawa and you get the fucking parasite, your hay fever would be cured because the parasite would be counteracting the IgE that you're secreting too much of. Okay, I think I get it, but holy shit, could they not have... help. Scientific explanations are doing a number on me. Me too. It's a lot. Yeah, the whole fucking name. I like how you threw in the Vanna in there too, just for good measure. No hay fever, that makes this all worth it! Yeah! I love having maggots in my blood. Although that could still be a delusion.
つまり特定はできなくてもその存在だけは疑いようがないってわけだ。
They've been saying this whole time, but I actually gotta admit, I don't know what pathogen even means. Typically, the term pathogen is used to describe an infectious microorganism or agent, such as a virus, bacterium, and other words that I will not say. So the pathogen is the infection. Yeah, is that what they're talking about? I think so. I didn't even know what it was until I just looked it up. So we haven't been able to identify the pathogen, but there's no question about its existence. Yes, that's right.
だとすると、そのスクラップ帳は狂信的な連中にとっては十分危険な存在だな。
If that's true, the scrapbooks are a big threat to the believers in
た
Oyashiro-sama.
とえ特定できなくても、存在を証明している時点で十分に危険だと思うぞ。
They don't identify the pathogen, but they clearly prove its
そうだ
existence.
ね。た
Yeah.
とえ証拠にはならなくても、彼らにとってはミオさんを葬るに値する危険性があったと思う。
It poses a big enough danger to them to make them think it's worth killing Mio-san. But it's just a theory, isn't it?
確かに恐ろしい秘密だな。
This really is a scary secret. Don't they basically say that she is right by killing her? But I guess silencing her before she even gets to spread the theories would be as effective as just disproving them, I suppose, is what they're thinking. This really is a scary
ちゃんと
secret.
説明してもらえば理解できることだが、いきなり聞いたら刺激が強すぎる話だぜ。
I believe it because you took the time to explain it to me, but if you had skipped the details and told me only the conclusion, it really would have sounded too crazy to believe. I put doubt into this radical group being accepted by the family. Radical group?
でしょ？
I told
だから
you.
私も最初は信じられなかったし、圭一君に話しても信じてもらえないと思った。
I couldn't believe it at first either, so I thought you definitely
で
wouldn't.
大事なのはその事実を隠蔽しようと暗躍してるヤバい連中がいるって方なんだよな。
So what's important right now is that there is a dangerous organization acting in the shadows to try to cover up the truth, right?
そう。
Yes,
今大事なのはそっちの方。
that's the most important thing. Okay, they're somehow connected to the Sonozaki family is Takano's guess, but yeah, I'm like reading it and I'm in awe by how you're building up a whole story for this German boy. Yeah, keep going. Maybe you should write a book. You know, maybe open up that Word document right now and start typing out the pages. I think you're on to something. The fanatics who want to revive the sanctity of the god they worship. Reviving the majesty of their god means reviving the power of that god. And the power of their god is the infectious disease. This infectious disease can spread nationwide, unlike other infectious diseases. So from now on, I'm going to start calling it an endemic disease. I'm guessing endemic means that it's like local. Yeah, that fits better since it only affects this region. Anyway, the endemic disease of current-day Hinamizawa is different from the one of old times. It's been through a process of natural selection and it's harmless now. In other words, it doesn't do any harm to human bodies. That harm was once interpreted as a curse. Curse is the power of a god, so harmless endemic disease means that the god is powerless. That means the only way to regain the majesty of that god is to revive the curse. In other words, they want to bring back the primitive endemic disease, namely the harmful, strong version of the parasite. That is so fucked up, though, because that means that people will literally kill each other. Okay, so what if the reason that the volcano outbreak, the gas eruption thing, is caused by them kind of bringing back the disease in full action? What if that is the result of that? What if they're working on something to bring it back in the shadows? That is fucked up. Yeah, that is awful. It is really, really bad. But this is only a theory. God, this is I'm trying to like wrap my head around this and like what they could be doing to like cause this. I wonder, because the thing is the gas eruption happens after they kill Rika. I wonder if Rika is oh my god, wouldn't it be... It would be kind of crazy if Rika was some form of vaccination... Or not vaccination, vaccine... come alive? Is that like something possible? Is that like possible in some way? Because she is technically the reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama. What if she was technically the vaccine? And once she gets killed, that just makes all hell break loose. And causes the disease to just go ballistic inside of everyone living in Hinamizawa. I think my brain isn't working after the science word soup. I get that. Oishi was super ruthless in that chapter. Yeah, chapter 3. He was wild. Okay. That's a thought. Let me write it down because that thought will leave me. I will write it down in my private Discord and move it to the document. Rika being vaccine incarnated or something, and her death makes the disease go boom. Yeah, that's my theory for now. That's my theory for now. Analyzing it very well, thank you. I'm doing my best. Wait a second. These fanatics want to deny the fact that their god was actually a parasite. But you're saying that they're researching the parasite. He was killed in chapter 5, but no one died? Good point. Good point. The interesting thing about how she died in chapter 2 was that technically she was cut open and her intestines were being eaten by crows. So in chapter 5 and I guess in chapter 2, I don't know what I said before. She died being caught up and being eaten by crows in chapter 3. But yeah, she died in chapter 2 and 5 by being killed by Mion/Shion, you know, the whole spiel. Where technically she wasn't eaten by crows. So maybe the crows kind of have something to do with it, or maybe that it has nothing to do with it. But maybe the way that she died, or where she died, is part of the mystery? Because she definitely didn't die in a normal way in chapter 2 and 5. But that is a good point. That is a good point to keep in mind. I almost disregarded that. I will screenshot your message so I can keep thinking about it. Interesting, interesting. Okay. Wait a second. These fanatics want to deny the fact that their god was actually a parasite, but you're saying that they're researching the parasite?
矛盾してないか？
That's contradictory, isn't it?
矛盾しているよ。
I know it
だから
is.
この研究は信者たちのトップだけが知る秘密の研究なんだと思う。
I think that this research is a secret that only the head of the fanatics is aware of.
彼らは表向きは信仰を盛り上げているけど、その裏では信仰の正体について極めて冷静に理解していて、神の技を自らの手で復活させようとしている。
From the outside, they look like they're praising their god, but they actually understand its true identity. And they're trying to revive its supernatural power with their own hands. She died ritualistically in 3, so this organization did that probably? Yeah. That is a good idea. I think the way that she died was so... like, they really put a lot of emphasis on how she died. So I feel like it definitely has something to do with who did it, who done it. So yeah, I do agree that that seems like the most plausible theory, that it was whoever is behind, you know, wanting to revive this disease in full action. Probably the ones behind that probably killed her in that chapter at least. From the outside, they look like they're praising their god, but they actually understand its true identity, and they're trying to revive its supernatural power with their own
なる
hands.
ほどな。
I get it now.
おいおい、なんだかとんでもない話になってきたぞ。
Oh my god, this is getting crazier and crazier. Yeah, my brain is overloaded.
そうとは一言も書かれてないんだけど、私、監督の診療所って怪しいと思うの。
The thing is, I will agree with Amadis that this was a science word soup for sure. The thing is that I'm also playing Steins Gate at the same time, and they throw that in every so often. They will just throw like the most scientific, the most abstract theories your way, and you're reading it and you're like, sure. Anyway, cute anime girls. Let's keep going. It didn't say in the scrapbooks, but... yeah. I'm suspicious of the clinic the manager owns. The manager. That sounds so ominous. It is a... sus motherfucker. Yeah. Yeah, in more ways than just one.
入江診療所が
The idiot
どう
clinic?
して？
Why?
ひなみ沢の規模から見て、施
Mm-mm.
設が立派すぎるのがその理由。
The facility is too big and fancy for Hinamizawa. Well, we haven't seen it very often or heard anything much about it, really. I guess so. I'm just gonna have to trust her on that.
そして、ミオさんはそこに勤めていた。
Mio-san was working
監
there.
督は、園崎家にスカウトされてきた細菌学者が正体とか。
Whoa, that would be... Oh, that is so fucked up. I mean, technically we know that Irie has had his hands in the Sonozaki business for a while. He is sus. He kind of kept shut when they abducted the Inukai grandson. And he also, you know, he frequently goes to visit Oryo to like check up on her. It wouldn't be too far-fetched to say that they somehow recruited him after like the whole incident with the Inukai grandson. Imagine the clinic actually having been funded by like the governing body outside of Hinamizawa. That would be so fucked. Ah, sure has a nice clinic for such a small town. I guess so. I mean, it is big. They have multiple employees, which is, you know, maybe not what you would expect from a clinic in the middle of nowhere with not that many residents. I guess Hmm. Mio-san was working there. The manager might be a bacteriologist the Sonozaki family recruited.
監督がか？
It can't be.
ミオさんは余計なことを知りすぎたから消されたんだと思うの。
I think Mio-san was murdered because she knew too much. I mean, she worked there. If the clinic really is hiding something, anyone working there is bound to like kind of find out if they are even a little bit like at least a little bit curious.
なのに監督が消されない理由は、監督は信者たちに依頼されている立場だから。
The reason why the manager hasn't been murdered yet is because he's working for the fanatics in the first place. I mean, he did end up killing himself in like what chapter was that? 3? Yeah. Oh yeah. Idia's suicide in 3 is also really odd. Rika's death and Idia could have been related. His death doesn't. Maybe he wasn't needed anymore. And that's why they made it look like he killed himself. Because, you know, the thing was basically in full bloom right before he killed himself. Maybe they didn't expect to also die from the parasite disease. Maybe it just all went to shit. Maybe it all went wrong. I mean, obviously it did because everyone died, but you know. Also, how is it that not only the people in Hinamizawa were affected, but literally everyone around Japan, or like the world, I suppose, everyone that had some kind of connection to Hinamizawa also ended up dying? That's like a crazy outbreak. Like, really crazy. As if all the parasites are somehow... Oh, what if... Oh my god. Hold on. New theory. But also not really. What if all the parasites are connected and something causes them to just all erupt at the same time, or like not at the same time, because we know it didn't happen to all of them at the same time, but like it causes it to like strengthen within every single one through some kind of connection that they have, to the point where it just kills them. Or, you know, makes them kill themselves or something like that. Have a defense build up? But like, why would a parasite so far away from the source somehow get triggered unless they were all somehow connected? Which would explain why everyone dies. But also, not everyone died during the Hinamizawa disaster after... God, what chapter was it? After Akasaka's chapter, after 4? Because people survived that. Not everyone died. We had the disaster there too, and not everyone died. Only a couple of people. Parasites from people that have experienced a disaster could be transferred over and overkill the weaker parasites. But like, how? How? If they were like, okay, let's say someone was in Tokyo, which is arguably probably really far from Hinamizawa, how would they get affected by the parasite over in Hinamizawa? Unless there was some kind of connection between all parasites and some kind of trigger just makes them all go boom, you know? Over time. A couple of people disappeared. Yeah, but they didn't die. Oh, this is so weird. Anyway, big question mark moment. Everything it's coming together, but also I have more questions than I have answers. Okay. Yeah. Oh, oops.
そして太古の有害な風土病を研究してるってのか、あの監督が。
And he's researching the primitive form of the endemic disease. It's hard to believe that the coach we know is capable of doing things like that. I mean, yeah, as Space put it, he is a sus motherfucker.
ごめん。
I'm not too surprised. But also, he seemed kind of surprised about finding Tomitake, so maybe he isn't quite what we think he is, but he is somehow involved still. I'm
監
sorry.
督は無関係かもしれないね。
He might be totally
今
irrelevant.
のは私の思いつき。
It's just a wild guess. Yeah, I'm not too sold on him being like the primary dude responsible for this.
でも研究は間違いなくどこかで誰かにさせている。
And yeah, they're also keeping it vague on purpose. Someone is doing the research somewhere, that much is certain.
そしてその研究には5年かかり、ついに完成を見た。
And after 5 years, the research has finally been completed. The first case was the dismemberment murder by the dam construction workers. Their quarrel had turned into a lynching. They might have had a primitive infectious disease, and the symptoms, the aggression and delirium, might have kicked in. The victims of the second year were Satoko's parents. There were no witnesses, so the whole event is veiled in mystery, but there is a theory that someone might have pushed them over the cliff, since the fence of the observation deck that they fell from was quite sturdy. What if one of them was infected by the primitive parasite? He or she might have become violent and pushed the other over the cliff. The Shinto priest died from a disease, and his wife drowned herself in the third year. Yeah, that makes sense. He might have died of shock because of his hypersensitive reaction to this infection. His wife might have gone crazy and committed suicide when one of the symptoms, delirium, kicked in. In the fourth year, Satoshi Hojo's aunt was beaten to death, probably by Satoshi himself. Everybody who knew Satoshi-kun remembers how he changed at that time. He showed signs of being both aggressive and delirious. And the fifth year, for the first time in 5 years, the victim experienced the maggot disease described in the old scroll of the foot of the shrine. The reason behind that is unclear, but the stronger primitive parasite... Oh my god, I just had a light bulb moment. Give me 1 second. Let me read the fucking sentence. The stronger primitive parasite could have given its victims a delusion of maggots. So, okay. Shion clearly went a little cuckoo crazy in chapter 5. Let's say she also caught a primitive parasite. Okay, let's roll with that. What if Rika had an antidote or like a vaccine of some sorts that she wanted to give her, or like something to like make it stop so that she wouldn't keep doing that? I don't know why when she got injected with it, she herself started scratching at her own throat. Maybe her getting injected with it is not good. For some reason, it has the opposite effect on her, actually. But it feels like she was trying to help her. And yeah, to cure her insanity, basically. I don't know why that just got to me as I was reading that sentence. I was like, oh, wait a second. Maybe that's where the fucking drug comes into place. Now it makes sense a little bit, maybe. Let me read what you wrote. Whatever. She was close to. Blah, blah, blah. She was a close nurse to Irian. He could have been led in on things, given it is his clinic. Whatever the case, if Keiichi or Rena try to go to the clinic without apparent reason, really tip off that group that they know what's going on. Yeah, I do agree. Brain blast. Wow. I'm not sure where Rika would find an antidote though. That is a good question. She must have some source. I mean, whatever the drug even is, even if it isn't an antidote, whatever it is, she must have some source where she's getting this drug from, unless she's somehow brewing it at home, which I don't think that is the case. I'm guessing someone must have helped her. Someone must be supplying this to her for whatever reason. Takano could have given it to her. We never really see Rika converse with Takano, but I bet their discussions could have been super interesting. I wonder if that also has... I mean, they do have some sort of connection, because Rika knew that Takano wanted to see the inside of the ritual storehouse. And it is also weird how Rika somehow changes the lock of the ritual storehouse to let Takano inside, even though, you know, no one is really supposed to go in there. It's not like Rika doesn't know that she's gonna break in there, you know, she does know. So they could actually be working together. Rika often had needles with her. I mean, I don't know about often, but at least every time she went to the Sonozaki house, she had a needle with her. There was a needle inside the food Keiichi was trying to eat in chapter 1, right? Technically, yeah. Technically, yeah. Oh my god, technically, yeah. Okay. Yeah, he was acting strange. What if he was infected with the primitive parasite? He went a little cuckoo crazy. And his friends, for some reason, I don't know, maybe Rika gave them some, or they got some kind of needle that had, you know, the antidote or whatever on it. And when he ingested it, he would have, you know, been fine. But he had it in his mouth. It's not like he didn't come into contact with it. It's not like it wasn't inside of his mouth, but maybe it didn't quite hit. But yeah, he definitely went crazy and killed his friends, especially when they tried to inject him with a drug that could have helped him actually. Could have helped him. Oh my god, that is so fucked up. This is so fucked up. But it's starting to make sense if we believe what she's saying right here. The drug being injected could definitely be some kind of antidote. Or something. It doesn't matter. Something to help cure the infection. God, this is really, oh my god. Help me, help me. This is a lot to take in. We're getting such a big info dump right here, and I'm hoping this is all correct and they're not trying to bamboozle me. The reason behind that is unclear, but the stronger primitive parasite could have given its victims a delusion of maggots. This means that they finally managed to duplicate the curse of Oyashiro-sama after 5 years of research. Hibutaka-san is the victim of the 5th year. He died in an extremely abnormal way, and I'm the only one who understands his death because I experienced the same thing. That is also wild. Why did she experience the same thing? The primitive parasite. That is so fucked. I'm so sorry for her. He kept clawing at his throat to get rid of the maggots and died as a result. With all that explained, I finally understand the maggot disease I experienced in Ibaraki. I left Hinamizawa and it made the parasite in me uncomfortable. As a result, it tried to resist even though it wasn't very strong, and it tried to make me homesick. With my parents' divorce, I grew mentally unbalanced, and I completely lost the power to resist for a period of time. The parasite was weak and harmless, but my mental instability allowed it to worsen my symptoms dramatically. That explains it. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. If you put it that way. She's so smart. Oh my god. Wow. I'm impressed. She's amazing. As a result, I went crazy and became violent. It would be wild if Shion read the same thing. Let's assume that Takano gave her the same scrapbooks, which she might not have, because, you know, the maggots being specifically mentioned by Rena, you know, might be why Takano gave her the books specifically, you know, tackling those topics. But it would be crazy if Shion read the same things and she just didn't grasp it at all. To be fair, she was already kind of in a state where she was, you know, a little bit aggressive and delirious by the time she was reading this. So if it didn't make sense to her, then it kind of makes sense in a way because of the state that she was already in. But also unfortunate, very unfortunate. Takano probably omitted that part. I wonder. Because she gave her a lot of scrapbooks too. But, you know, she might not have given her that, which, you know, in which case, maybe she should have. Maybe that would have changed things. Maybe she would have realized, oh, oh, I am in danger. I should take that drug injection by Rika, actually. The delusion of Oyashiro-sama appearing to me in the bathroom was probably the terminal phase of my delirium. I created the supernatural existence, Oyashiro-sama, that I was instilled with when I was little, and I persuaded myself to go back to Hinamizawa based on that delusion. Some of the transcendents of Onigafuchi must have had the same kind of experience. They must have passed their experience down as the act of God. I remember I once saw on TV that the indigenous people in South America used some kind of natural drug in order to have a mystical experience, and that they called it a ritual to communicate with their drugs. With their gods. Oh my, I cannot read anymore. Oh my goodness.
じゃあ信者どもの目的はその太古の寄生虫をひなみ沢中にばらまくことなのか？
She was investigating the Sonozakis, which partly comes up in the scrapbooks. Yeah, I mean, the parts that Shion read were like, very heavily focused on the three families. She might have only gotten like the books relevant to that. Shion was maybe too caught up in her own ways to really think about it much. If she did get it, probably, yeah, she was, you know, already, I mean, she had beaten up Satoko at that point already, so she was going through it. Getting high, yeah, pretty much. So what the fanatics are trying to do is to spread the primitive parasites throughout Hinamizawa.
それが最終目的だと思う。
I think that's their goal.
でも人知れずにそれをやることはないと思うの。
What if they, you know, kind of, infected the swamp with the primitive parasite and then caused the volcano to do some, I don't know how they explained it, caused the gas eruption and they underestimated it. They really need to reach out to the rest of the group. Like, yeah, please tell them, please. Please, I need Rika's insight on this too. This would be so interesting to talk about, please. I think that's their goal, but I don't think they'll do that without letting people know about it.
宗教にはセレモニーが必要だから。
Religions need ceremonies.
だからもし彼らが望むものを生み出せて、それをばらまく日が訪れたなら。
So if they created what they wanted to create, and if they decided to spread it...
彼らは多分それをお社様の復活の人でも称して宗教的なデモンストレーションをすると思うの。
I think they'd name it the day of Oyashiro-sama's revival or something, and they perform some kind of ceremony. Like, kill Rika in a ritualistic way. Oh, and if they couldn't do that in chapter 2 and 5 because she died of a different way. And I guess instead of thinking of something else, they just didn't do it, which is why the gas eruption didn't happen? Was the log thing already done? Log? What do you mean? Oh, the finding the bodies? I don't know, I don't think so. Not yet, at least.
何か特別な儀式とか、とにかくお社様の復活を祝い知らしめるような盛大な何か。
It would be in celebration of the revival of Oyashiro-sama.
なあ、それってよ。
That's
悪いことなんだよな。
a bad thing, isn't it? Yeah, if it is what I think it is Rika getting killed in a ritualistic way at the shrine. Which, you know, she is Oyashiro-sama's reincarnation, so her dying would mean something religious. Yeah. Yeah, the digging up the trees did not happen yet, as far as I know. It should have. It should have. Because it was supposed to happen during the Watanagashi festival, but we have not heard of them finding any bodies. So maybe it was a red herring and they never actually found the bodies that they hid. That's a bad thing, isn't
危
it?
険性の高い病原体をばらまこうというんだから、多分悪いことに分類されるだろうね。
I think you can say that because they're trying to spread a very dangerous pathogen. Yeah, you know, trying to spread a murderous disease throughout a village could be seen as a bad thing, possibly. Her dying marks the moment they release the disease, then? I would assume so. Because it happened shortly after they killed her.
それって細菌テロって言わないか？
Hey, isn't that bioterrorism?
おい、 めちゃくちゃやばいことだぞ、おい。
Jeez, this is very bad. Yeah, it is.
富武さんの死に方がお社様のたたりの再現に成功していた以上 X デーは間近ってことなんじゃないのか。
Poor Tomitake, man. They used it on Tomitake-san, confirming that they succeeded in duplicating the curse of Oyashiro-sama, so that day of revival might be really
わ
soon.
からない。
I don't
も
know.
う秒読みなのか、まだまだ時間のかかることなのか。
It could happen in a few days, or it might take a
も
year.
うこれはジェナ一人が抱えていい問題じゃないぞ。
This is way out of your league,
か
Rena.
なり笑えない大陰謀だぞ。
This is a very serious conspiracy. This is too much for like middle schoolers.
俺たちにはどうしようもない。
There's nothing we alone can do to stop them, and right he
警
is.
察に任すほうがないぞ。
We have to report it to the police.
私が話したこと、警察は信じてくれると思う？
Do you think they will believe
信
us?
じるかどうかは向こうが判断するだろう。
It's their choice whether to believe us or
とに
not.
かく話した方がいい。
No matter what, we have to tell
圭
them.
一君、それを大石さんに私が打ち明けたら、私がスクラップ帳を持っていることを告白するのと同じなんじゃないかな。
Keiichi-kun, telling Oishi-san about all this means telling him that I have the
それっ
scrapbooks.
てまずいのか。
Do you think that'd be a problem? Maybe.
大石さんの接触は、ミオさんが殺された後だった。
I didn't expect him to show up on the screen like this. Yeah. They don't want to... It definitely backfires. It doesn't seem like that's what they want. Oishi-san came to me after Mio-san was
敵は
murdered.
ミオさんを殺した時点で、スクラップ帳の紛失と、その数日前に私が図書館で出会っていることを知っている。
When they killed Mio-san, they found out that her scrapbooks were missing. They also know that she met me at the library a few days ago.
バカな。
No way.
つまり
You mean...
そう、
Yes.
大石さん自体が敵の手先である可能性がある。
Oishi-san could be one of
大
them.
石さんは私がスクラップ帳を持っている可能性があると当たりをつけていて、探りを入れてきているのかもしれない。
It's possible that Oishi-san thinks I have the scrapbooks and he might be trying to find out. That'd be... That would be quite something if he was part of it. That'd be so fucked up. That would be wild.
実際、彼はうさんくさくて腹を割らない。
That would be wild. That would be so sick. Like in a really fucked up way. Not in the, wow, that's cool and sick. That would be... That's a sicko moment right there. I love how they use Oishi's standard sprite in darkness. That face looking at you from the void. That's not what you want to see. In fact, he looked very suspicious, and it seemed to me that he didn't really tell me everything he knew. So classic Oishi,
その
really.
崎家を疑わせるようなことを言って、自分は味方だと言ってくるけど、彼だってその園崎家の手先かもしれない。
I mean, we do know that he was called Oyashiro-sama's servant, which, why he has that name? No idea, but it is kind of weird. Actually, now, if you think about it in a cult kind of way, being someone's servant, you know, he could be part of them. Could be part of the cult, which I didn't think about it that way before, but that is really messed up. But also, in chapter 4, they write that book about Hinamizawa. You know, the Higurashi When They Cry book that he wrote with Akasaka. And he seemed super serious about wanting to, like, clear up the events of all of what is happening. So, it would be, honestly, it would be quite a shocker to find out that he's also a part of it. I don't know how I would feel about that. That would be kind of weird. I don't know. I wouldn't like that. He only told me things to make me suspicious of the Sonozaki family. He could have just been trying to look like he was on my side and that he's actually their minion.
警察を疑い出したらおしまいだぞ。
I don't know. I don't know. But the police are our only hope.
4年目の撲殺事件を知ってるよね。
Keiichi-kun, you know about the case of the 4th year, don't
さと
you?
こちゃんのおばさんが殺された事件。
Sadako-chan's aunt was
あ
murdered.
れは 犯人はサトシ君以外に考えられないんだけど、その後犯人は麻薬中毒者だったということになった。
I believe Satoshi-kun did it, but the police fingered a drug addict as the murderer. Okay, but we do know that Oishi also believes that Satoshi did it, so technically Oishi seems to be on our side.
これをどう思う？
What do you think about that?
警察内部に狂信的な連中の手先が混じっていて、
Some of the fanatics are with the police,
犯
agreed.
人を捏造したってことが。
Probably people in a higher position than Oishi. And they fabricated the murderer?
3年目の神主さんの病死の検視とか、2年目の北条夫妻の事故現場の見分とか。
It's the same with the autopsy of the Shinto priest, who they claim died from the disease, and the inspection of the accident site where the Hojo couple died.
警察がもしも彼らの片棒を担いでいるなら、数々の完全犯罪が可能になる。
If the police are on their side, it opens the door to many perfect
南
crimes.
沢御三家はダム戦争時から今日に至るまでもずっと警察への圧力を維持してるんだよ。
The three families have been maintaining pressure on the police since the dam conflict.
それに沖宮の町のいろんなところに一族が進出して実権を握っているというのはみーちゃんから聞かされたことがあるんじゃない？
You've heard from Michan that they also have considerable power over many organizations in Okinomiya, right?
確かに。
Yeah, I have.
それはミオンの口からだけじゃない。
It's not only Mion who told me
い
that.
ろんな奴の口から聞かされた。
Many people did.
ミオンの園崎家がどれだけ市内全域に強力な影響力を持っているかってのをな。
They told me the Sonozaki family holds influence over the whole city.
そういうこと。
That's
警
right.
察はこの土地では必ずしも信用できない。
You can't necessarily trust the police around here. I mean, we do know that the Sonozaki family has their grabby little fingers in the police business anyway, so I'm not really surprised.
なあ、レナ、すまん。
Rena, please.
先にはっきりさせたいんだが、黒幕は園崎家なのか？
I want to make one thing clear before we go on. Are the Sonozaki family the masterminds behind all
ミ
this?
オンも関係があるってのか？
Does that mean Mion is involved too?
それだけは先に聞かせてくれ。
Please tell me.
御三家であるみーちゃんやリカちゃんが直接関係しているかはわからない。
I don't know if Mi-chan or Rika-chan are directly involved or
た
not.
だ狂信的な勢力が御三家や一番の有力家である園崎家を自由に動かせる中枢部に根付いているのは間違いない。
All I can say for sure is that the fanatics have the power to control the nerve centers of all three families, including the most powerful family of all the Sonozakis. Of all the Sonozakis, yeah, not not all the
つい
Sonozakis.
たのか、御三家の中枢が狂信的なのかは分かりかねるけどね。
One thing's for sure, Rena is putting a plan in motion. Yeah, she's so cool. I did not expect this was going to happen. I thought this was gonna be another pretty calm chapter, but as per usual, oh, let's keep going a little bit longer in the stream turned into, wow, info dump, wow, really important information, wow, wow, wow. Why does that always happen? I'm not sure if the fanatics are controlling the three families or if the three families are the fanatics
関
themselves.
係あるかどうかわからない以上、用心に越したことはないってわけだな。
As long as we're not sure about their involvement, it's better for us to be extra careful around them. Is that what you're saying?
うん。
Yes.
みーちゃんたちのことを疑うわけじゃないよ。
I'm not saying that I don't trust
普段の
Mi-chan.
みーちゃんは頼もしいし、私も他の心配事なら打ち明けて助力を求めることもあると思う。
She's usually very reliable, and I'd ask her for help with any problem, but not this
た
one.
だ、今回のことはちょっと話の次元が違う。
This one is a little different.
ケイチ君は見たことあるかな？
I don't know if you've seen it before,
みー
but
ちゃんは普段はふざけているけど、園崎家の次期当主として振る舞うときはものすごく冷酷で別人みたいに振る舞えるの。
although Mi-chan jokes around when she's with us, she can be a very cold person when she's acting as the successor of the Sonozaki family.
それにもし無関係だったとしても、それならばやはり耳に入れることで危険に巻き込むことにもなるんじゃないかな。
Plus, even if she wasn't involved, we would put her in danger if we told her about this.
ミオンたちが味方になってくれればかなり頼もしいぞ。
if she was on our side, that'd be really encouraging. I'm guessing that she probably doesn't know what the hell is going on. I'm guessing she just got indoctrinated. I mean, I'm not even sure if Oryo or, like, Kimiyoshi didn't really seem like he knew what the fuck was going on either. I feel like they might also be pawns in all of this, like pawns of a way bigger scheme. Though I really don't know who else could be behind all of this if it's not the Sonozaki family, but I don't know. After the last episode, I feel like blaming it all on them is kind of lazy. There must be another explanation for what is going on. Anyway, there's gonna be an ad break in like 15 seconds, so let's take it right now and then try to finish this. I don't know how much longer this is gonna go on for, but the info dumping is extensive. But yeah, go fish, go take a break. I'll be right back in like 3 minutes. Hello. Hi. Wow, I didn't realize that we were already streaming for 5.5 hours. I didn't realize it was already that late. Not that I have anywhere else to be on a Saturday night, but you know. But yeah. Thinking back on it, I feel it's so silly that we thought that Rika was the one murdering people. Like, yeah, that totally made sense. I don't know why those brain worms made it into my thoughts, but yeah, that's definitely not the case. Also, hi, I'm Addis. But yeah, let's keep going. I don't know how much longer this info dumping chapter is gonna go on for, but I feel like my brain has reached the point where I cannot take any more info, so I hope that this is it. Don't give me more info, please. I don't think I can process it at this point.
俺は打ち明ける価値があると思うんだが。
If she was on our side, that'd be really encouraging. I think we should tell her.
だからそれはダメ。
No, we shouldn't.
敵ではないと確認が取れるまで、それは避けるべきだよ。
We shouldn't tell her until we confirm she's not one of
味
them.
方にできれば確かに心強いけど、そうでなかった時はどうするつもり？
Sure, it'd be great if we could pull her to our side, but what if we couldn't? Just kill her. Isn't that what we do here in Hinamizawa? We just kill people when we don't agree with them. I'm running out of juice too. Yeah, we need to go repair ourselves a little bit. Please. I feel like we're near the end.
俺とレナだけでどう戦うつもりなんだよ。
So, how are you going to fight against them?
も
Well,
ともと最初から絶望的な戦いなんだよ。
this is a battle we don't stand a chance of winning to begin
だ
with.
からケイイチ君を巻き込みたくなかった。
That's why I didn't want to get you involved. So you're just gonna give up?
くそ。
Damn
高
it.
野さんね、とんでもない置き土産を残してくれたな。
Takano-san left us a big parting gift, didn't
で
she?
もそのおかげでとてつもない陰謀を知ることができたんだよ。
But because of that, we know about the
こ
conspiracy.
れはミオさんの遺言なんだよ。
I believe this is her will.
村を影から牛耳る何者かに、その村に住まうガキンチョ2人が挑むわけだ。
Also, okay, now that I think about it, their goal is to like strengthen the disease, right? Which caused Tometaka to kill himself. And that's what they're planning to release onto Hinamizawa. What the fuck? Maybe the entirety of Hinamizawa going to shit is exactly what they wanted, because after someone killed himself, or maybe because he was trying to leave to go to Okinomiya, that's why he tried to kill himself, or why he killed himself. Oh god, I should stop making up theories, but my brain can't stop doing it, you know what I mean? It's just, it's constantly rattling in there, and I'm not getting anywhere, but I'm still doing it. Two kids challenging the mastermind who controls the village.
最高にハードな話だぜ。
This is going to be tough.
一筋縄じゃいかねえぞ。
Ordinary methods won't work,
でもケイイチ君が味方でよかったよ。
but Keiichi-kun, I'm glad to have you on my
二
side.
人だから話し合えて相談できる。
We can talk about it and plan things together.
当たり前だろ。
Of
俺
course.
は最初からずっとレナの味方で仲間だぞ。
I've always been on your side and I'm your friend. I
あ
know.
りがとう。
Thank you.
二人なら心強いよ。
You're very
一
reassuring.
人で悩むよりは建設的になれるだろうしな。
Keiichi's actually helpful for once. Two heads are better than
そ
one.
うだね。
Yeah, I agree.
二人でどう戦えばいいか、これからじっくり相談していこう。
We can come up with a plan for how we're going to fight against them together.
今日は私、スクラップ帳を読み直す時間が欲しかったから休んだけど、明日からは普段通りに生活するね。
I skipped school today because I wanted to some time to read the scrapbooks again, but I'm going to school again tomorrow and I'm going to act
お
normal.
かしな行動をすれば、蹴取られてしまうかもしれないからね。
They might sense something is wrong with me if I act
ケイ
different.
チ君も変に構えないで普段通りに生活してね。
You should do the same, Keiichi-kun. Also, she's still sick. She's still feeling dizzy and all of that, and she was cold earlier when it was clearly extremely hot outside, which not a good sign.
みーちゃんとか、時折鋭いことがあるから、特に気をつけて。
Please be careful with Michan. She's sometimes very
わかっ
perceptive.
た。
Okay.
何事もなかったかのように生活するよ。
I'll act normal as if I know
だが
nothing.
畜生、なんだか怖いぜ。
But damn, I'm a bit scared.
とんでもない陰謀が間近に迫ってて、それがもうカウントダウンに入ってるかもしれないってんだぜ。
A huge conspiracy is right around the corner, and it might already be counting down to 0.
それを知りつつ、普段通りに生活しろってのも辛い話だよな。
It's hard to act normal knowing
多
that.
分そんなにすぐじゃないはずなの。
He ain't gonna act normal. He ain't. Yeah, this is very unlikely. Also, hello, Jester. Welcome. How are you? Hope you're doing good. I don't think it's going to happen very
さっきも言
soon.
った通り、彼らが狂信的であればあるほど宗教的なセレモニーを必要とするはず。
Like I said earlier, if they really are religious fanatics, they need a religious
そういう
ceremony.
セレモニーは村を挙げて行うものだもの。
They need the help of the whole village to hold something like that. Or, you know, they could just kill one singular small girl. Doing well, that's good, that's good.
綿流し以上のイベントは今のひなみ沢には存在しない。
I can't think of any event other than Batanagashi. But didn't that already happen?
ということは、少なくとも来年の渡中市まで
Yeah.
は大丈夫ということか。
They're not gonna wait a whole year. So you're saying that we have time at least until the next Batanagashi festival?
根拠のない読みだけどね。
I can't
他
promise,
に綿流し以上のイベントが思いつかない。
but I just can't think of any event other than that. I can. I think we have a year at least. But I also feel like we don't because of how they killed Mio-san. I might not know, but there might be a bigger religious event than Watanagashi. It might not be long until that day. Oh, well, we know too much. I wish I didn't know. Rika is very much in danger. She has always been in danger, but after we had that little cute scene in the trash dumping grounds, she said that she wouldn't give up and that she would fight for her fate. So maybe this time she will seek help before the date of her killing is supposed to happen. Just like she did with Akasaka when she reached out to him. You know what I mean? That'd be pretty cool. On the day of Yashiro-sama's revival, they're going to spread a dangerous parasite, and that day might just be around the corner. It is. Reina,
まだ電話してるのか？
are you still on the
そ
phone?
ろそろ終わりにしなさい。
Wrap it up soon, it's getting late. My father stuck his head out from the living room, telling me I need to hang up soon. I thought about telling him so many times. It's natural to think that your parents will be on your side no matter what. But I know just how weak he can get, so I couldn't tell him. Also, he will probably just put you in a mental institution. I don't think he'd believe me anyway. Even if I told him, he'd just tell me to call the police. Better that I don't tell him. They might get close to my father to get me. If he didn't know anything about anything, including the scrapbooks, there'd be nothing to squeeze out of him to begin with.
ごめんね、ケイチ君。
I'm sorry,
今夜
Keiichi-kun.
はもう遅いから、これで切るね。
I have to go now. It's getting late.
また明日、学校で。
I'll see you at
お
school.
また明日学校で
Okay, see you tomorrow.
用心してね。
Be careful,
ケ
okay?
イチ君も、もう部外者じゃないんだから。
You're not an outsider anymore.
おうせいぜい気をつけるぜ
Yeah, I'll be careful. I remember the suspicious men in the white van and felt a chill run through my spine. They looked like villagers, but they weren't. They had the village accent, but they were just pretending. The more I thought about it, the more suspicious they became. It let me know that Rena and I aren't safe. If Rena is right, they're just suspicious of her and they're not sure if she has the scrapbooks or not. But it's still creepy. Rena had probably experienced the same creepiness I felt when I saw the van several times up until now. She must sense the danger more than I do. However, the fact that they weren't attacking, that they were merely observing us, was disturbing. If they attacked her, she could have done something, like going to the police. But all they're doing is just watching her from a distance. She can't do anything about it. She can't talk to anybody about it. She probably just wants to stay in her house all day. But if she acted different, they might take it as proof that she has the scrapbooks. You have to think about how to fight against them without making it obvious. I told myself that there was no going back, and I put the phone down. Ooh. Oh god, okay. Oh my god, that was an info dump if I've ever seen one. Holy moly. But yeah, that's not even the end of this particular chapter. My god. That was intense. But I'm gonna call it here because that was, I think I need a break. That was a lot. That was a bit much, dude. I don't know. That was a lot. Learn to pace a bit. Is she like, yeah, that was a bit much for one singular, like half a chapter maybe. That was so much. Oh my god. But yeah, thank you so much for coming today. I hope you had fun, and I hope whatever we just read still made sense at the end. I think I will retain most of the information, but I need time to process whatever just happened. That was really a lot for me. Okay, but let me see who we can raid. Let's go raid Hexa. I want to raid Hexa. Hexa is currently playing Ace Attorney Investigations 2, so I hope you will enjoy that. Gummy worms! You're very excited, Jester. That is very cute. But yeah, I hope everyone has a lovely rest of their day. Also, thank you, Leah, for the big dude emote. I love that. Thank you. She looks beautiful. Me when I'm about to write a 2-hour segment on the same topic in very verbose detail. Yup. Oh god, I feel like I need to sleep for like 24 hours to process what the fuck I just read. Oh. Ryukishi had a blast with this one. Oh my god. Yeah. Alright. I hope everyone has a lovely rest of their day. Thank you, Space. Good night to you too. Take care, everyone. And remember, she is always there by your side. She will never leave your side. Think about her when you go to bed tonight. And feel watched, feel judged, and feel duded. Goodbye. Good night. See you. Oh my god, yeah, see you for tomorrow's collab. Don't forget. Bye.